The rain woke me up, and the plank under my chest told me everything I needed to know about my situation. One plank. Not a raft, not a lifeboat. One piece of wood about as wide as a door and twice as unstable, floating in an ocean that went all the way to the edge of the world in every direction I could turn my head. My fingers were cramped around the edge of it. My legs were in the water. Something down there brushed my ankle, and I decided, right then, that I was not going to think about that. Then a voice went off inside my skull like a very cheerful announcement at an airport. Welcome to the Lord continent. Find an island. Plant your Lord core. Become a Lord. Please note that the coming month is designated a month of disasters. We wish you a pleasant stay. A pleasant stay. I was lying on a door in the middle of the sea, and it wished me a pleasant stay. A panel unrolled in front of my eyes. Level 1. Skill, Spirit Eye. Talent, none. That was it. That was the whole resume. Somewhere in the back of my head, a world channel switched on, and about 10,000 voices started screaming at once. I want you to understand that these people were not screaming because of the ocean. They were screaming because their boats were leaking. Boats, plural, with sides, with floors. One guy was complaining that his oars were the cheap kind. I looked down at my door, so I did the only sensible thing and filed a complaint with God. Celestial Mother, I said, are you sure you didn't make a mistake here? There was a pause. The kind of pause you get from a customer service department that has just realized you are right and hates you for it. Starting error detected. Compensation issued. 1 free draw. That was the compensation for being born with less furniture than everyone else on the planet. 1 spin of a wheel. I took it because a man on a door does not negotiate. 10 pieces of wood, 10 sheets of plastic, 10 lumps of copper, a fishing rod, 2 blueprints, a talent orb, 500 grams of bread, 500 milliliters of water, and 1 Lord core, glowing faintly like it was proud of itself. I read the plank's description while I ate the bread because I am the kind of person who reads the label. A piece of wood that floats on water. Only a person with an intellectual disability would sail on this. The system wrote that, about the thing it gave me. That was the moment I understood the tone of my relationship with this world. I dumped all 10 pieces of wood into the plank. It groaned, swelled, and reshaped itself into a boat. 3 meters. A real hull with a real edge and a floor I could sit on without my legs in the water. I sat there in the rain, soaked, holding a fishing rod, and I felt like a king. That should tell you how low the bar was. The 2 blueprints turned out to be a desalinator and something called a resource fishing rod. The desalinator made a liter of drinking water a day and would cost me white stones I did not have. The resource rod was better than it sounded. 3 casts a day, and it didn't pull up fish. It pulled up materials, blueprints, things. And then there was the map fragment, and the map fragment changed my whole month. It was a blue square with 1 red dot in the middle, which was me, floating, blue in every direction. Except in the top right corner, way out at the edge, there was a black dot. Land. There was land. I knew where it was, and 10,000 people in that world channel were drifting in circles arguing about oars. I did not post about it. And I will be exact about it, because later people said I got lucky and the record deserves better. I got a map. What I did with it was decide, on day 1, in the rain, that I was going to go there, and everyone else could keep guessing. First, I needed money. The desalinator wanted white stones, and white stones came from the shop, and the shop bought fish. So I fished. 10 fish, sold at a price based on level and quality, which is a polite way of saying my fish were worth almost nothing individually, and slightly more than nothing in bulk. The desalinator went in. I had drinking water. I was now a man with a boat, a fishing rod, and a slow trickle of clean water, which in that first week made me roughly the richest person I knew. Then I looked at the talent orb. Here is the thing about talent orbs. Everyone got one. Most people got white. Green was a good day. Blue made you smug. I crushed mine between my hands, and it came apart into purple light and words I had to read 3 times. Epic talent. 100 transformations. Turn any object into a random better object. 3 times a day. 3 times a day. Now I know what you are already thinking, because I thought it in the first 4 seconds. Just feed it the good stuff. Feed it the result. Loop it. Print legendary items forever. Buy a yacht. Retire. No, The item goes in and it does not come back. 3 casts, hard stop, and you do not get to pick what comes out. It is a slot machine that eats your groceries. The only thing it promises is that whatever comes out is worth more than what went in, and worth more covers a very wide range of disappointments, which I found out immediately. I put in 1 piece of wood. Out came 3 pieces of wood, technically more valuable. Thanks. I put in another piece of wood. Out came a pet card, blue quality, and my mood improved considerably. I put in a 3rd piece of wood. The light that came off it was purple, and purple was the color of things that change your life. A class scroll, Ice Elementalist. I sat there in a 3-meter boat holding a purple scroll in the rain, and I laughed out loud, alone, in the middle of the ocean, like a lunatic. Then I used it because there was nobody around to be embarrassed in front of. The pet card cracked open over the water, and something huge and blue came up underneath the boat and lifted it about a foot. A whale. 5 meters of whale, round-eyed, extremely pleased with itself, bumping the hull like a dog that has just found out it has a person. I named him Huo Long, Little Blue. I am terrible at names, and I have made peace with that. Level 2, Strength 20, and more importantly, a friend. I fed him a piece of bread. He ate the bread and the water around the bread. Day 1 ended with me under a tarp made of plastic sheeting, holding a fishing rod, with a whale sleeping against the side of my boat like a very large blue bumper. In the world, channel people were still screaming. Somebody's boat had capsized. Somebody was asking if anyone had found land. Somebody was crying. I turned it off and went to sleep. The next morning I cast the resource rod and pulled up a card that glowed gold. The exact color of gold on that continent matters, so here it is. Gold was not rare. Gold was the thing you told stories about. Gold was the item people saw once, took a screenshot of, and talked about for the rest of their lives. And I had just fished one out of the sea, like a boot. Legendary hero card. The light came off it in a column, and standing in the column, on the water, was a woman. Just over 5.5 feet, pale gold hair, pale gold eyes, a white dress that the rain was politely declining to touch, and a white staff. She looked at me. I was suddenly extremely aware that I had not brushed my teeth since I arrived in this world. My lord. Eleanor greets you, she bowed, on the water, without sinking. Skip the formalities, I said, because my brain was still buffering. Can you fish? Eleanor blinked at me. Then she said, Yes, my lord, and she sounded genuinely relieved to have a job. Look, I know how that sounds. A legendary hero materializes out of golden light, and my first question is about her fishing. But I was a man on a boat with no income and a whale to feed. I needed useful people. Beautiful was a bonus. I told her that aloud, and she went slightly pink and said nothing, and I filed that away for later. Her panel was obscene. 30 in every stat when I was sitting at 9. 300 magic, healing, light arrow, light shield, loyalty 100, affinity 50. Affinity was the part nobody explains to you until it bites. Loyalty is what they feel about the contract. Affinity is what they feel about you. High affinity holds loyalty up. Low affinity drags it down. It keeps dragging, and a hero at the bottom of that slide is called Unbreakable at -100, and Unwavering Loyalty at +100. Everybody in this world has heard at least one story about a lord who found out which one he had at the worst possible moment. So I gave her a chicken leg. Affinity +2. I looked at that number for a long moment and understood something important about my future. Then I tied a rope to Huo Long and the other end to the boat, and the whale started swimming northeast, and my boat started moving at a speed no set of oars was ever going to match. I lay back against the mast with my hands behind my head. Oars, I said. Why would anyone use oars? Eleanor caught 35 stones worth of fish that afternoon, which was 35 more than I had caught all morning. The boat went to level 2, 6 meters. It came with a wooden cabin, which meant a roof, which meant I got to sleep somewhere the sky wasn't. I hit level 2 myself. 9, 9, 9, 10. That night there were 2 stools and 1 cabin floor and no beds at all. And Eleanor stood in the doorway looking at the floor with the expression of a woman doing complicated math. I lay down on the boards and told her the left side was hers. She said, "That is not appropriate, my lord." I said the alternative was the rain. She thought about the rain and came inside. In the World Channel that night, a man was live streaming himself bailing water out of a boat with a shoe. Morning came with a warm weight across my ribs, which turned out to be an arm, which turned out to be Eleanor, deeply and shamelessly asleep. She woke up, processed the situation, and detached herself so fast she hit her head on the wall. Affinity +5. I wanted on record that I did nothing to earn that one. The rod came up loaded that morning. 55 wood, 10 iron, and a green staff, +10 strength, +10% mana, which I handed straight to Eleanor because a staff in my hands was a stick, and a staff in her hands was artillery. Then the announcement started, and they came in a stack, the way bad news likes to. A week of rain, starting now. The survival ranking is open. All lords receive 3 hours of underwater breathing and hull submersion. I opened the ranking with the mild curiosity of a man who expects to be somewhere in the middle. First place, Liang Wei, 170 points. Second place, Danton, 70. Day 1, and I was 100 points clear of the entire world. And because the ranking showed names, 10,000 people learned mine at the same moment. The channel filled up with one question, which was, who is Liang Wei? And one follow-up, which was, what is he doing that we are not? I did not answer. I was busy reading a blueprint that had just ruined my morning. Ship drainage. The thing that stops your boat filling with rain and sinking under you. Available immediately, provided you first unlock the shipbuilding technology branch for the low price of 500 white stones. I had maybe 80. A week of rain had just been announced. The fix for the week of rain cost more money than most people in that ocean would see all month. I sat there doing the arithmetic, and the sums kept coming out the same way. I looked at the World Channel, where 10,000 people were celebrating that the sun was gone and it would be cooler now. A lot of them are going to die this week, I said. Eleanor asked what I said. Nothing, I said. Get in the water. Because the other announcement, the 3 free hours of underwater breathing, was not a gift. It was a door. And a door that only stays open for 3 hours is a door you go through immediately, before you have time to be sensible about it. Underwater, the ocean stopped being a flat gray sheet and turned into a city. Fish in colors I did not have names for, whole schools of them moving like one animal. Some of them glowed. Down along the slope below us, there were shapes drifting through the blue with the calm of things that have never once been prey. Eleanor floated beside me with her staff, hair fanning out in the current, and Hua Long rolled underneath us doing loops he was extremely proud of. Then 300 or 400 white fish decided the loops were an insult and swarmed him. Level 2. All of them. Individually about as threatening as an angry sandwich, and collectively a cloud that covered my whale completely. I hit them with water arrows. Eleanor put light through the middle of the swarm in a beam that came out the far side. The whole school broke apart into drifting bodies and about 60 white stones. 60 stones for 10 minutes of work. My fishing career was officially over. But when the counter for my experience did not move, I learned the second rule of that world. You get nothing for killing things beneath you. The system does not care how many small fish you delete. If you want to grow, you have to go up the slope, toward the things that are bigger than you, and you have to do it on purpose. Huolong hit level 4. Eleanor hit 3. I hit 3, and my stats jumped 4 points across the board. And that was when I understood what the color of my talent orb had actually bought me. Every level, the growth you get depends on the quality of your talent. White gives you 1, green 2, blue 3, purple 4, gold 5. Every single level, forever. It is not a bonus. It is compound interest on being born correctly. I had been born 4 times more correctly than the average person in that ocean, and none of them knew it yet. Then the fish went away. All of them. The whole city of them, gone in about 40 seconds. The water went so quiet I could hear my own pulse in my ears. I have since learned that in that ocean, silence is not peace. Silence is a receipt. It came out of the ridge below us so fast it was already past me before my eyes caught up. Long, gray, streamlined into a shape that had exactly one job. It went through Huolong and left 2 holes in him and came around for a second pass, and Spirit Eye finally caught up and threw a panel across my vision in purple letters. Hemingway, level 6, 40, 41, 40, stealth, ray, charge, extreme speed. 2 levels above me, twice my numbers in every column, and faster than anything I owned. I could not outrun it, and I could not outhit it, so I did the only thing left, which was to look for the part of it that was not armored. Everything has eyes. Eleanor, I said, forget the body, take the right eye. She did not ask why. That is the single best thing about her, and I will say it every time. Light arrow went out in a straight white line, and the thing screamed in a register that made my back teeth hurt, and then it was swimming in a curve, because a fish with one eye cannot swim straight. Take the other one. The second arrow went in, and the ocean turned into a blender. It charged 3 times and hit nothing. It hit the ridge hard and kept going. Somewhere in the middle of its 4th attempt at murdering the general concept of the sea, it stopped moving and sank. I watched 40 stat points of pure speed die because it could not find us. The drop was a staff. Purple, Quan Glong. 30% to light magic, 30% to mana, and a stealth skill on top. Eleanor took it and the green staff went into storage, and my healer stopped being a healer with a stick and became a problem. 20 minutes of my 3 free hours were left when I saw the 2 of them fighting on the seabed. A deep sea dragon and something the panel called an extreme ice giant bear. Level 11 each, 80 and up across the board. They had already been at it long enough that the water around them was cloudy. I sat there behind a rock like a coward with a front row seat and watched them take each other apart. Then they broke off because neither could finish it and went in opposite directions. The dragon went east. I led it. I am ambitious, not suicidal. The bear went west, dragging itself, and I followed the bear. It holed up in a cave in the rock and put its back to the wall and closed its eyes, and that was the problem. My entire strategy in that world for the next month was built on one sentence, which is that everything has eyes, and eyes are not armored. And a bear asleep in a hole with its face turned into the stone has canceled my strategy. 19 minutes left on the breathing. Eleanor said, "My lord, we should withdraw." I said, "Fortune favors the bold," which is a thing people say right before they do something indefensible. Then I sent my whale in. Long swam up to the cave mouth and slapped the rock with his tail, and a wounded level 11 monster with 100 kilos of pride opened both eyes at once to see who had the nerve. Eleanor was already casting. The bear died the way the shark died. Blind, furious, swinging at an ocean that would not hold still, wasting 80 points of strength on nothing at all, until it stopped. And in the silt where it fell, there was a thing shaped like a chunk of blue ice with a heart of light in it. Extreme Ice Giant Bear Unit Nest. Epic. A unit nest. A building that produces soldiers forever, provided you have territory to put it on. I did not have territory. I had a boat and a map with a dot in the corner. But I stood there on the seabed holding a factory for ice bears in both hands, and for the first time since I woke up on that plank, the dot in the corner of the map stopped being a hope and started being a plan. We surfaced with 4 minutes on the clock. I came up laughing and grabbed Eleanor and hugged her, which I did not think about first. She made a small noise like a startled bird. Affinity 70, the system helpfully labeled it close. Then I went back to the cabin and did the accounting, and the accounting ruined my afternoon. The boat was level 3 now, 10 meters by 5, a proper cabin, and a toilet, which sounds like a small thing and was in fact the greatest luxury I owned. Below deck I had blueprints, ore, a nest full of bears, and a shopping list that read like a joke. The shipbuilding branch, to unlock 500 stones. Then the drainage blueprint itself, 200 more to actually build it. 700 stones for a pump in the first week of a month of rain. And out of curiosity, I scrolled further down the branch, past drainage, past hull reinforcement, to a line called Ship Levitation. The price on it was 500 gold stones. Gold stones. 1 gold is 10,000 white. 5 million white stones. For a boat that flies. I actually laughed in the empty cabin. Then I said, to nobody, "Why don't you just rob somebody instead?" The system did not answer, because the system was not joking. That was the exact moment I stopped thinking of this as a survival game and started thinking of it as an economy. There was no ceiling. There was no top item. There was just a very long ladder with prices on it, and every single rung was somebody's entire month. Now I understand why they call it the month of disasters, I said. Eleanor asked what the disaster was. The disaster is the price list, I told her. I paid the 700. It hurt. I got the pump. That night, the rain came down like the sky had been holding it in, and in the World Channel, a man was asking, seriously, whether it was safe to sleep if the water inside your boat was only up to your ankles. The first person to ever try to flatter me showed up the next morning. His name was Chen Tao, He was a small lord with a small boat. He had a betting blueprint he wanted 40 stones for. I offered 10. He accepted instantly, and then he did something worse than accepting, which is he tried to give it to me for free. Take it, boss, just add me as a friend. And the reason I said no made me a reputation in that ocean that outlived everything else I did that month. If you take a free thing from a man, you owe him. He knows it, you know it, and the price he eventually names is never on the label. So I paid him the 10. He tried to refuse. I said, a deal is a deal, make it one, and I pushed the stones across. Chen Tao stared at me like I had done something amazing, and then he told half the world about it, and that is the first day anyone described me as the boss who does not cheat people, which was extremely useful later when I was cheating people. He also had a talent quality enhancement orb, and he wanted 150 for it. I bought it before he finished the sentence. 100 transformations, upgraded. The randomness was still there. The 3 per day was still there, but the floor moved. Whatever went in, whatever came out was now guaranteed to be 1 quality tier higher than the thing I fed it. Feed it garbage, get better garbage. Feed it something good, and the machine has to give you something great, whether it wants to or not. I checked the regional counter before bed. 9,011 lords remaining. The day before it had been 9,841. 1,000 people in one day in the rain because they could not afford a pump. I set up the rest of the cabin instead of thinking about that. A bed because the floor had made its point. A stove, a pot, and a jar of chili I had bought on impulse because rice with no chili is a punishment, not a meal. Then I did my 3 transformations, which by then had turned into the best part of my day. 3 little boxes every night, and every night the world owed me 3 answers. White staff went in. Out came a green hairpin, and I gave it to Eleanor, and she wore it, and the affinity number went up 3. I have never in my life gotten a better return on garbage. Copper went in. Out came a white fishing rod. Fine. And then, because I wanted to see what would happen, I put in a single white stone. 1 unit of currency, the smallest denomination in the world. Out came a coupon, a 10% discount coupon for the shop. I sat there in the lamplight with my money turned into a voucher, and I said, to the ocean, and what exactly am I supposed to do with that? Give it a week. It gets funnier. Day 3 opened with rain so heavy the sea had stopped having a surface, and an announcement that changed what kind of story this was. The Demon Realm Gate opens for 5 hours, once per month. Lords of the Spirit Realm may enter. Killing a novice lord of the opposing realm grants merit points, the currency of the Celestial Mother City. 2 realms, 2 of them, farming us against each other, and a shop that only opens for people who bring back proof. I read it twice, and I did not feel dread, which probably says something about me. I felt the specific pleasure of a man who has been shooting fish for 2 days and has just been told there are people out there worth 800 times a fish. The survival ranking that morning read 310 for me and 110 for second place. I painted my hull, green and white stripes down both sides, because inside the gate, everything with stripes was a friend, and everything without them was inventory. The gate itself was a tear in the rain. The ocean on the other side of it was the wrong color. Something hit us 11 seconds in. I did not see it coming, and I will not pretend I did. 1 second I was standing at the rail, and the next second there was a limb the width of my leg coming down at my head. The only reason I am telling you this story is that a white dome went up over me half a heartbeat before it landed. The shield held. Barely. The impact still put me on the deck. 100-armed demon octopus. Purple. Level 5. It had come up under us out of a water that was already gray. It hit exactly once, and when Eleanor answered it with light, it did not stay to argue. It dumped a cloud of ink the size of a house and was gone, and by the time the water cleared, there was nothing to chase. That was the first fight I ever lost, and nobody died in it, and I still count it. Because I understood something on that deck with my ears ringing. My team could hit. My team could heal. My team could not hold anything still for even 1 second. Anything faster than us got a free attack and a free exit, forever, until I fixed it. I made a note. Then I went hunting for exactly that. Blue-spotted redfish came first, and they were the single best commercial discovery of my week. 10 stones apiece from the shop for the kill, and then the carcass sold separately on top. Double dipping. A school of them went past us, and we harvested it like a wheat field and came out the other side 800 stones richer, with our hands still clean. Then the water turned green under the hull, and Hua Long started thrashing. Sea Viper, blue, level 7. It had wrapped him and put something in him that was making his whole body shudder, and my whale was making a sound I had never heard before and never wanted to hear again. Eleanor put light into it, and I put ice into it, and Hua Long got a mouth on it and shook, and when it finally came apart, it left 210 stones and a skill card. Entangling. Blue. Control. Actual control, a rope of force that pins a thing in place and makes it available to be hit. I put it in Eleanor's hands about 4 seconds after it dropped, and if you want the one decision that shaped my entire first month, it is that one. Everything I ever killed above my level, I killed because it could not move. An hour later, we found the black and red boat, level 2 hull, sitting low, a lord and 3 commoners bailing rainwater out of it with buckets. They saw our stripes. We saw the absence of theirs. Both of us used our identification skills at the same moment. I watched his face while he read my panel, and I have rarely enjoyed anything more. Epic talent, level 3. And behind me, in white, a woman the system labeled Legendary Hero. He said, across 40 meters of water, damn it, how am I supposed to fight that? I asked him a question instead, because I had been wondering about it since the first hour. What country are you from? The Heavenly Spirit Empire, he said. His name was Zixin. Not a country I had ever heard of. Not a country anyone from my world had ever heard of. Which meant every voice in that chat channel screaming about their leaking boats was not necessarily from my planet at all. The Celestial Mother had been shopping in more than one place. I filed that away, too. Then I said, move, and we took the boat. Eleanor put him on the deck with a rope of light, and I asked him what he knew, and he told me. And then it was over, and I did not make a performance of it. That is not squeamishness. It is that a man begging takes time, and there were 4 hours left on the clock. The reward panel was the thing that mattered. 66 merit points, 660 white stones, and then everything he owned. His territory core, his ship core, his blueprints, walls, ray towers, all of it, straight into my storage. 66 merit for one man, and 800 stones for a whole school of fish. I looked at those two numbers next to each other and understood the actual design of the Lord Continent, which is that it does not want you to fish. We took 3 more boats before the fog lifted, and then somebody called my name across the water. Liang Wei, save me. Her hull had our stripes. She was one of ours. 6th on the survival ranking, name of Seraphina, being circled by something enormous and pink. She was standing on her deck with both hands out and terror all over her face. I turned toward her, because that is what you do. Her orc threw the ball while I was still turning. It was pink, and it was small, and it went past my shoulder and burst. The thing in the water stopped caring about her boat entirely and came at mine, and Seraphina picked up her oars. She did not run because she panicked. That is the part that matters. She looked at me first. She smiled. Then she rowed. Red Lotus Jellyfish. Blue. Level 6. Confusion and Entanglement. It opened with the confusion, and for about 8 seconds my own healer could not tell which of the 4 of me to shield. I ate a wall of tendrils. Eleanor got her aim back, burned it down through the bell, and left me standing in a slick of dead jellyfish holding a card called Confuse, which was, I admit, useful. It did not improve my mood. Then I looked up, and Seraphina's boat was maybe 600 meters out. She was rowing like a woman who has done this before. Here is the thing about rowing away from a whale. Hua Long took under 2 minutes. She tried money first. 500 stones, she said. Take it. It was a mistake. I panicked. Then she saw the other boat off our starboard side, a little level 2 thing with one very frightened lord on it named Joe Hai, who had rowed over to watch, and Seraphina's entire face changed, and she screamed at him. He is robbing me. Everyone look. He is robbing his own realm. Seraphina, I said, when you threw that ball at me, you were already dead. This part is paperwork. 2 water arrows. She had time for exactly one more expression, and it was not remorse, it was surprise. I have thought about that a lot since. The ice fox came out of nowhere while I was still standing over her deck. Purple, level 8. 55, 58, 56. It came off a flow I had not even registered as a flow, and it went for Eleanor. I got a hand on her shoulder and threw her back onto my deck, and then its jaws closed on my arm instead. I have been hit by a lot of things since. That one I still remember because of what happened next. Eleanor did not heal me first. Eleanor looked at my arm, and something in her face went out like a light, and then confused went into that fox, and 2 ropes of entangling went into it on top of each other with a binding force of 68, and a light arrow went through it lengthwise before it had finished falling over. It was the fastest kill she ever made. It was not even close. Then she was on her knees next to me with both hands glowing, saying, "Forgive me, my lord, I was not fast enough," over and over. I put my good hand on her hair and told her she was ridiculous. The number in the corner of my eye went up, and I did not look at it, because at that particular moment I did not want it to be about the number. Joe High had watched all of it from 60 meters away. A purple monster dying in under 3 seconds, a lord of his own realm being executed in the water, and now a man with a torn arm standing up and looking directly at him, the only witness left alive. He went very still, and I said, "Do you have anything to sell?" He blinked at me for about 4 full seconds. He had a flower generator blueprint. I paid him 100 stones for it, which was a fair price, which was the entire point. I could have killed him and taken it. Instead, I bought it, in front of the body of the woman I had just executed, and then I let him row away. Because Joe High was not a witness. Joe High was a broadcast. Within the hour, 10,000 people knew 2 things about me that I very much wanted them to know. First, that betraying me was fatal. Second, that trading with me was safe. You can buy a lot of loyalty for 100 stones if you spend it in front of the right man. The gate closed with 5 hours of my life spent and the following in my hold. 9,982 white stones, 4 territory cores, 4 ship cores, and more blueprints than I could read in a night. The merit ranking opened at the same time. First, me, 183. Second, a name I would be hearing a lot more of, An Wen, 132. Then I spent the money, and people talk about my luck and never about the receipts, so here are the receipts. Thermal energy, 500. Drainage level 2, 1,000. Automation, 1,000 to unlock and 500 to install. And the one I actually wanted, marine propulsion, 2,000 to unlock, 500 to build. 6,000 stones in one evening. Gone. Technology is not an investment. Technology is a mouth. But when I came up on deck the next morning, 10 oars were coming out of my hull on their own, dipping and pulling in perfect time, and my boat was moving through the rain by itself, with no whale on the rope and no man at the tiller. Pull Along swam alongside anyway, out of what I can only describe as professional jealousy. By the end of that week, my boat had a kitchen, 20 liters of fresh water a day, 6 kilos of flour out of a machine that ran on nothing but its own opinion, a refrigerator, beds, a table, barrels lashed along the rail, 4 commoners I had picked up out of the water sleeping under a real roof, arguing about whose turn it was to cook, which is the sound a place makes when it stops being a raft and starts being a home. Eleanor told me where she came from on the 4th night, sitting on the rail with her feet over the water. The summoned heroes are not made. They are descendants of the first lords, and every one of them signed a contract with the Celestial Mother before they were pulled out of their own lives. The contract erases the memory, all of it. Names, faces, houses, the lot. Except the reason. They always leave you the reason you signed. Hers was an illness. Not hers, she thinks. She does not remember whose. Just that somebody was dying, and the price of stopping it was everything she had ever known about herself, and she paid it. She is now standing on a boat in a foreign ocean, healing a man she met 4 days ago, with no idea whether it worked. She said all that in a completely level voice and then asked whether I wanted tea. I did not sleep well that night. I woke up to a mob. There is a specific pleasure some people take in a public trial. The World Channel had found its first defendant. A lord named Kagami had done the math on Seraphina's disappearance and gone loud with it. Liang Wei murdered a lord of his own realm. For her resources, #1 on the ranking, and he is farming us. Nobody is safe. 10,000 people, bored, wet, scared, and suddenly holding a torch. I typed 1 line. I killed Seraphina. And then, because that was not quite enough, I added a second. Kagami, if you want to avenge her, come and do it. Do you think you have the strength? And while the channel was still deciding how to feel about that, a small, unimportant lord posted a screenshot of a pink ball flying past my shoulder, the boat that threw it rowing away, and a sea full of dead jellyfish. I was there, Joe High wrote. She sold him to a monster first. That was a personal feud, and she started it. The channel turned around so fast it made a noise. Kagami spent the rest of the day being told to shut up by strangers. 100 stones. That is what that testimony had cost me. I have never made a better purchase. That night, my 3 transformations went in, and I got the strangest set of results yet. The bedding blueprint went in first, because I now had beds. Out came a track point teleportation map. Mark a point along your route, and later, from anywhere, tear open a portal back to it. I read it, thought about a corner of the ocean I would never be able to reach twice, and activated it right there without telling anybody. Remember that. It comes back in about 3 weeks, and it saves everything. A blue cup went in second. Out came a pet card, purple. It cracked, and a girl about 20 centimeters tall in a red dress came out of it and sat down on my finger like it was a bench. Fire Elemental. Level 5. 37, 37, 36. Fireball, blazing body, fire binding, and one enormously practical footnote, which was that she could charge my ship's thermal core by hand, which meant heat and hot water forever. I called her Ming Ming, which is not a name so much as a noise, and which I would like to remind everyone I chose when she was the size of a spoon. She looked around my cabin, decided the situation was acceptable, and set my curtain on fire. The third transformation was a purple stone, and out came a purple crystal, and Ming Ming turned around so fast she nearly fell off my hand. Elemental food. She grabbed it in both arms, bit into it, and when it started melting, she went after the runoff with her tongue like a kid with an ice cream cone in July. Day 4 started with me waking up to find Eleanor sitting up in the dark, watching me sleep. She realized she had been caught, closed her eyes, and pretended very hard to be asleep, which would have worked better if she had not been holding her breath. "Look all you want," I told her. "Kissing costs extra." She did not open her eyes. She also did not leave. The morning announcements came in while I was still congratulating myself. Increased probability of sea beast attacks, increased drop rates, and the shop is now buying everything, not only fish. Everyone in the channel read the third line and celebrated. I read the first line and went and checked my roof. Because think about what they just said. More attacks and better rewards, and a shop that will now take literally anything you can drag home. That is not generosity. That is a hunting season being opened. I was fairly sure I knew which direction the next one was coming from, because the sea we had already learned to watch. It was going to come out of the sky. I bet on that a week early, and I was right. And being right about it did not help nearly as much as you would think. Meanwhile, I built a business. Joe High came back with 2 more sellers behind him, and instead of haggling with each of them, I gave him a job. Go into the channel, tell everyone Liang Wei buys high, pays instantly, never cheats. Then set your own markup on top of my price and keep the difference. He stared at me, but then you are paying more. No, I said, then they are paying you, and I am paying what I was always going to pay, and neither of us has to negotiate again. By nightfall, I had a purchasing network across an entire ocean run by a man who thought he was ripping me off. A seller named Lin Ji turned up with a militia unit nest and let it go for 108 stones because Joe High told him I was the only buyer who would not laugh at him. And then, in the middle of all that, I made noodles. Rose was one of the commoners I had fished out. She could cook the way people cook when they have only ever had 3 ingredients, which is to say she could make anything edible and nothing good. So I stood in my own kitchen in the rain and showed her how to make noodles by hand. Dough, rest it, roll it thin, fold it, cut it. Tomatoes and eggs and a lot of chili in the pot. 5 bowls came out. Eleanor, Rose, 2 of the others, me. Ming Ming got a saucer, into which she immediately climbed. We ate on the deck under the awning, with the rain coming down 4 feet away, and Huolong put his head up over the rail and made a noise until somebody threw noodles into his mouth. I was an orphan back on Earth, I told them. I ate a lot of meals. I never once had a home. I have one now. It is 9 meters long, and it leaks. Eleanor smiled into her bowl. Ming Ming climbed onto my head and went to sleep there with her arms around my hair at a temperature that was not entirely comfortable. Survival ranking that night. 830 for me, 310 for An Wen. I bought a garden the next morning. 220 stones for a planting space box, green quality, which is a crate the size of a footlocker with 100 square meters of farmland folded up inside it, plus fertile soil that made things grow 10 times faster. Cabbage and peppers went in. Then I did something stupid, and it paid. I took an apple, a normal apple, out of the shop, the kind you eat, and I fed it to 100 transformations, because at that point the question had stopped being what do I need and become what will it give me. UN apple, white quality, grants 1 to 2 permanent attribute points. I ate it and my strength went up too. Sit with that for a second. I turned a piece of fruit into a slightly better piece of fruit. The slightly better piece of fruit made me permanently stronger, forever, in about the time it takes to eat an apple. There was no ceiling on that. There was only a supply problem. I dreamed about a palace that night, long halls, and Eleanor in it, and a lot of women with animal ears, which I mention only because 6 months later I would have to stop and think about whether that dream had been a dream. Day 5 began with the laundry. Everything was soaked. Everything had been soaked for 6 days. Eleanor picked up a shirt, wrung out about a liter of ocean, and started laughing at me. I retaliated in the only currency available. She stopped laughing very quickly and turned an interesting color. Affinity 85. 90 was the number where they stop keeping things from you. I was 5 points from the truth and could not buy the last 5 with chicken legs. Then I went shopping and got humbled again. Hull submersion, the real technology, the one that lets a ship dive whenever it wants. 5,000 stones. The crippled version, 1 hour a day, weaker in every respect. 1,000 to unlock, 1,500 to build. I bought the crippled version because I am, at heart, and at this point I would like my financial position that month stated plainly, poor. I was the #1 lord on the continent. I had a legendary hero and a fire elemental and a whale. I could not afford the good submarine. 1 hour a day it was. We spent that hour under the water, and the water paid us back immediately. Fields of red bubblefish that popped when you looked at them, and my freezing spell, which I had been using like a little cold hand, turned out to have no area limit at all down there. I could freeze a volume of ocean the size of a room. I stopped thinking of it as an attack and started thinking of it as a wall I could put anywhere. Then 2 black-striped red-eyed fish came at us, blue quality, level 9, and they did something no monster had done to me yet. They split up. One went straight at Eleanor and pinned her. The other one ignored her completely, swung wide, and fired an electric net at my 4 commoners, who had exactly 0 combat ability between them. Eleanor was already bound and out of position, and she made the call in about a quarter of a second. She put her shield on the commoners. Not on herself, on the people who could not fight, which left her open, and would have gone very badly, except a very small woman in a red dress came out of my collar like a flare and put a rope of fire around a fish twice her length. The 2 of them killed it together, and it was the first time I ever saw them coordinate without me saying anything. Ming Ming held, Eleanor shot. It was over in 9 seconds. The drop was a Saltworks blueprint. Salt. For a territory I did not have yet, on an island I had not reached yet. I put it in the hold next to the bear nest. The pile of things I owned that only made sense in the future got a little bigger. The mountain we found next was full of holes, and it scared me worse than any monster had. It was covered in plants. That is all. Plants, everywhere, waving in the current. And then a monster the length of my arm swam through a patch of seaweed, and the seaweed closed on it, and about 4 seconds later there was no monster, and the seaweed was waving again. There is nothing living on that mountain that is not hunting. The scenery is the predator. We went around it, and on the way past the reef at its base, my boat started to shine. That is the word, shine. The wood along the waterline had gone smooth and clear and was catching light with the bottle. The shine was spreading upward at about the speed of a slow zipper. Glass coral, white quality, level 6, white, the garbage tier, the tier I had stopped reading panels for. And they had swarmed my hull in complete silence and were converting my ship into glass 1 plank at a time, and if they finished, my beautiful 10-meter home with the toilet and the refrigerator would shatter under my feet in open ocean. We burned them off with fire and cracked them off with ice, and I stood there afterward, looking at a patch of my own deck I could see through. 2 lessons, and I paid for both. Do not trust the identification skill to tell you what matters. It gives you numbers. It does not give you intent. And do not, ever, decide a thing is harmless because its name is written in white. The leopard on the ledge below the reef was written in blue. It was guarding something worth a great deal more than my boat. Black, hairless, level 10, 54, 56, 54, and skills called Dark Beam and Extreme Speed and Slam. It was sitting in front of a small tree with golden fruit on it. Eleanor said, "My lord, go inside. I will handle this." And I would have, except I had read the panel and she had not. Its agility was 56, hers was 50. She could not land a control on something that fast, and without a control, she could not land anything else. And my healer was about to walk into a fight she was mathematically going to lose. So we did it the ugly way. Confusion, missed. Confusion, missed. Confusion. The third one caught the edge of it, and that was enough for one rope. And one rope was enough for the second, and after that, it was not a fight, it was a demolition. It dropped a skill called Shadow Lurk. Fine, the tree was the prize. Spirit Essence Golden Fruit Tree, 13 fruits on it, 3 to 4 permanent attribute points each, and a footnote in small letters saying it would not fruit again for 4 years. 13 fruits, 4 years. I stood there under 200 meters of water, doing the math on whether to keep a farm or take a payout. And then I had Hua Long pull the entire tree out of the rock by its roots, and I sold it to the shop. 2 gold stones, 20,000 white. Eleanor put both hands over her mouth. Rose, when we surfaced and I told her, sat down on a barrel. "My lord," she said, "you are rich." I looked at the price list for hull levitation, still sitting there at 500 gold, and I said, "No, I am 498 short." Then the whole mountain lay down. I do not mean the plants stopped moving. I mean every living thing on that slope, the acid weed, the eels in the holes, the shoals in the gaps, all of it pressed itself flat against the rock at the same instant. The water carried a sound through my chest that my ears were not really involved in. Something to the north had made a noise, and the entire ecosystem had answered it with obedience. I got behind a boulder and looked. Out of the northern dark came pythons, black, 200 meters each, dozens of them, moving in a formation, and they were not the event. Behind them came 4 dragons the color of a bruise on the sky, 400 meters from nose to tail, harnessed in gold chain. They were pulling a palace. A 3-story palace, underwater, with lights in the windows and railings along the terraces, and on the railings stood people. Fish people in armor. Turtle people with halberds, a crab the size of a car wearing a general's sash. Spirit Eye caught one of the dragons on the harness and put up a panel, and I read it, and I did not believe it. Sea Blue Dragon, purple, level 24, 442 strength, 442. My best number that morning was in the 20s, and this thing, this walking apocalypse, was livestock. It was pulling the cart. A door opened on the top terrace, and a man came out onto it with 2 dragon women on one arm and a train of mermaids behind him. He leaned on the rail and looked down at the mountain the way you look at a garden you have not decided to keep. Behind him, a woman in blue with a spear. Azure Sea Dragon King, legendary hero, level 24, 473. The third prince said one word: reward. And his servants started shoveling treasure off the terraces. Not handing, shoveling. Crates of it, chests of it, loose items tumbling down through 200 meters of water onto the slope, and every creature on that mountain came off the rock at once and went for it, and the water turned into a riot. He watched them fight over his garbage with his chin on his hand, and then he got bored and went inside. The palace kept moving south, and the dragons never once broke stride. I got 3 items out of that scrum, 3, because Eleanor put a rope on one competitor, and Ming Ming put fire in the face of another, and I grabbed what I could reach and ran like the small animal I was. And when it was over, and the last of the pythons had gone past, the mountain went back to being a quiet field of murderous plants. I sat behind my boulder for a while. I had been telling myself a story for 6 days. The story was that I was first on the ranking, that I had a legendary hero and a purple talent and a gold blueprint in my hold, that I was, in some meaningful sense, ahead. And a man had gone past me in a house, pulled by 4 things I could not have scratched, and thrown away more wealth than my entire ocean would generate in a year because he was in a good mood. I was not ahead. I was an infant who had just learned to stand up, applauding himself, on the floor of somebody's hallway. Best thing that happened to me that week. The 3 items I stole were, in order, a small miracle, a very good tool, and a promise for later. The first was a pet quality improvement card, purple, 1 use. It takes a companion and rolls their quality upward. It can fail, and if it fails, you have burned something that a lord would trade a fortune for. I had a purple whale who was doing fine and a purple fire elemental the size of a spoon. I gave it to Ming Ming. Eleanor did not say anything, but she had opinions. Kuo Long, who had been purple for exactly 2 days, made a noise. The card went in and the light went red and gold and did not stop, and when it faded, Ming Ming was standing on my palm at nearly twice her old size, with a mark like a small flame burned onto her forehead. The panel behind her had gone the color I had only ever seen twice, gold, plus a new skill, Fire Shield. She looked at her own hands. Then she looked at me. Then she flew straight up and set fire to my awning out of sheer joy. I let her because I was busy laughing. The second item was a crisis warning device, which sounds boring and was the reason I lived through the next 3 weeks. Anything hostile inside 300 meters, and it screams. I bolted it to the mast. The third was a vial of Azure Sea Dragon blood, blue quality, with a requirement stamped on it. All attributes 50 and above. I was at 20-something. So I put it in the hold with the bear nest and the saltworks, in the growing pile of things I owned that were letters addressed to a man I had not become yet. The boat went to level 5 that evening, 30 meters. And then, because the day had gone well and I was feeling brave, I did the single most reckless thing I did that entire month. I took 1 gold stone, 10,000 white, a tenth of everything I had, and I fed it to 100 transformations. Eleanor actually made a sound. Rose covered her eyes. Because the rule is that whatever comes out is better than what went in. I had just put in raw money, which is the one thing with no ceiling and no floor. I genuinely did not know whether the machine was about to hand me a legendary artifact or 11,000 white stones and a handshake. The light came out white and would not stop being white, and when it cleared, there was a tree standing on my deck in a pot. Money tree, special quality, generates currency, every day, forever. I stood there and read the word forever about 9 times. Then I reached up and picked the branches, and 500 and something white stones came off in my hands. And the next morning, there were more. 10,000 stones spent once to buy an income. That tree paid for everything that came after it. I have never in my life felt smarter than I did in the 90 seconds after it appeared. Eleanor came in later, after the others were asleep, and stood in the doorway of the cabin, and things got quiet in a way that was not about tactics at all. And then she put her hand flat on my chest and said, "My lord, I am not ready yet," which is a complete sentence and does not require a follow-up. "Fine," I said, "but stop calling me my lord when there is nobody watching. My name is Liang Wei, Affinity 87. I was asleep about 40 minutes when something extremely hot landed on my face. Ming Ming, hovering over me, pointing down. And down was wrong, because down was moving, because there was water across the entire cabin floor, and it was above my ankles when I stood up. Outside was not rain. Outside was a wall. The sky had stopped delivering weather and started delivering ocean directly, and my deck was under a sheet of it, and my level 2 drainage pump was making a sound like a man drowning politely. Drainage level 3, 2,000 stones. I bought it in the dark, standing in water, with the tree money I had earned 6 hours earlier. The World Channel that night was the worst thing I read all month, and in the middle of it, a private message. "Boss, please, I'm going under. Lend me money. Joe High." Now, I am going to be honest with you about my reasoning, because people love to tell this part like I have a soft heart. I sat there for about 4 seconds and I thought, if Joe High dies tonight, the last thing he does is post in the World Channel that he begged Liang Wei for help and Liang Wei ignored him. Everything I had built out of 100 stones dies with him. I sent him 1,000. He lived. He also told everyone, for months, that I saved his life for nothing, which is a version of events I have never once corrected. Chen Tao turned up an hour later, selling a territory core and a ship core together for 2,000, which was a robbery, and he knew it was a robbery. He was doing it anyway because he needed a pump before dawn. I paid the 2,000 without haggling. It was the only time all month I did that. Then, on the 7th morning, the rain stopped. Not tapered, stopped. The wall came apart into streaks, and the streaks came apart into nothing. The cloud layer that had been the entire sky for a week tore open down the middle, and light came through it and hit my deck. I had forgotten what it looked like, plainly and completely. 6 days, and I had genuinely forgotten the color of the world. The channel went insane. 10,000 people typing the same 3 words. I survived it. I survived it. Somebody wrote that they had never in their life felt sunlight and thought it was warm before, and about 400 people said the same thing underneath. The survival ranking closed the week at 1,320 for me, 671 for second place. I had beaten the entire continent by a factor of 2, and the prize for that was a choice of 3 purple items. I took the one that made the least sense. Nether Sea Dragon Blood. I already had dragon blood I could not use. Now I had 2 kinds of dragon blood I could not use. Eleanor asked me, carefully, whether that was a mistake. No, I said. My strength is the root, and my territory is the crown, and the crown on a weak root falls over. Everything I put into myself, I keep forever. Everything I put into a city, I keep until somebody takes the city. Then I tried to combine the 2 vials, and Eleanor watched me do it for a while before mentioning that different quality bloodlines will not merge, and that everyone knows that. Everyone. So I had a week of sunshine, 2 useless vials of dragon blood, a money tree, and a boat the length of a tennis court. I did what any reasonable man would do with all of that. I threw a barbecue. 200 bottles of juice out of the shop, 10 barrels of beer, 50 of wine, a grill blueprint. I got the whole thing set up on the bow before I realized I had no charcoal. I stood there for a second feeling like an idiot, and then I remembered that I live in a world with different rules now, and I have a personal fire god in my shirt pocket. Ming Ming did the coals. Ming Ming did all the coals for the rest of my life. The meat went on. Rose did the seasoning. Eleanor started calling me away somewhere around the 2nd barrel and did not notice she had done it. And then, at the exact peak of it, with the sun going down red over an ocean that had been trying to kill us for a week, I took a picture and posted it to the World Channel. Me on the bow, grill going, whale surfacing behind, beer barrels, fire elemental sitting on the rail with a skewer bigger than she was, and Eleanor leaning in, kissing my cheek, because I asked her to, specifically, for the photograph. That was not a candid moment. That was a strike. The channel lost its mind. Somebody wrote that this was inhuman. Somebody wrote a very long post about how they had eaten a piece of dried fish that day. Somebody just posted a screenshot of their own leaking cabin with no caption at all, which was honestly funnier than anything I could have written. And Kagami, who had been quiet for 4 days, finally cracked. A man who only knows how to enjoy himself will not go far. The whole channel turned to look. Half the lords from a country called Wano lined up behind him, and half the lords from a country called Zhou lined up to tell him he was a coward with a small boat, and the argument ran for 2 hours. Then he wrote, "Liang Wei, pray you never meet me," and I wrote back 1 line, and it is the only thing I said in that channel all week. Kagami, small creature. If we ever meet, I will take your boat, your heroes, and your name, and I will take my time doing it. The reply that got the most attention was 3 words, minute of silence. The second most popular reply was, Kagami, congratulations, you have successfully attracted the boss's attention. He would meet me in 11 days. It went about how you would expect. 2 days later, I found a mountain floating on the sea with 1 tree growing out of the top of it. I did what I always did, which is point my identification skill at the nice thing. It gave me 2 panels instead of 1. Tortoise Spirit Tree, gold, level 19. Burden God Mountain Turtle, gold, level 22. 349 strength, 442 constitution. The mountain was not a mountain. I was still processing that when 2 patches of the cliff face slid open and turned out to be eyes. Emerald green, called of them about the size of my boat, looking directly at me from 40 meters away. There is no dignified reaction to that, and I did not have one. Young friend, said the mountain, do not be afraid. I only wish to talk. Then the water in front of my bow opened up like a curtain and an old man walked out of it. 5'2", a staff, a beard. The completely relaxed manner of a thing that has been alive since before my species had verbs. He came aboard, looked around my deck with polite interest, and set a table down out of nothing with wine on it. "Sit," he said. "You have questions, and I am extremely bored." So I sat down and drank wine on my own boat with a mountain. He told me how the world actually worked, and every single thing I did for the rest of the year was downstream of that conversation. There are two celestial mothers, not one, the spirit and the demon. They used to be the same being. Something split them. The two halves went to war, and by the time that war ended, 9 out of every 10 living things on the continent were gone. Not 9 in 10 people. 9 in 10 of everything. So they signed a treaty. Neither of them would ever fight the other directly again. Instead, they would grow lords. He said that word the way a farmer says a crop. The old man refilled my cup. Every era, he said, they choose a race, and they seed it into the ocean with nothing. They let the disasters do the sorting. Orcs once, dragonkin, the sea folk. This era, it is humans, and there are a great many of you, and there will not be for long. Why not just raise them properly, I asked. Why the drowning and the storms? He looked at me over the cup with enormous patience. Flowers grown in a greenhouse are weak, he said. They want the ones the storms could not kill. There is no other test that produces those. An era runs 100 to 500 years. 3 cities matter. The spirit celestial mother city, the demon celestial mother city, and a third one that answers to neither, called the City of Chaos, which he said in a tone that made me decide to go there eventually. And then the detail that I actually used 6 months later to make a great deal of money. Sea beasts and sea folk are not the same thing, he said. The folk take human shape. The beasts never do, no matter how strong they grow, no matter how old. A beast at level 50 is still a beast. Do not confuse them. Every human lord who has ever confused them has died of it. He asked me about my boat. I told him about the plank. He laughed so hard he had to put the cup down, and then he fed me fruit off his own tree, which raised 3 of my attributes by 4 points each, and one of them by 10. I sat there feeling the numbers climb inside my own body like a fever. When I left, he gave me 2 things. The first he called a mother essence, and would not explain. The second was a purple turtle spirit, which raises the quality of a sea creature, and I looked at my whale. Huolong ate it and came apart, and put himself back together, bigger and darker and considerably less friendly looking, and when he surfaced, there was electricity crawling along his back. The panel said his new skill was Thunder Sword. He immediately went and showed it to a piece of driftwood. The driftwood did not survive. "Go on then," said the mountain, closing one eye. "Your island is northeast. Do not be in a hurry to arrive. The ocean is the easy part." I did not understand that last sentence for another 5 weeks. The arena opened the next morning. The announcement came with a calendar correction that nobody had asked for, which is that a week on the Lord continent is 6 days. I found that out on day 9. The arena itself was simple. It pairs you with a random opponent. Spectators bet. Nobody actually dies inside it. And the top 10,000 fighters at the end of the season go to something the announcement described only as the interworld battle, which is the kind of phrasing that tells you the interworld battle is going to be a problem. My first match dropped me onto a flat plain of white sand across from a man with an axe. Lei Yu, level 5. He looked me up and down, took in the fact that I was a lord who did not appear to own armor, and started talking. "Just surrender," he said, swinging the axe up onto his shoulder. "I do not want to hurt you, and I am going to hurt you." I did not answer him. I have found that answering is for people who need the other person's attention, and I already had his. I cast Freezing Spell. Underwater, that spell freezes a room. On dry land, with nothing to work with but wet sand and the sea air, it still went out 40 meters in a ring and took his legs to the knee, and Lei Yu discovered that an axe is very heavy when you cannot move your feet. He got about 1 swing out, then he stared at the ice, then at me, then at his own nameplate, and something in his face changed completely. "Wait," Hold on, are you an actual talent user? Are you that Liang Wei? I surrender, I surrender, I surrender. 10 points for the win. I liked the arena immediately. Then the new week arrived, and it was 70 degrees hotter. The rain stopped, and the sun came back, and it did not stop coming back. Everything metal on the boat became a burn. The deck cooked. 2 of my commoners lay down in the shade of the cabin and stopped moving, and the shop, with beautiful timing, added ice to the storefront at 10 stones a block, alongside a thermostat unit for 500. 10 stones a block for ice on an ocean during a heat wave. The channel raged about price gouging for about an hour, and then bought all of it anyway, because it was that or bake. I stood at the rail with my hand in the water for a long moment, thinking about a skill I had been using to kill fish. I am an ice elementalist, I said, to nobody in particular. I have unlimited seawater, unlimited mana regeneration, and a spell that freezes a volume the size of a room. Then I went into the World Channel and posted my price. 9. 1 stone under the shop. Not 5 under, not half. 1. Because at 1 under, nobody can accuse me of dumping. Everyone still buys from me. The shop cannot lower its price because the shop is not a person and does not care that I exist. I made 100 blocks in 2 hours standing at my own rail, using a spell that cost me nothing out of water that cost me nothing. 900 stones. In 2 hours. I sat down on a barrel and did the arithmetic out loud, and Eleanor watched my face do something she had not seen it do before. 10 hours a day, I said, is 4,500 stones. Every day. Out of the sea. Forever. I would like to say I felt a swell of entrepreneurial pride. What I actually felt was mild resentment that I had spent a week catching fish. 2 days into the ice trade, a card came out of my nightly transformations that I did not deserve. It was a blue commoner card. Junk. The kind of thing you get out of a bad crate. It went into the machine and the light that came off it was gold. Legendary hero card. The second one. Out of a piece of paper worth about 30 stones. She came out standing already, which Eleanor had not done. Tall. Black fitted armor. Short black hair, a black blade across her back, and on top of her head, outstandingly, ears. Not decorative. They moved. There was also a tail. It was doing an unimpressed thing. You may call me An Yue, she said. Legendary. Class, Night Hunter. Dark Blade. Darkness Erosion. Moon Shadow. And a starting affinity of 55, which is higher than Eleanor started at, a fact Eleanor noticed within about 9 seconds and did not comment on for 4 days. I offered her a spirit fruit off my own supply, the kind that gives permanent attributes. She looked at it and then at me and shook her head. I have not done anything yet. I cannot accept a gift I have not earned, which is a very noble sentiment and completely useless on a boat. You are already mine, I said. Eat the fruit and get strong enough to protect me. That is the job. You do not get to earn your way into the job you already have. She ate the fruit. Then she stepped sideways into my shadow and vanished into it, and my shadow said, from somewhere near my feet, "This is acceptable," and I nearly went over the rail. 3 nights later, the crisis alarm went off at 2 in the morning. Swordfish, hundreds of them, a whole gray wall of them running under the hull, and in the middle of the school, 2 of them were blue quality, level 12, 66 across the board. They had a skill that let them fire the swords, not stab, fire. Meter-long blades of hardened water launching off their bodies in volleys. Eleanor got a shield up and pinned one. The other one went around her and came at the cabin door, where I was standing in my sleeping clothes with no weapon and about 1.5 seconds of warning. An Yue said, "My lord, let it come closer, I have it." And then she did not move, which I would like to say I found reassuring. The fish opened its mouth about 2 meters from my face, and a black blade a meter long came up out of the deck between us. Out of the deck. Out of the shadow the lamp was throwing, 1 cut from the low. The top half of that swordfish went past my shoulder, and the bottom half fell over. An Yue stepped out of the dark and put her sword away and looked mildly embarrassed about how easy it had been. Moon shadow, she explained. It only works under moonlight. Under the moon, my strength doubles. Eleanor came around the cabin with light still on her hands and stopped and looked at the fish and looked at An Yue. I watched my legendary healer do the same mathematics I was doing, which was that in daylight, An Yue was excellent, and after dark, An Yue was a completely different order of problem. The next morning, I came up on deck and found the 2 of them sitting together on the bow with their heads close. Eleanor had An Yue's hand in both of hers. She was saying, gently, in the tone of a woman recruiting for a cause, Do not be afraid. If you like him, I have no objection at all. Anue said, How can you possibly permit that? Because I can see he is glad of you, said Eleanor, so of course I should help Awe. I went back down the stairs very quietly and did not come up for 20 minutes. The arena gave me a berserker that afternoon and taught me the lesson that kept me alive for the rest of the year. His name was Jaseni. 2 meters of him, level 6, a spiked club, and a talent that was just raw strength with no cleverness attached. I put ice around his feet and locked him into the plane. He tore it. Skill called Berserk doubles his strength, and my wall came apart like a biscuit, and he came through it roaring. Fight me fairly, he shouted. If you are first on the ranking, fight me fairly. That is very funny, I said, and froze him again, further out, in a bigger ring. He went down about a minute later with light and ice all through him, and I walked forward to end it. I was already thinking about what I was going to have for lunch. He threw the club, from the ground, dying. With his last movement, he threw a spiked club 40 pounds heavy straight at my chest. It went through my shield like the shield was a suggestion. I ended that match on my knees, coughing. I won. It says I won. I sat in my cabin afterward with a healing spell on and thought about it for a long time. Do not relax until the end. Not until it is over. Not until it is probably over. I am allowed to be calm only when I have personally confirmed that the thing across from me is finished. I have been hit in the chest exactly once in this world by something I saw coming. It was because I decided a fight was already won. The transformations that night were the 2 best results I had gotten since the money tree, and neither of them looked like anything. A blue skill stone went in, a leap skill, garbage, a jump. Out came a purple blueprint, Hall of Professions, a building, a permanent building that produces skill stones and profession cards without limit, forever. The construction cost was fantasy, 1,000 units of ancient wood, 100 gems of every element, materials I had never even seen listed. But I read that blueprint 3 times because a building that prints skills is not an item, it is an industry. The second one was a mine blueprint, which is a completely ordinary thing, and it came out as an element converter. Purple takes any object with an elemental attribute in it and turns it into elemental gems or purple crystals. Which does not sound like much until you remember that my fire god eats purple crystals, that I had been buying them one at a time off other lords like a man buying cigarettes, and that I was now standing on a boat in the middle of an ocean full of monsters made of water and lightning and cold. Ming read the panel over my shoulder, then she looked out at the sea. I watched a very small, gold-quality fire elemental have the exact same thought that I was having, which was that the ocean had just turned into a buffet. She got extremely large that month. I would like to say I saw the consequences coming. I was below deck making ice when it happened, which is a sentence I have had to live with. Eleanor had taken the hunt out that afternoon because I was busy printing money at 9 stones a block. She took Ming and the whale and went 2 kilometers out after a school, and everything was fine for about 40 minutes. Then a shark came up under her, 12 meters of it, with a black horn on its head, and the horn was not for ramming. It charged something in the horn, purple going to black, and it fired. Eleanor was in the water. My boat, with 4 commoners and a fire god and everything I owned on it, was directly behind her. She jumped. Off the whale, into the path of it, deliberately, so it could not reach the hull. 5 light shields went up in a stack, and the first one lasted about as long as a soap bubble, and so did the other 4. She came off the impact and hit my hull hard enough that I felt it through the floor 2 decks down. I got up the stairs in time to see her sliding down the planking, leaving a mark, and I got about 1 word out. And then the sky turned gold. Ming did not grow. Ming detonated into a shape. 1 second there was a 40-centimeter girl in a red dress screaming. The next second there was a woman in red and gold armor standing on the water with fire coming off her in sheets, and the fire was not red anymore. It was gold, and it was going up, and the air over the water was bending. She threw 1 fireball. The shark's horn came off. So did most of what the horn was attached to. The ocean where it had been did not stop boiling for a minute and a half. Then the gold went out and she dropped, and I caught her. She was 30 centimeters tall again and completely limp in both my hands, and her panel had rewritten itself. Fire Elemental Spirit, Evolving. Class, Fire God Awakening. Blazing Body, Advancing. Eleanor was fine in 10 minutes. She had held a shield in front of my house because that is what she is. Ming slept for 11 hours with her fists closed and would not let go of my thumb. I sat between them on the deck for most of that night and did not make any more ice. The next card I pulled was gold, and at that point I stopped being amazed by it and started being suspicious. It went purple alconsistent card into the machine, out as a gold elemental card, into the light, and out of the light came a girl in a gold dress with gold in her eyes, who introduced herself as Liang Rui and immediately asked whether there was anything that needed hitting. Gang metal body, golden shield, golden arrow, golden cage, and a skill called Golden Rain that I did not get to see until the interworld battle, at which point I understood what a metal elemental actually is, which is artillery. The interworld battle announcement came 4 days later, and it had teeth in it. Teams are assembled by ranking. The engagement continues until 60% of participants have been eliminated. 60%. Not a skirmish, not a raid. They were going to run it until more than half of everyone on that field was gone. Genevieve found me first. Archer, talent called Eagle Eye, an epic shield hero named Brutus, trailing behind her looking like a wardrobe with opinions. She threw me a binding rope, which is the item that lets 2 lords land in the same squad, and I took it. Then she showed up with a third person attached, An Wen, second on the merit ranking, forest elementalist with a legendary berserker at her shoulder. Nobody had asked me. I did not say anything about that. I smiled and shook hands and put a small quiet mark next to Genevieve's name in the ledger I keep in my head, the one where I write down who makes decisions on my behalf without checking. We did the introductions, the way squads do, everybody listing what they are bringing. I named 3 legendary heroes, Eleanor, Ming, Liang Rui. I did not mention An Yue. Genevieve stared at me for a long moment and then said, with real feeling, "You freak, how is anyone this lucky?" I said luck was involved. Then the barrier came down, and I stopped talking. There is no describing that horizon properly. A black and red line from one edge of the world to the other, and a white and blue line facing it, and between them, maybe 4 kilometers of open water, and thousands of ships on each side with people standing on them who were about to find out what they actually were. The Demon Sector's commander was a man called Kekin, and I only learned 2 things about him. The first is that he was a priest. He hated it, and at some point in the fighting I heard him shouting across the water to nobody in particular that his dream had been to sail the seas, and instead the world had made him everyone's nurse. The second is that he sent someone to kill me 11 minutes into the battle. I never saw the assassin, not once, not for a second. His name was Kale, and his blade was called Windbreaker, and his skill was Shieldbreaker, once a day, plus 200% penetration. The first indication I had that any of this existed was An Wen screaming my name from 30 meters away. 4 shields between me and the deck. He went through all 4 of them like a spoon through custard. And out of the space under my own feet, moving faster than the thing that was already faster than me, came a black blade. An Yue had been in my shadow since the barrier dropped. She had not said a word the entire time. She came out of it, took Kale across the throat before his blade finished its arc, and went back in. I stood there with 4 shattered shields hanging in the air around me. I have been in a lot of fights since then. That is the closest I have ever been. Not the most dangerous, not the biggest, the closest. My back was soaked through, and it had nothing to do with the weather. I did not tell anybody that for about a year. We took Kick-In apart an hour later. His shield hero was still standing over the body when we boarded, a big, quiet man called Gao Li. I gave him the only 2 options I had, death or service. He knelt. He was the first hero I ever recruited off a corpse, and he turned out to be one of the best things that ever happened to my front line. Then the sea itself joined the war. The first one came straight up out of the water in the middle of the fleet. 3 meters of standing python with 2 heads and a trident in its hands. Purple, level 14, 112 strength. It raised the trident, and something came down out of the sky. The skill was called Fire Cloud Descent, and it was not aimed at anyone. It covered a section of ocean, and every ship under it burned at the same time. Dozens of them, both sides, all at once. I watched 100 people stop existing in about 6 seconds while their 2 flags argued over which of them the python was fighting for. After that, everyone stopped being enemies for a while. An Wen took one of the heads off with her berserker, and we all cheered, and then the head grew back, and the cheering stopped. A lord called Arthur threw a stasis collar onto it. I threw a poison flask into the open mouth. Between about 9 of us, we got it down to the last of it. It did what everything does at the last of it, which is pick the softest target in reach and go. It picked me, and at that exact moment, from 40 meters to my left, a paralysis talisman came sailing across the deck. Not at the python, at me. There is a specific sensation to standing on a burning ship with a monster in the air above you and feeling somebody's talisman stick to your shoulder. It is not fear. Fear takes time. It is a kind of extremely calm clarity in which you find out that you have been keeping a list and that the list was correct. Kagami had thrown it in front of 200 witnesses. He shouted an apology while it was still in the air. Gao Li got his shield up and ate the python. The impact folded my deck rail. Anyue came off the roof and finished the thing and got thrown 20 meters for her trouble. And while she was still in the air, the water opened underneath both of us. A 10-hand magic seal. Purple, level 13, 10 arms, and a will. It took me around the chest and Anyue around the waist, and it pulled us both straight down. The last thing I saw above the surface was Wolong coming in at full speed to bite something 10 times heavier than he was. He did not win. It hurt him badly. He kept going anyway. Then the ocean above us turned into a furnace. I have seen Mingming do that 4 times now. That was the second, and it was the one where I finally understood what she is. She came down through the water still burning, which water does not permit, in armor, with a sword in both hands that was made out of the color red rather than any metal. She took the arms off in 2 passes. She got a hand into the seal's face and put the sword through the top of its head, and then she detonated the flame inside it. Then she did it again, because the first one had not been enough for her. I came up coughing with Anyue under one arm, and there were 4,000 people on 2 fleets floating in absolute silence, looking at a woman in gold and red standing on the water above a hole in the ocean. Nobody shot at anybody for about 90 seconds. It was the most peaceful part of the entire battle. We caught Kagami before he could get his ship turned around. Genevieve cut the water in front of him. An Wen's berserker took the port side, Arthur took the stern, and I walked up the deck of my own burned ship and looked at him across 60 meters of water while he explained that it had been an accident. It was an accident. I panicked. I will compensate you. Name it. Kneel, I said. 9 kowtows, and everything you own. And he did it. He got down on his own deck in front of the entire fleet and put his forehead on the boards 9 times. And then he handed over a hero card. And then he stopped, because he had decided to keep the cores back and hope I would not check. I checked. So I turned around and I asked the fleet. I said it loudly enough that both flags could hear me. This man threw a paralysis talisman at me with a monster in the air. Does anybody here have an objection if I kill him? 4,000 people went completely silent. And then somebody at the back shouted, "No objections, boss," and the whole line went up at once. The loudest single voice in it came from a lord I had never met who yelled, "He tried to murder you first. Do it." I have replayed that moment a lot. The silence was the part that mattered. I did not need permission. I wanted the record. It was over quickly, and I did not enjoy it as much as I had expected to. The battle ended with 60% gone, and my hold containing 43 territory cores, 43 ship cores, 43 resource fishing rods, a map to a purple ore vein, and an energy core the size of my head. An Wen came to see me on the last night. She brought a talent quality enhancement orb, blue, and offered it to me straight for a mutation orb I had been carrying and had no use for. She could have sold that thing for a fortune. She traded it to me at cost because I had stood in front of her when the python came down. I fed it to my talent. And 100 transformations, which had been epic since day 1 and had made me everything I owned, turned gold. 100 transformations. Legend. 2 changes. The first, the quality bonus, was now permanent and unconditional. Always 1 tier up, no exceptions, no bad rolls. The second was the one that changed my life. I could now choose the category, not the item. Never the item. But I could put something in and say, "Give me a blueprint," or "Give me equipment," or "Give me a special item." The machine had to answer in that language. I had spent 3 weeks pulling a lever on a slot machine. I had just been handed a menu. Huolong ate the 10-armed thing's core the same night, and it went badly for about an hour. He convulsed, his skin split. He made a sound that had me standing at the rail with a healing scroll in my hand and no idea where to put it. Then he came apart and rebuilt himself darker. Deep-sea demon whale, and a new skill called transformation, which he demonstrated by shrinking down to about 1.5 meters and jumping onto the deck to be admired. Then, before I could stop him, he went the other way, and 60 meters of whale came up alongside a 30-meter ship, and my entire crew ran to the far rail. He was very proud. He is always very proud. 3 days later, somebody found land. Guys, I can see an island. The World Channel went from 10,000 people arguing about ice prices to 10,000 people screaming at once. Liu Ping, a mid-tier lord I had traded with twice, had run into an actual island with actual trees on it. He landed on it, and he took out his lord core. He put it down, and nothing happened. Conditions not met. He tried 4 places. Nothing. So he went inland, and about an hour later he came back into the channel typing with, I assume, shaking hands. There is a city here. Stone walls, a dry moat, streets, houses with the doors still on them, a castle in the middle. Empty. All of it, completely empty, and not a mark on any of it. Everyone in the channel decided at once that the lord who built it had been killed by an enemy, and started theorizing about who. I read Liu Ping's description twice, and my stomach went cold. The outer walls were intact, nobody had breached them, and the warehouses were full and untouched, which means nobody had looted the place either. An enemy who kills a lord takes the warehouse. An enemy who cannot get through the wall does not get to the lord. So it was not an enemy, which means the Celestial Mother killed him. On his own land, inside his own walls, after he had already built the thing, which means the island is not the finish line. I said that aloud in my cabin, to Eleanor and Anue, and a whale looking through the window, and none of them liked it either. The ocean, the old turtle had told me, is the easy part. Liu Ping, who was a practical man, spent the day smashing the abandoned unit nests for parts and selling me 176 elemental gems at 20 stones apiece. I bought all of them. I did not tell him what I had just worked out because I am not entirely a nice person, and he would have raised his prices. The gem market broke open 2 days after that. A lord named Ye Bai Feng, third on the ranking, had found something better than an island. She had found an underground territory full of goblins, and goblins keep gems. She came into my private messages with a number that made me put down my cup. 732 elemental gems. I bought every one. 15,000 stones, gone in a single transaction. I did not haggle because I had a blueprint in my hold that wanted 100 gems of every element, and I was not going to be the man who saved 400 stones and could not build his own hall of professions. Genevieve watched the trade go through and could not resist. Oh, she wrote, that explains why you are so relaxed all the time. Some of us are busy. I have found 2 islands this week. 2. I sat on a 30-meter ship with a money tree, a gold fire god, 4 legendary heroes, and 140,000 stones of purchasing power. I typed back the only honest thing I had. Why have I not seen a single island yet? Put that on the record, because people describe my first month as a fairy tale. I was 4 weeks in, first on every ranking there was, and I had personally never laid eyes on land. What I had instead was a habit of reading the shop, because the shop tells you the future if you pay attention to what it starts stocking. In the first week it was pumps, and then it rained for 6 days. In the second week it was ice and thermostats, and then the heat came. And that afternoon, quietly, with no announcement, the shop added radiator blueprints. Radiators. In a heat wave. So I went and bought fabric. All of it. Every bolt of cloth and every sack of cotton wadding that any lord in that ocean was willing to sell, at heat wave prices, which is to say, at nothing, because who wants cotton in July? Sohai's network ran for 11 straight hours. I ended up with 27,000 units of material and a blueprint for blankets that never expires. 3 days later, the temperature fell off a cliff, and the shop's price on textiles went up by a factor of 3, and 10,000 people discovered simultaneously that they owned no bedding. I sold blankets. I sold blankets all night to a market that had been calling me a lucky idiot that morning, and when the ledger closed, I counted 13 gold stones, 32 purple, and 82 white. 133,282 stones. 120,000 of it was profit, out of an evening, out of cloth. Eleanor asked me how I had known about the cold. I did not know about the cold, I said. I knew about the radiators. Knowing the future is very difficult, and reading a price list is free. I bought the good hull submersion that night, 5,000, did not even feel it. I had spent a month being the poorest #1 lord in history, and it ended in a single evening. The strangest part was how little different it felt, except that I stopped opening the shop with my jaw tight. Eleanor fished a gold blueprint out of the ocean the next morning with an ordinary rod, casually, while I was eating. Hall of Heroes, gold quality. Heroes who die under your banner do not die. They come back as heroic spirits, at the full strength they had in life, bound to the capital, forever. I read it. I looked at Eleanor, with her hair in her face and a fishing rod in her hands. I did not say the thing I was thinking, which was that I had been quietly afraid of exactly one outcome for 3 weeks and had just been handed the answer to it. Then, because I am who I am, I tried to feed it to my talent to see if there was something above gold. Talent level, insufficient. Insufficient. My legendary talent, the one everybody in the ocean was jealous of, could not lift a gold item, which told me 2 things: that gold is not the top, and that somewhere above it there is a tier so far out of reach that the machine will not even quote me a price. Good. I like a ceiling I can see. The Mermaid City was 4 days later, and it is the only place in that ocean I still dream about. We found it on the flat top of a mountain that had been cut off cleanly 200 meters down, and there was a city standing on the cut, black stone towers, dozens of them, all of it sealed under a white dome that we could not scratch. Eleanor hit it with everything. Ming Ming hit it with everything. Huo Long hit it with 60 meters of himself. The dome did not acknowledge that any of this had occurred. And then I remembered a token. Weeks earlier, in a reward selection, I had been offered 3 things I did not understand and had picked one because I liked the shape of it. Mermaid token. It had been sitting in my storage doing absolutely nothing since. I put my hand with the token against the dome and a gate opened in it. The city inside was worse than empty. It was tidy, streets swept, crystal houses with the doors closed. A city that had not been sacked or burned or abandoned in a hurry. A city where everyone had simply stopped. At the inner gate, 10 things woke up. Hungry shark puppets, blue quality, shark heads on humanoid bodies with spears and shields. They fought like a unit, which puppets are not supposed to do. We broke 6 of them. And then Ming Ming, hovering over one of the wrecked ones, said, "There is a button on this." There was a button on the top of its head. Liang Rui went up behind the other 4 in the middle of the fight and pressed them, one after another, like a woman turning off 4 lamps. I acquired 4 shark puppets and a lifelong habit of checking the tops of things. Inside the city, everything was labeled and nothing could be taken. A mermaid palace, a profession temple, an altar. Cannot be occupied, cannot be occupied, cannot be occupied. Everything of value in that place belonged to somebody who was not there. I did get 1 blueprint out of it before my dive hour ran out. A unit enhancement pool. A building that makes your soldiers permanently stronger. I went back the next day and took the city apart properly. We smashed the mermaid growth pools for the blueprints inside them. The sacrificial altar gave up nothing, which annoyed me for a week. And in the castle, Ming Ming and Liang Rui both stopped in the same corridor at the same moment and put their faces against the wall. They sniffed it, both of them, like dogs. "There is air moving," Ming Ming said. The button was in the corner, painted the exact color of the stone, and behind it was a room full of boxes. A silver pass, which is entry to the auction house in the Celestial Mother City, and which I had not known existed. 200 elemental gems, 2 blue scrolls, and a general-level battle scroll, and then one that made me sit down on the floor of a dead mermaid's vault. Frozen 1,000 miles. Gold quality. A scroll that freezes 1,000 miles of ocean. And a purple one, Mystic Ice Puppet, which summons ice golems at 130% of the caster's own strength, 5 minutes each, as many as your mana can pay for. I read that one 3 times. My problem since day 1 had been that I had 4 extremely strong people and no army. That scroll turned my mana bar into an army. Several of the other boxes in that room were empty, not looted, empty. Closed, latched, and containing nothing, sitting in a hidden vault behind a hidden door in a hidden room. I stood there holding a lid and said, did this man know he was going to lose and leave empty boxes in here specifically to insult whoever found them? An Yue said it was possible. I have gone back to that lord a lot. I hope it was that. It is the more dignified option. The black crystal palace at the center was guarded by 6 mermaid puppets, and those ones were a genuine problem because they had tactics. 2 of the 6 were casters, and they did not attack us at all. They put something into the 4 in front, and the 4 in front got faster. We took them down and went inside, and inside there was nothing. 1 room. One round pit in the floor, a shallow layer of something red, mostly dried, going gray at the edges. And in the middle of it, a membrane about 60 centimeters across, moving very slightly. Spirit Eye put up a panel, and the panel was gold. Mermaid hero. Legend. There was a child in that membrane, and it was dying. It had been dying for a long time, in a sealed room, in a sealed palace, in a sealed city, at the bottom of the sea, waiting for a lord who was never coming back. I emptied every water gem I owned into that pit, then the purple crystals, which Ming Ming watched go in without a single word of complaint, which is the most generous thing that small creature has ever done. The membrane took about 40 minutes to stop looking like something that was ending. Eleanor got it up out of the pit in both arms. Anue, who does not comment on anything, stood there and looked at it for a long moment and then went and stood in the corridor by herself. Then I broke the city's core, because that was the whole point of the trip. It is worth setting down what that is like. The core came apart in my hands, and the city went with it. Not collapsed, dissolved, from the outer wall inward, towers going first, then the streets, then the palace around us, the way frost goes off a window. And 40 seconds later, my entire team was standing in open water on a bare rock 200 meters down with nothing around us in any direction. A whole city. Gone because I broke one stone. Every lord builds their territory on one of those, including me, eventually. I have never once forgotten what that dissolving looked like. What I got for it was the mermaid core itself, which carried a permission the human cores do not have. It could build underwater. I now owned the ability to found a territory in a place where 99% of the lords in that ocean physically could not follow me. I put it in the hold, next to the bear nest and the saltworks and the 2 vials of dragon blood and the gold blueprint for a hall full of dead heroes. I looked at that pile for a while. Then I went up on deck and told the helmsman to push it, northeast, day and night, because I had a city in a box and no ground to put it on, and somewhere out past the edge of my little scrap of map, there was a black dot that had been waiting for me since the first morning. I had begun to be genuinely afraid that somebody else would step on it first. The system threw a party 3 days later and charged me admission. Fun with kin, it called it. Pay to invite other lords onto your ship. 3 hours later, a treasure hunt opens, and you go in as a team. 250 stones per invitation. I sent 4. Genevieve came, and An Wen, and Zhou Hai, who had never in his life been aboard a level 5 ship, and Liu Ping, who had found the dead city and had been slightly famous for 2 days and was clearly enjoying it. I fed them. That is the whole strategy, and it worked better than anything else I have ever done. Beef with peppers, pork belly, eggplant done properly, rice that was actually rice, made from flour that came out of a machine that had cost me 100 stones from the man now sitting at my table. Genevieve ate for 4 minutes without speaking, put down her chopsticks and said, "When was the last time I ate like this?" Then she answered her own question, and it turned out to be before she arrived in this world. After that, everybody talked. That lunch is where I learned how the ladder actually works, because 5 lords with full stomachs will tell each other everything. There are 5 stages, 6 levels in each: soldier, sergeant, general, king, emperor. And starting at the 2nd stage, the growth you get per level does not just scale with your talent quality, it doubles by it. Which means the gap between a green talent and a purple one at level 5 is a nuisance, and at level 20 it is a species difference. Then they went around the table naming their own. Liu Ping, green. Zhou Hai, green. Genevieve, excellent grade. An Wen, epic. She said it the way you say a thing you are used to being the best answer in the room, and they all looked at me. Level 7, I said. All attributes above 40. Talent, legendary. The table did not react immediately. That is the part I remember. There was a pause of about 2 seconds while 4 people checked whether I was joking, and then Genevieve put her face in her hands. An Wen said quietly, "That is not possible in the first month." I said it was, because here I was. We argued about a team name for 20 minutes. Genevieve proposed Team Liang Wei, and I vetoed it, because a name like that tells everyone who is expendable. Zhou Hai proposed something with the word cocoa in it, and was ignored by acclamation. We settled on Sky and Sea Pavilion, and toasted it with red wine on the deck of a boat that had been 1 plank 26 days earlier. Then I gave them food. Actual supplies, out of my hold, enough to last each of them a week. Once. Only once. And I made sure they saw it was once. Because a man you feed twice is a man you have started employing. and I did not want employees at that table. I wanted 4 people who owed me a favor and thought of themselves as my equals. That is a much more expensive thing to buy, and it lasts much longer. The treasure hunt dropped us onto the shore of a lake with no far side. Stone bridges ran out into it and connected islets, and on the islets there were palaces, and over all of it there was fog that started about 4 meters up. Points for monsters killed and for loot recovered, and one line at the bottom of the rules that made my 250 stones back instantly. Team leaders receive a share of everything the team collects. I did not mention that to anybody. The first thing we found was a peach tree with exactly 5 peaches on it, worth 1 to 2 permanent attributes each, and there were exactly 5 of us. I want the record to show that I did not have to think about it. 1 each. Genevieve looked at me sideways the whole time she was eating hers. The first bridge had a lava beast standing in the middle of it. Everyone started planning, and I unrolled a scroll I had been carrying since the mermaid vault and had not yet had a reason to use. Mystic Ice Puppet. The water in front of me stood up and became a man made of ice, 3 meters of him, with a 2-handed sword also made of ice at 130% of my own strength. He walked past me down the bridge, straight through a lake of lava that should have ended him in 9 steps, and cut the beast in half with 1 swing. Then he stood there, waiting for further instructions, steaming. Nobody in my team said anything for a while. Johai eventually asked how many of those I could make. As many as my mana pays for, I said, and watched 4 people quietly revise their estimate of me. The palace at the end of the bridge was a corridor of doors, and behind each door was either a monster or a shelf of experience pills, and there was no way to tell which without opening it. We opened all of them because we are lords, and that is what the word means. The last hall had a chest in it and a phantom fox in front of the chest. Purple, level 8, and its skills were illusion, weakening, and speed, which is a combination designed by somebody who hates fighters. Johai tried to go around it for the chest while we were busy. The chest, it turns out, does not open until the fox is dead. Johai learned this at close range and came back with his hair on fire, metaphorically, and also somewhat literally. I took an abyss holy wall out of that chest. Purple, a defensive structure rated to hold a strike from a king-level being. I did not know what a king-level being was yet. I knew I did not want to find out while standing behind a fence. The lotus pond was where the talent gap stopped being a table conversation and became something you could watch. Red pouches, floating in the lotuses. The rule was that the number you could take was set by the quality of your talent. Liu Ping got 2, Johai got 3, Genevieve got 3, An Wen got 4. I got 5, and I have never in my life felt more openly resented by 4 friends at once. In the pouches, in order, a map to a marble deposit, a pet quality improvement card, purple, a map to an amethyst vein, which I would come to care about a great deal more than I expected, and an alchemist summoning card, purple. We were most of the way back across the long bridge when 6 lords stepped out in front of us. Their leader had clearly been practicing his line. "Leave your loot on the ground," he said, "and you may pass." 5 of my 4 teammates started laughing. I say 5 of 4 because Johai laughed twice. "What is funny?" the man said, and he actually sounded hurt. "This is a robbery. Take it seriously." The laughing got louder. He looked at his own people, who had started shuffling. Then he tried to negotiate, downward, at a robbery, and said that 2 items would be acceptable. I had a good day going and a schedule to keep. "Let us not waste each other's time," I said. It took about 9 seconds. We took their lord cores and went on. I did not enjoy it, and I did not feel cleaners, which by then was becoming the normal way I felt about most things. The last stage was a tree hung with black chests. The rule was you hit it until your mana runs out, and then you leave and you do not come back. Johai and Liu Ping had no ranged skills at all. So they climbed it. Both of them, in the middle of a crowd of 200 lords, up an enormous tree, punching the chests off the branches by hand. I put down 2 ice golems and let them beat on the trunk for 10 minutes, while I stood underneath with my hands in my pockets. That is where I got recognized. Somebody in the crowd said my name. Then somebody else confirmed it, loudly. And then 200 lords turned around at the same time, and a man near the front shouted, "Boss, is that you? I am your fan." And another man immediately shouted back, "No, boss, you are my idol." The whole thing degenerated into a queue, an actual queue, for pictures. I put the loudest of them in charge of keeping the line orderly, which he took extremely seriously. I quietly dropped a shield on him afterward, in case somebody behind him took offense. The tree paid out better than everything else that day combined. A space ring, 30 cubic meters, which mattered enormously because my storage had been full for a week and I had been making decisions about what to leave behind. A holy temple that seats 20 statues, a night-night nest, purple, and a gold one, harvest goddess statue. Plus 50% to all food production permanently on any territory I ever build. 50%. Food is the thing that decides how many people your city can hold, and how many people your city holds is the thing that decides everything else. That statue was worth more than the ring and the temple and the nest together, and I was the only one at the tree who knew it. Then there was the gravity field, which was the last thing and the one I liked least. A slope, and the further down you go, the heavier you get, and the better the item at your feet. Simple, honest, and designed by somebody with a sense of humor, because there is no signal telling you where to stop. There is only the moment when you notice your knees. I went down until every step took a full breath, and then I looked at the next item on the ground, 5 steps further. I stood there and did the numbers on my own legs. Then I picked up the one at my feet and walked out. It was a Lord's Manor style selection card, which is, frankly, an interior decoration item. I nearly broke my back for a house catalog. The rewards came that evening. Best team of the region. A star pattern armor, purple, for the group. And then a separate line addressed only to the team leader. A deed to a residence in the Celestial Mother City. I sat straight up off the barrel I was leaning on. They gave me a house, I said, in the actual Celestial Mother City. Eleanor asked if that was good. Every lord in this ocean is trying to find a rock, I said. I have an address. 2 nights later, a blue pet card came out of the shop for 30 stones, went into my talent because I had nothing better to feed it, and came out gold twice in a row, which the system called a double critical, and which I call the single luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. What came out of it was a fox. Snow white, 9 tails, blue eyes, and an expression of such immediate calculation that I said the name before I could stop myself. Sumi. She liked it. That was the end of the discussion. Her skills were called charm and heart-stirring, and I filed them under decorative for about a day, until I watched her use them on a sea beast the size of a barn. She did not charm it into serving me, that is what I expected. She gave it a memory instead. A false one, small, specific, and completely convincing, in which the beast next to it had attacked it once, years ago, without provocation. Then she sat down next to me and watched a pack of 40 of them take each other apart on the horizon while I ate an apple. I stopped calling her decorative. I started being slightly afraid of her. The heavenly dragon staff came out of an automatic seasoning cup, which was, in every sense, a kitchen utensil. Gold quality, 40% mana, and a skill called Second Form, once a day, which turns the staff into a spear and turns the mana bonus into a 40% strength bonus. A weapon that changes its mind about what kind of fighter you are, once a day, at a moment of your choosing. I put it on my back and I did not fully use it for 3 weeks, and when I finally did, it was in front of a great many people, and it worked. Then the wind started, and everything stopped being fun. It came up on the 3rd day of good weather. It kept coming up, and by the 2nd morning, the sea had stopped having a direction. Rain came sideways. The mast complained. My 4 commoners took the awnings down and lashed everything twice. And Zhang Bo, who steered my ship and had never once come to find me in person, came and found me in person. "My lord," he said, "she is not answering the helm." I went up. He was right. 10 automatic oars, a propulsion core, 30 meters of hull, and none of it mattered, because the ocean had picked us up and was carrying us and did not care what the rudder thought. I stood at the rail in the rain and worked out what that actually cost. 2 days of drift in an unknown direction at storm speed. My map was 1 fragment. 1. The black dot in the corner of it was the only piece of land I had ever known the position of, and if we were pushed far enough, that dot would fall off the edge of the only map I owned. 4 weeks. Everything. The bear nest, the saltworks, the mermaid core, the statue, the whole hold full of letters addressed to a man with an island. Upgrading the ship to a hull that could hold this weather was 80,000 stones. Full submersion, deep enough to go under the storm entirely, was 24,000. I had spent the blanket money on gems and a hall of professions I could not yet build. Zhang Bo asked me what we should do. "Nothing," I said. "Go and sleep." Which was a lie. I had already thought of something. It was the kind of idea you do not say out loud in front of your crew until you are certain, because if it does not work, there is no second idea underneath it. The idea was the volcano. We had passed over it on the 2nd night of the drift, and the sonar map had shown a cone rising off the seabed. I had marked it for later the way I marked everything, and now later had arrived. If the storm was going to carry my ship anyway, I was going to spend the drift getting paid. It was covered in red, not lava, plants. The entire cone, from the base to the rim, was overgrown with red vegetation waving in the current like a field in wind. It was, objectively, the most beautiful place I had seen underwater. Anue looked at it for a while, and then said the thing that saved all of us. "My lord, there are no animals on this mountain." She was right. No fish, no eels, no crabs in the rocks. On a volcanic vent, which is the single richest kind of real estate the ocean has, there was not one living creature that was not a plant, which means the plants ate them all. They were called things like black-spotted vine and red bloodgrass and the oni-faced akagi, and every one of them was a predator wearing scenery as a costume. They had one property in common that is worth a specific warning. They went through shields. Not broke, went through. A light shield stops a monster because a monster is a thing that hits you. These went around the edges of the spell like water finding a gap. The first one that reached me had a coil around my forearm before Eleanor's dome had even finished forming. But when you kill one, it does not leave a corpse. It comes apart into red sparks, and the sparks go into whatever is nearest, and whatever is nearest gets stronger. Every plant on that mountain was a natural treasure that had grown weak and gone feral. The entire slope was an attribute farm that fought back. We went up it for 6 hours. My numbers climbed the whole way. Eleanor's climbed, Anue's climbed, and the sparks, all of them, from everything, bent in the water toward Mingming like iron filings. The thing at the top of the slope was the reason the mountain had a personality. Dragon blood flaming leaf tree. Purple, level 12, 88 strength. It stood in a ring of flowers that were also on its side, and it did not move. It did not need to, because it threw fruit. The fruit burst into black fire. Black fire does not respond to healing. Eleanor tried, and it did not work. I watched a man I had recruited off a battlefield go down burning, while a legendary healer poured light into him with no effect at all. Then one of them caught me across the arm. Here is where the story turns, and it turns on something very small. Ming landed on my wrist, looked at the black fire crawling up my forearm, and put her hand flat into it. She did not put it out, she drank it. I watched a gold-quality elemental the size of a coffee cup absorb a fire that healing magic could not touch. I watched her face while she did it, and she was enjoying it. Her eyes went dark all the way through, and the mark on her forehead lit up. She rose off my arm and kept rising, fire god form. The second one I had seen, but her pupils were black flame this time, and what she called down on that tree was not a fireball, it was a meteor shower. Then she came down through the middle of it with a burning sword and split the trunk lengthwise. The whole ring of flowers went with it. Then she flew straight into the crater. I shouted. She did not stop. She went over the rim and down into the vent, and the light went with her. I stood at the edge of a hole in the seabed with lava underneath it and no way to follow. I was up there for an hour. I am going to tell you what was at the bottom because she told me afterward, and because it is the part of this whole month that I still think about when it is late. There were 2 bodies down there in the lava. The first was a dragon, 300 meters long, level 30, dead a very long time. The second was a woman, 100 meters tall, in scarlet armor, with a spear still in her hands, level 29, dead in the same instant as the dragon, and by the same argument. Between her brows there was a mark, the same mark that had burned itself onto Ming's forehead when I fed her that card. They lit up in answer to each other, and something that had been asleep in that armor for a very long time woke up and said a name at her. Flame Chi Luo, the clan of the fire elementals. And the first thing Flame Chi Luo did when she understood that this small burning child in her crater belonged to a human lord was decide to kill the lord. Because the dragon she had died killing had made a business out of catching elementals and selling them, and lords had been the customers. She had spent her life on that and had nothing left to spend on being reasonable. Ming talked her out of it. I have asked her since what she said. She gets vague about it and looks at the floor. As far as I can reconstruct, she talked for a long time, extremely fast, about crystals and a barbecue and a curtain she was allowed to set on fire and a man who gave her a card he should have used on his whale. Whatever it was, it worked. Flame Chi Luo gave her the legacy of the clan. Then she fed her the dragon's core, which is not a gift, it is a procedure. Ming Ming went through it on the floor of a volcano with her teeth shut and made almost no sound at all. The only thing she said the entire time, over and over, was that she had to get stronger and taller. Taller, that is what she said. Then Flame Chi Luo gave her her own core, then the spear. Then the last of what she had, which was the rest of it. She had one thing left that she wanted, and it was not survival. It was for somebody to remember the name of her clan. And it turned out Ming Ming could do better than remember. She has a talent I had never heard of and have never met since. Spirit platform, they call it. It is rare enough that most elementals go their whole lives without meeting one. Hers is three-colored: fire, water, and dark, all three. Which means she can hold the true spirit of a dead elemental inside her own flame and, one day, give it back. She planted Flame Chi Luo in her own fire pillar before she left the crater. She told me, she said, "See you later, Sister Yan." Up on the rim, an hour and 11 minutes after she went in, the water went bright underneath me and something came up out of the vent and hit me in the chest hard enough to knock me back a meter. She was on my collar with both arms around my neck, and she said, in an actual voice, for the first time in her life, "Master." I did not say anything for a while. I want to be clear that I am aware how that sounds, and I do not care. There was a problem attached, and the problem started the following morning. Ming Ming woke up at about 1.5 meters tall, in armor, with a spear, and announced that she would be sleeping in my cabin from now on, the same as Eleanor, and could not understand why this was being discussed. "You were the size of a spoon," I said. "Yesterday morning. You were my little sister." She said that was yesterday. I said some words about Flame Chi Luo under my breath that I will not repeat here because I genuinely want to know what else that woman put into her head down there. I do not believe for a moment that it was all fire technique. The negotiation ran for about a week, and I lost it in stages. The final stage came after she took a two-headed eagle out of the sky by herself, at which point she landed on the deck, held out one hand, and stated her price for the kill. 1 kiss, in front of the crew. And she did not let go afterward either, and Eleanor watched the entire thing with an expression I can only describe as an older sister watching a younger sister successfully rob a bank. The dragon blood situation, meanwhile, got worse. I fished up a blood fusion agent, blue quality, which is the item that merges bloodlines. I was pleased with myself for about 40 seconds until I read the requirement and found out it was too weak to touch either of the vials I owned. So I fed the agent to my talent and asked for a special item, and out came a bloodline evolution potion. Gold, which is a magnificent item, which is worth more than the agent, which is also, and I cannot stress this enough, not a fusion agent. I now had 3 Golden Dragon Emperor bloodlines in my hold, and nothing on the entire continent capable of putting them together. Every single day that machine gave me something better than I asked for, and slightly to the left of what I needed. And after 4 weeks of it, I had stopped asking what I needed before I pulled the lever. I had started saying, aloud, alone in my cabin, "All right, what is it going to be this time?" The next thing the resource rod pulled up was gold, and it weighed about as much as a bag of cement. Chaos Heavenly Exotic Beast Egg. 1/2 meter tall, gray and white, cold, and as hard under my hand as a paving stone. A born beast with no upper limit. Not a strong beast, not a rare one. One with no ceiling written into it at all, which in a world where everything has a number on it is close to a religious statement. The description told me exactly nothing about how to hatch it, so I put it in the corner of my cabin, and for about a week I used it as furniture, and then I asked Ming Ming to sit on the mast at night and keep it slightly warm, the way you would leave bread near a stove. It took a great deal longer than a week. It was worth all of it. We will get there. Liang Qingdai arrived out of a single spirit crystal. 1 crystal. Into the machine, and out of the machine came a forest fairy the size of my palm, epic quality, class Forest Archer, and a talent listed as Crystal Detection, which meant she could smell ore veins through rock. She started talking in the first second she was alive, which put her about 3 days ahead of Ming Ming, and she has not stopped since. She adopted my shoulder as an address, and Eleanor as a mother figure, and the whale as a vehicle, and I acquired a household. Which brings me to the map. The storm had carried us for 2 full days, and by the time it let go of us, my island, the black dot in the corner of the only map fragment I owned, was 10 days of sailing away. 10 days. There were 4 weeks left in the founding period. 10 days out and back, on a route full of monsters, in a season that had already tried to drown me twice. So I went into my storage and took out a piece of paper I had made on day 4 out of a betting blueprint, back when I was a man with 1 hero and a leaking cabin, and which I had activated the same evening without telling anybody and then not thought about for a month. Track point teleportation map. Every route I had sailed since that day was on it. Every point I had passed through was a door. I found the point on my own old track closest to the island, and I opened it. The portal that came up was not a doorway. It was a hole in the world the width of my entire ship, and my helmsman took one look at it and asked, in a very small voice, whether I was sure. "I have been sure since the 4th day," I said. "Take her through." We came out 300 kilometers up course in the time it takes to walk the length of a deck. No more fishing, I told the crew. No more hunting. No more ice. No more trading. We run day and night until we see land. Somebody in the World Channel asked me that week what the first place reward actually was, because nobody below the top 30 had ever seen one. They had all decided it was probably nothing. So I posted a screenshot. Hall of Heroes, gold quality. The building where your dead heroes come back at full strength and stand on your walls forever. The channel went quiet, and then it went strange. Somebody wrote that they had gotten the green item that morning and had been happy about it all day and would now like to be left alone. Somebody wrote that the gap between people is wider than the gap between people and dogs and got 400 agreements. And somebody wrote, "Thanks, boss. I will probably never see a gold item again in my life, so thanks for this." I did not answer that one. There was nothing to say to it that was not either a lie or cruelty. 2 more things came out of the machine before we sighted land, and both of them mattered later. A beast cage, gold. You swear a blood oath on it, and after that it will capture, without fail and without resistance, any beast up to 3 levels below you and not above your own quality. Without fail. In a world that is otherwise entirely made of probability, I now owned one guarantee. And then, at sunset on the 9th day, the crisis alarm went off and something came out of the sun. 2-headed bald eagle. Blue, level 16, 100 strength. It was coming down at the deck at a speed that meant it had picked us out from a very long way away. Eleanor did something new. She called an angel of light, 3 meters of it, a sword in both hands, standing on the air over my ship, and my crew stopped what they were doing to look at it, which, in retrospect, they should not have done. The eagle took the angel's wings off in one pass. The angel took one of the eagle's heads. Then the eagle turned away. It made a broken sound, tilted, and flew off to the north, and half my deck exhaled. And about 600 meters out, it rolled over, hit extreme speed, and came back on a completely different line, straight at the one target on the whole ship that had not stood up. Ming Ming was in a deck chair. She had not moved during the entire fight. She had one arm behind her head and a cup of something on her stomach, and she had been, as far as anybody could tell, asleep. She was smiling before it was halfway back. The spear came up out of nothing, and the eagle came apart on it, and whatever that spear does, it does not leave much behind. 2 seconds. She threw what was left of it over the rail with her fingertips, made a face, and clapped the dust off her hands. Then she asked for her kiss. Land came the following morning. Zhang Bo came down the ladder at a run with his face completely red and could not get the first word out. "My lord, 1 hour. 1 hour, and we are there." I went up on deck and stood at the bow while the sun came up. I let myself do the thing I had not let myself do for a month, which was look backward. 29 days. 1 plank. A piece of wood the system had described as suitable only for the intellectually disabled. Then a 3-meter boat. Then a cabin. Then a whale on a rope because I could not afford oars. And now 4 decks under my feet, a fire god asleep on the rail, a night hunter in my shadow, a healer at my elbow, a fox with 9 tails on the roof of the cabin, and a forest fairy asleep in my collar. I did not say any of that. I was extremely aware of how it would have sounded. Then the lookout screamed, "Land! Land! Boss, it is huge!" It came up out of the haze slowly, the way big things do, and it kept coming up. It did not stop, and by the time the whole of it was in front of us, the horizon had a shape in it from one side of my vision to the other. The crew wanted to land immediately, all of them. Zhang Bo had the helm over before I said anything. "No," I said, "hold her off." Because everybody in that ocean was going to land on the first beach they saw, plant their core in the sand, and spend the rest of the era with a capital in a bad place. And you get 1 core. "We are going to go around it first," I said. All of it. I want the shape of the coast. I want to know where the fresh water comes out. And I want a harbor. Not a beach, a harbor. It took a week to sail around it. Sand on the south side, and behind it, a forest that went back further than I could see. Rivers, and I counted them. The smallest was 2 meters across, and the largest was 20, which meant fresh water in quantity, which meant a city that does not die in its first summer. Cliffs 100 meters high on the east face, beautiful and completely useless. And then, on the northwest, the coast folded inward into a triangle of deep blue water with a river mouth beside it and high ground behind. I stood at the rail and looked at that bay for a long time. That, I said, that is the port. Anue went ashore that night to scout because she is a night hunter and the dark is not a difficulty for her, it is a working condition. Ming went with her, riding on a whale who had shrunk himself to the size of a large dog and was extremely pleased about being able to come along. They came back at dawn on the 7th day, and Zhang Bo gave his report first, and it was all good news. My lord, the island is enormous. There are a dozen places we could put ports. There is more fresh water than we could use in 10 years. This is a perfect site for a territory. Then Anue gave hers. She had found the best building ground on the island. Higher than the bay, flat, defensible, and sitting right at the head of the river where the water comes out of the rock clean. It is currently occupied, she said. By what? By wolves. A great many wolves, in one pack, under a purple wolf, at level 18. Eleanor said, we can handle an 18. You can handle a wolf at 18, said Anue. Even a tiger is afraid of a pack. And then she added the part that actually mattered, in the same flat tone she uses for everything. In one night of scouting, I counted 5 or 6 purple-grayed beasts, and one at level 21. I asked her whether she had seen anything gold. No, she said, not yet. Not yet. She said it exactly like that, and nobody in the room enjoyed it. The wolf den was a shelf of rock over the river, with bones scraped clean in front of it, and trails worn into the stone by generations of feet. The first one that came out to look at us was an azure mane wolf, blue quality, level 18, 119 strength. The first one. The scout. The one they send when they are not worried. It put its head back and called, and 30 more came out of the caves behind it. They did not rush, which is the part that unsettled me. They came out and spread along the rock in a line, and waited to be told. Anue said, my lord, may I? Then she walked out in front of all of them, and dropped a dome of black over the entire shelf. Darkness. Erosion. From the outside, you cannot see into it at all. What you get is sound. For 5 minutes, I stood there listening to a pack of 30 wolves make noises that went from fury to confusion to something else entirely. Nobody on my side said a word, and Eleanor put her hand on Liang Qingdai's ears. Then the dome came apart, and Anue walked out of it, putting her sword away. 11 of them did not walk out. After that, it was work. I put down 3 ice golems. Eleanor called 5 angels, which she had never done before, and the sky over that ridge filled up with wings. And Ming went in with the spear. I had not seen the spear used properly at that point. It has a habit that I do not enjoy watching. It goes through a thing, and then the thing is empty, and Ming is brighter. I stood at the back of my own battle line and thought, quietly, that I should probably stay on her good side forever. The pack leader came out last, and he was not a wolf the way the others were wolves. Purple quality, level 18, 167 strength, and eyes that did not have any animal in them at all. He looked at his shelf, at 11 bodies and 30 more coming apart around them. He understood everything, and then he did something that I have not seen before or since. He got angry, and the anger changed what he was. His coat went from blue to purple in about 4 seconds, his eyes went gold, and a crescent mark burned itself onto his forehead, and the panel over him rewrote from the top. Purple Moon Demon Wolf, gold quality, level 19, 192 strength. Look, I said to nobody. Leveling up from rage is one thing, everybody does that. Improving your quality tier from rage is frankly indecent. Ming went gold and threw the spear. It went through him and kept going and pinned him to the ground, and then she landed on the shaft and took the rest. And I stood there watching a gold quality wolf get drained by a woman who had, a month earlier, lived in my shirt pocket. I said to Eleanor in a completely level voice, Do you think she would ever do that to me? Eleanor said she did not think so. I noted that she did not say no. Then the second pack leader came down out of the mountain pass, Azure main wolf leader, purple, level 23, 264 strength, level 23, with 30 more wolves behind him, arriving after the fight was supposedly over, which is the oldest trick in nature, and I fell for it completely. Ming Ming changed again, and this time the fire was black. The meteors came down on the tree line, and the black fire would not go out. It does not go out. Wolves rolled in the dirt and rolled in the river, and it stayed on them. The noise that made was the single worst sound of my first month. The leader kept his head. He came through the middle of it and started handing out a ring of wind to his own, one at a time, faster, tighter, buying them seconds. And I understood, watching him do that, why he had come. These were the last grown males of his clan. Behind him in those caves were the old ones and the young ones, and without the males on this ridge, none of them lived through winter. He had not come to defend a territory. He had come because the arithmetic left him nothing else. I respected that a great deal, and then I killed him. I took out a jade pendant I had been carrying since the treasure hunt, a swan bird token, single use, and I broke it. 6 meters of red bird came down out of a clear sky and drove him into the ground. I had planned to stand there with my arms folded while it happened, because I am a human being and I had earned one cool moment. The pressure wave went through my shield, picked me up, and put me on my back in the grass about 4 meters from where I had been standing. Eleanor got to me first, and what she asked, with genuine curiosity, was, "Why did you not dodge?" "I am fine," I said, from the ground. "Let us go and look at the wolf." The wolf dropped a den. Purple Moon Wolf Den, gold quality. A building where wolves slowly rise in quality on their own, and where, after a blood oath, they belong to whoever owns the ground. A pillow handed to a man already falling asleep. I carried the 11 survivors into it myself. Then I went into the caves, because I had been thinking about the second leader's maths. I brought out what the pack had left behind, which was the old ones and the pups. "The old ones cannot hunt," one of my people said. "No," I said, "but they can pull a cart." Nobody in my city eats for free, and nobody in my city gets left in a hole either. Then I founded the territory. I did it properly, and this is the part I am most pleased with out of the whole month. I had a terrain change card, purple. 30 minutes of authority over the shape of the land inside 100 miles. Most lords use those to flatten a hill. I stood on the high ground above the plain, and I cut a new river out of the southwest corner of the lake. I ran it around the plain and back into itself, so that the ground where my capital was going to stand was ringed by water on every side. A moat that nobody had to dig, that never needs repair, that was there before the walls. Then I took 2 smaller channels off the mountain river and laid them across the approaches from the forest, because beasts do not like crossing moving water, and I saw no reason to argue them out of that. Then I put the core down in the center. The Lord's Manor Style selection card opened up a catalog, and what was in it is the first thing that showed me how big this game gets. A black castle shaped like a sword, a white domed palace, a blue one, a red one that was frankly vampiric, circular palaces, a tree with portals growing out of the branches, a mountain riddled with halls, and an entire underground world listed as a residence, as though a man might reasonably want one. I picked the 9-tiered palace in red and gold because I have taste. What I received was a courtyard with a meeting hall and 4 rooms in it. The catalog, it turns out, shows you the style. It does not show you the size. The size comes from the level of your territory, and my territory was level 1, and so I became the first lord in the world with a 9-tiered red and gold palace consisting of 1 yard, 1 hall, and 4 bedrooms. The territory was called Hai Liang, and then the sky spoke, 3 times, to everybody. Lord Liang Wei has founded the territory of Hai Liang. As the first, he is granted the title First City Lord under Heaven. Then it said it again. Then it said it a 3rd time, and by the 3rd time, 10,000 surviving lords in 3 oceans had stopped whatever they were doing. The World Channel that hour was something I saved a copy of. Somebody wrote that the gap between them and the boss was now wider than the gap between a man and a wild pig. Somebody wrote, "I nearly gave up 4 days ago. Thank God I did not settle on that abandoned island." Somebody else asked, seriously, whether it was over now. Whether the first one to plant a core had won and everyone else was playing for second. I could have answered that, I had an old turtle's warning and a dead lord's empty city and a walled ruin nobody had looted sitting in my notes. I knew perfectly well that founding the territory was not the end of the test. I did not answer it. I am not a charity. The title came with a reward, and the reward was a talent slot, plus 2 gold items chosen from 5. A terrain change card rated for 1,000 miles, a hero card, a blood fusion agent, a disaster relief card, which exempts your territory from all disasters for 1 month, and the Wan Chang shop, which is a shop that stocks goods from across the entire continent. I took the shop and the fusion agent. I did not take the disaster relief, and Eleanor asked me why, since it was free. I gave her an answer that I still believe. Those born in sorrow live. Those born in comfort die comfortable. If the disasters are how they sort us, I would rather be sorted early, while I am still small enough to run. Then I drank the dragon blood. 3 vials. Azure, nether. The golden evolution potion. All of them dragon emperor grade. All of them useless separately, and 1 agent capable of merging them. What came out was a single vial labeled Azure Dragon Emperor Blood, gold quality, requirement 60 average attributes, and 1 line of warning underneath it in a color the system does not usually bother with. The body may be torn apart. I had a healing bead. I swallowed the bead first and the vial second, and I did not think about it very hard, because thinking about it was not going to improve the odds. I am not going to describe the next 20 minutes in detail. What I will say is that it was destruction and repair happening at the same time, in the same body, at the same speed, and that An Yue and Gao Li stood in that room the whole time, and neither of them has ever once made a joke about it since. It felt like 1,000 small cuts arriving one after another with no gap between them. What I got for it was this. Every attribute I had went from 60 to 80, and a new line appeared on my panel that had never been there before, under a heading called Bloodline. Saint Demon Dragon, 2 forms, Saint and Demon, 20% to everything, 50% resistance to both light and darkness, 8 new skills, and wings. There was also a 3rd form listed, and it was grayed out, and it did not say what it was. I went outside and stood in my own courtyard in my own territory, and opened a pair of wings for the first time, and nearly took the roof off my 4-room, 9-tiered palace. 2 days later, I found a tiger and a leopard trying to kill each other in the eastern woods, both blue, both level 14. It went the way those things go, which is that the tiger got its jaws on the leopard's throat, and then held on for a full minute after the leopard had stopped moving. A careful animal, I said. Then I had An Yue come out of the shadow behind the winner and settle the argument for good, because I am a careful animal too. In the tiger's cave there was a flower, azure flower, purple quality. It cleanses the bloodline of a beast and raises its quality. I fed it to Hualong, who had been purple since the interworld battle and had recently begun sulking about it, and my whale came apart and rebuilt himself for the 3rd time in 5 weeks. Golden striped narwhal, gold quality. Black, with gold lines running the length of him, and a silver horn 1.5 meters long coming out of his head, and a new skill called Thunderstorm, which he demonstrated on a sandbar, and which I have since forbidden him from demonstrating anywhere near the harbor. I threw the roots out to the wolves. Whichever one got there first got the benefit. I have never seen a fairer competition in my life. Then I went around my new country carving names into rocks, because nobody had done it, and somebody had to. The lake is Hai Liang. The river that comes down out of the far mountains is Yuan Shan. The one that runs through the middle I named Liang, after myself, because it is my island, and I do what I want. And the one I made with the terrain card, the ring of water that has no source anywhere in nature because I put it there 30 minutes after I arrived, that one I called Sheng Yu, out of nothing. There is a bridge over it. I never thought of a name for the bridge. It is on all my maps as the Nameless Bridge, and it will be on them forever, because by the time I had a better idea, it had already stuck. The next hero card came up gold and gave me a tiger, Mei Hu. 6'1", dressed in hides, arms like a woman who wrestles cattle recreationally, and a pair of tiger ears on her head with the tail to match. Legendary. Class, Shield Guardian, Tiger Body, 20% to everything when she takes the beast form. Shield Bash, Tiger Roar, which throws a defensive shield across the entire squad at once and which changed how I fight a crowd. And one skill called Bubble Defense. 1 second of complete invulnerability for a mana cost that made my eyes water when I read it. 1 second. It sounds like nothing, Write it down and it looks like a typographical error. It is the difference between a story that ends and a story that continues. It has saved my life twice since, and both times it was 1 second. She also does not walk anywhere if she can help it. She turns into 3 meters of tiger and stands there expecting you to get on, and if you decline, she looks so openly and personally disappointed that you get on anyway. Gao Li, my other shield, watched her train for one afternoon and then went and stood by himself at the wall for a while. He is a good man. He never said a word about it, then or later. I could read the entire thing off his back, and what it said was, roughly, "It is not that I am bad. It is that the competition is monstrous." I doubled his ration allocation that week and did not explain why. The thing in the forest happened 4 days later. An azure light went up out of the trees to the east, straight up, tall enough to see from the wall, and it did not fade. And within about 10 minutes, every large animal on that half of the island was running toward it. Wolves in numbers. Mammoths coming through the undergrowth in a line and not going around anything. Bulls the size of freight carts. Eagles arriving low over the canopy in a hurry, and, last, unhurried, coming down out of the higher air with the confidence of something that has never had to arrive early. A dragon with 3 heads. In the middle of the clearing was a jade box. My identification skill looked at that box and gave me nothing at all. No name, no quality, no level. A blank panel, which I had never once seen and have seen only twice since. So I got up a tree and sat in it for 40 minutes and let them fight over it. That is not cowardice. That is the single most profitable habit I developed in my first 2 months. Everything on that island wanted that box. None of them wanted it more than they wanted to stop each other having it. I could have gone in first and fought all of them, or I could sit in a tree. When it thinned out, there were 3 left standing, all purple, all with strength over 100, and all 3 of them turned around at the same moment and looked directly at the tree I was in. That was my first real fistfight. I went into the demon dragon form on the way down and caught a crane the size of a bus by one leg and threw it into the 3-headed dragon, which is, without qualification, the most satisfying thing I have ever done with my hands. The bear was harder. Earth attributed, heavy, patient, and completely uninterested in being clever. It did not have a combination. It had one move and enough mass behind it that the move was sufficient. And in the middle of that fight, I discovered that one of the skills that had come with the dragon inheritance is called Fighting Demon Dragon, and what it does is very simple. The longer the fight goes, the stronger I get, which is a skill designed for a person who is willing to be losing for a while. So I lost for a while. The version that gets repeated is a great deal tidier than the afternoon actually was. I took 2 hits I should not have taken. I lost about 9 meters of ground I did not want to lose. At one point, I was in a stream, and then I lay down. That was not a plan I formed in advance. I went down under a swipe, and then I simply stayed down. I let it come and stand over me, and when it raised its foreleg to finish it, I got both hands on the leg and pulled. It went over backwards. After that, it was fists, and I do not recommend the sensation to anybody, and I do recommend the result. The 3-headed dragon I finished in the other form, Saint Dragon, white wings, a sword made out of light rather than metal. There is a skill on that side called Holy Light Slash, which I had not used yet because I had not needed to. It went down the length of that thing from the center head to the tail, and there was no second cut required, and no third. In the box was an orb. Transformation orb, gold quality. It lets a beast take human form, and once it has, it can learn skills, and it may awaken a talent. I closed the lid, sat down on the box in the wreckage of a clearing, and worked out slowly that I had just acquired the ability to turn animals into people. I have not used it yet. I have thought about it a great deal. There is a whale who has been very patient with me for 2 months and who cannot tell me what he wants, and one of these days I am going to find out whether he wants that. I am slightly afraid of the answer. Meihu looked at me differently after that fight, and she was not subtle about it. Among the tiger clans, she told me later, nothing is worth as much as what you can do with your own hands. She had contracted to a lord who fights with elementals and ice puppets and a shop account. She had assumed, entirely reasonably, that he was a man who stands at the back and issues instructions. She had now watched me put a bear on its spine in a stream. I have never had to ask her for anything twice since. Across the northern river there was a camp. A square kilometer of it behind a timber palisade with watchtowers at the corners and black leopards walking patrol outside the wall on their own, unaccompanied, on a route, which told me immediately that somebody in there had an animal talent and had had it for years. And down at the water, washing fish in the shallows, there was a girl with white cat ears and a white tail, and she was singing. Not humming, singing, badly, at volume, with confidence, and stopping every so often to laugh at herself, and then starting again in a different key. I lay in the reeds and watched a member of an unknown armed camp be openly and uncomplicatedly happy. I could not make it fit anything I had been assuming for the last 2 days. Her sister had awakened a talent the day before. There was going to be a feast that night. Her entire ambition for the evening, which she stated to a fish in detail, was to eat so much grilled fish that she would be unable to stand up afterward. That, I said quietly, is not a captive. Or she has a very specific hobby. Then I backed out of those reeds without touching a single thing and went home to get a proper report, because the difference between a raid and a disaster is usually one afternoon of patience. Anue's report came the following morning, and it was short because hers always are. 300 people, almost all of them weak, 2 of them not. The chief has a talent for controlling beasts, which explains the leopards and the route they walk. And the older sister awakened something the day before yesterday that the entire camp is still excited about, which means they do not yet know what it is. She delivered all of that standing in my map room, in her flat voice, while Mingming sat directly on top of the map, in the middle of the terrain I was being briefed on, eating breakfast. I asked her to move. She said no. Anue paused, looked at the top of the fire god's head for about 2 seconds, and said nothing at all. I also said nothing. The report continued around her. We took the camp 4 days later, and I would like it on the record that nobody died on either side. The leopards went into the river first, because a blue-eyed leopard standing in a current is a leopard that is thinking about the current and not about the tree line. 20 shields went east and north and made noise. The main body went south, loudly, with drums, at a pace that looked like commitment and was not. And I went in through the front gate. I knocked the girl at the water unconscious, gently, from behind, because you do not kill a subject you are in the process of acquiring. Then I put on a 1,000-faced mask and a set of 1,000 variations clothes and became her. Then I rolled in the sand where she had been sitting, thoroughly, for about a minute, because the mask copies a face and it does not copy a smell, and there were leopards on that gate, and a leopard does not check identification. They sniffed me for 4 of the longest seconds of my life, and then lost interest and let me through. Inside, I changed again, into a face nobody in that camp had ever seen, which is a considerably better disguise than a face they know, because a stranger gets looked at once and a friend gets talked to. Then I walked the entire place at a stroll with my hands behind my back. 9 towers. Guard rotation loose and getting looser toward the middle of the day. Grain stores on the east side with no guard at all, and every single person on those walls looking outward at the noise from the south. Then I walked into the chief's own quarters and put him in a hold from behind. Level 18. Attributes around 120. He was not a small problem, and he did not panic, which I respected then and respect now. His granddaughter did the panicking for him, and she did it by attacking my mind. It was entirely new to me, and it needs describing properly. There was no spell, nothing came at me across the room. The room simply filled with monsters, 20 of them arriving from every direction at once. And every part of me responsible for deciding what is real agreed without hesitation that they were there. Fey Whisper. I did not know her name yet. What I knew was that my own head had been turned against me by a girl standing in a doorway with her hands at her sides and no expression at all. The chief broke my hold in the gap that bought him and came up with a black axe. I kicked him through his own wall. And then, on the ground outside, in the wreckage of his house, with the fight already decided, he did the thing that changed my entire plan for that island. I looked down at him and told him to surrender, and he looked back up and said, "Even if I die, my people will not be your slaves." I stood there for a second. Then I said, "I do not want slaves. I want subjects. The same rights as anybody else in Hyliang, the same rations, the same protection. You keep your people, you keep your name, you answer to me." And this man, who had just been kicked through a wall by a stranger wearing an unfamiliar face, said, in complete confusion, "You are not a slaver." That is when I got the rest of it. The white cats had been cargo, 300 of them out of 1,000, on a ship going somewhere they were going to be sold, and a wave took that ship apart in the night. The survivors washed up on the north shore of my island and built a palisade and had been waiting ever since for the next ship to arrive. That is why the girl at the river had been so loud about a feast. 300 people in a stockade, in a world that had only ever come for them once, throwing a party because somebody's sister had a talent. I told him I was a lord of the heavenly mandate. He dropped the axe. He did not put it down. He dropped it in the dirt and went down on one knee and started talking very fast about the heavenly wing tribe, who attached themselves to a mandate lord 400 years ago and who are now one of the 10 great clans of the continent, and who are cited in that world the way people back home cite a lottery winner. I asked whether he was worried I would betray him. He gave me a look I keep returning to many times since. Not bitter, just tired and extremely practical. "Whether I fought you or not," he said, "the outcome is the same. Only the method changes." Then I awakens their talents, which is the single best money I have ever spent in any world. I had an awakening stone, blue quality, which the machine had made out of a green one on a boat weeks earlier. Once a day, 10 purple crystals a use. Rose went first because she has been with me since the second week and because she asked last, which is exactly like her. She awakened a talent called Endowment. Sun Yi, the girl from the river, came out epic grade, profession florist, with a talent called Whisper. She can hear plants. We tested it on the pot beside my bed because it was the nearest plant in the building. She put her hand on it and went completely still and then went scarlet from the collarbone upward. "My lord," she said, "it says it is bored. It says there is not a single female flower in this entire room and it is suffocating." Every person in that hall developed an immediate and urgent interest in the floor. Faye Whisper's ears went red at the tips, which I am told does not happen, and had not happened in the memory of anyone present. Faye Whisper herself came out epic as well, profession apothecary, and her talent is called Chaos God. Illusions and direct attacks on the mind, which I had already experienced from the receiving end in her grandfather's bedroom. Her panel would not open for me. I could not read her at all, which had never happened. It took me a minute to work out why, which was a moon jade ring on her right hand. Her grandfather had found it in a cave 3 years earlier, along with a gold-quality awakening stone, which is where her talent had come from the previous week. I handed the ring back to her. She looked at it sitting in my open palm for about 3 seconds before she took it. I could have kept it. She knew I could have kept it. Everybody in that room knew I could have kept it, and that no one would have said anything. That is the entire reason I gave it back. 2 days later, Sun Yi committed the greatest crime in the history of my territory. There was a feast on. She left it early, and she went up to my room and put her hand on that pot by my bed and read the plant's memory of the previous night. Plants remember absolutely everything and have no discretion whatsoever. Eleanor found her there. So did I. So, unfortunately, did the delegation of 6 people who were coming up the stairs behind me to discuss grain allocation for the incoming 300, including her own grandfather. She had gone red enough to read by. Her ears were twitching. Her tail was going like a metronome set for a fast piece, and her legs, she informed us later, had simply stopped working, which is the only reason she had not made it under the bed. The only sentence she managed to produce, to the room, in a very small, horrified voice was, "I did not think my lord could be so shameless." Her grandfather was on his knees, begging for her life before I had finished opening my mouth. Her punishment was 1 week as my personal attendant. The old man thanked me at considerable length for my mercy and left the room walking noticeably faster than a man in disgrace ought to walk. It took me until the following afternoon to work out that I had been comprehensively played by a grandfather. The wall went up that week, and it cost me 4,000 stones, 500 meters on a side, 2 meters high. That is all. An abyss holy wall, rated in its own description to stop a strike from a king-level being, and what it looks like standing in front of it is a low garden wall that a determined man could get over with a running start and a friend to boost him. I walked the whole length of it the first evening with my hand on the stone, and I could not have explained to anybody why it made me feel so much better. 6 archer towers spaced along it, 371 subjects inside it, 8 heroes, 80 soldiers under arms and drilling every morning in a yard I had flattened myself with a terrain card. Every condition met. I opened the upgrade panel expecting 10,000 and paid it, and then looked at my remaining balance and found an extra 1,000 sitting in it. I actually recounted twice. Then I went and read my own title again, all the way to the bottom, which I had never done. First City Lord under heaven. 10% reduction on all territory construction. Somewhere up in the sky, a system had quietly handed me a permanent discount on every building I would ever raise for the rest of my life, and had not considered it worth mentioning at the ceremony. The only reason I ever found it is that I am the kind of person who checks his change in a shop. The title is not decoration, I told Eleanor that evening. The title is a subsidy. The next level of wall was 24,000 stones. I closed the panel, put my head in my hands for a moment, and went to look at my new shop instead. The Wancheng shop came out of its card as a 100-square-meter palace with a colonnade, which is roughly 14 times the total floor area of my 9-tiered imperial residence, a fact I have made my peace with and would prefer not to discuss. There were already 2 women standing inside it, not summoned, not spawned out of light, standing, in uniform, behind a counter with a ledger open in a building that had existed for 11 seconds. The manager introduced herself as Mei Lingyun and her assistant as Su Jia, and when I asked how they had gotten in, Mei Lingyun explained, in the tone of a woman answering a question she has answered 400 times, that they had been teleported, that they could not leave, and that this was entirely normal. Not could not leave in the sense of were not permitted. Could not, in the sense that the contract their master signed with the Celestial Mother runs through the walls of that building. The building is where they live, in whatever territory it is placed in, for as long as the contract stands. I asked how long that was. She said that depended and offered me tea. Their master is called the Flower Fairy. Her territory is not on any continent. It is a small world of her own, which I learned that afternoon is a privilege reserved for the very highest lords in existence, and which is the exact moment I stopped believing the latter had a top. They tier their customers. 7 levels of them. Tier 1 begins at 1 gold stone of lifetime spending. Every tier after that is 10 times the one below, which makes Tier 7 10 billion white stones. I ask, out of pure curiosity, how many Tier 7 customers there were. 3,729, said Mei Lingyun, without looking it up. There are 3,729 beings on that continent who have each personally spent 10 billion white stones in one shop. And I had, 4 days earlier, celebrated making 120,000 in a single evening selling blankets. I had thought of it as a triumph, and I still do. Then she told me something she did not mean to tell me, in the middle of a sales pitch, as color. There have not been any lords of the heavenly mandate for 200 years. 200 years. And the ones who survived the last era, without exception, are now the top of the world. I did not react. I asked a follow-up question about pricing and let her carry on, but that is the sentence I took away from that shop, and it is the reason I never once, after that afternoon, thought of the trial as a competition against the other 10,000 people in the water. Then she started selling, properly, and I watched her do it, and I understood her as well. Mei Lingyun took the manager's post to get out of a marriage her family had arranged for her. She goes home when she hits her sales target, and not 1 day before. The target is set by somebody who does not want her to come home. She had just been assigned a brand new lord with a territory that had 4 rooms in it. I could see her praying, politely and professionally, over the counter, that I would turn out to be an ore vein. Reader, I was. The old man in the northern mountains was a different category of problem entirely. There is a cottage up there with flowers growing out of the roof, in a valley that does not appear on any survey I have run before or since. I found it by accident on a mapping flight, and immediately decided that the correct move was to leave. He found me anyway. I used every concealment effect I own, including 2 I had never tested. He walked up to the rock I was behind and said good afternoon to it. Then he put a barrier around the pair of us. I hit that barrier with the heavenly dragon staff in spear form, at full strength, with the dragon in me adding everything it had. It did not ripple. So I took a gold scroll out of my sleeve. He backed off immediately, both hands up, a very small old man in green robes saying, "No need for that. There is no need for that at all. We are only talking." And then, quite distinctly, under his breath, he muttered, "Is this child really so frightened of dying?" Yes. Obviously, yes. That is precisely why I am not. He calls himself Elder Grove. What he actually is, as far as I could get out of him across about an hour, is a demonic plant that has taken human shape. The title attached to him is Azure Wood Emperor. Emperor, the fifth stage. The one the treasure hunt scroll had described as the sort of thing my new wall might survive one strike from. I mentioned the mountain turtle I had drunk wine with. Gold quality, level 22, the largest living thing I had ever seen or expect to see. He called it a little turtle, fondly. The way you talk about a nephew who is doing well. We made a deal that afternoon, and the terms are the strangest I have ever agreed to. He would help me once, whenever I called, with anything. And in exchange, at some point in the future, he would ask one thing of me, and I would do it. He declined to tell me in advance what category of thing it might be. I asked whether there were any limits on it. He said that there were, and did not say what they were. I took the deal anyway, and I would take it again. I have thought about that unspecified request roughly once a week since. He gave me a willow leaf as the token. I still have it. And on his way back to the cottage, without turning around, he gave me the sentence that ran in my head for the next 4 weeks. The one who founded the first territory in the previous trial, he said. Do you know how long he lived? I did not. 2 months, said Elder Grove, and closed his door. He gave me one other thing before that, and it turned out to matter more than everything else in the valley. A life orb, gold quality. He had looked at Liang Qingdai sitting on my shoulder about 4 minutes into the conversation, and said, without any preamble, that one has a flaw in her. She will not grow out of it because she was not born. She was made out of a crystal. She was made out of a crystal by me. On a boat. Out of a shop item, for 200 and something stones, because I was curious what would happen. I had never once thought about what that might have cost her. I gave her the orb. She was supposed to eat it. That is what it is for. She did not eat it. She held it in both arms, which took both arms, and asked me to carry her to the tree of life at the center of the territory. And there she opened her own hand and let a few drops fall on the orb, and then pressed the whole thing flat against the trunk. And the tree lit up. It went from 3 meters to 7 in about 90 seconds, and green sparks came off it in a cloud and went outward across the entire enclosure. They landed on the guards standing along the wall. They went through the mist trees down by the river. They went straight over the wall and settled on the fields, and every crop in every field visibly grew while people were standing in them. Liang Qingdai went from the size of my palm to the size of a person. Legendary. And the tree jumped from level 2 to level 6 in a single step, and woke up a talent of its own, listed on the panel as Ancient Abode of Life. She stood there at a meter tall with her hands on her hips, looking up at what she had just done, and announced to me, and to the tree, and to the entire territory that she was going to be the Empress of the Elves. She is the first spirit that tree has ever raised. She has been extremely clear with everybody about the implications of that ever since. At length, frequently, in meetings. Then I went to the Celestial Mother City because I had a deed to a house in it and no idea what the city actually was. It is 100 kilometers on a side, and it flies. It sits above an archipelago at a height that makes the islands underneath look like gravel scattered on blue paper, and there is a guard every 10 paces along every wall, and a magic turret every 100, and flying beasts in patrol above all of it in a rotation that has no gap in it anywhere. Only the top 100,000 lords in the ranking are admitted at all. There were 10,000 people in my region alone at the start of the month. I came in through the gate feeling like a farmer with mud on his boots, which is precisely what I was. They assign every new arrival a guide. Mine was called Chen Ruo, and she was the coldest person I have ever encountered in a customer-facing role. Pale, precise, entirely uninterested in the building or the view or me, and her first question, before hello, before her own name, before any part of the standard orientation, was this. Are you selling your territory core? Young lady, I said. I am fairly sure I am supposed to be the one asking the questions here. She did not apologize. She simply waited in case I changed my mind. She has, I found out much later, asked that question of every single new lord she has ever escorted, for years, without a single success. On the heavenly platform, they take a drop from you and read what you are. Mine came up gold. The light off that platform went up 2 full stories, and every official in that hall turned around at once. The clerk read out the words, Legendary Lord of the Heavenly Mandate, first of the day, in a voice that had gone noticeably strange in the middle. Chenruo looked at me then, actually looked properly for the first time for about a second and a half. Then she went back to being furniture. I spent the rest of that morning in the exchange hall learning what things cost in a city instead of on a boat. Blue unit nests, the kind I had been buying off drowning strangers for 108 stones, run between 100,000 and 300,000. Purple ones start at 500,000. A gold one was not listed. When I asked, the clerk explained that gold nests are not exchanged, they are inherited, and looked at me with something that was almost sympathy. I bought 2 green nests and 96 commoner cards, which is the municipal equivalent of buying rice and cooking oil. I did it with a completely straight face, and Chenruo watched me do it without a flicker of anything at all. I have never in my life felt poorer than I did standing in that hall with 140,000 stones in my pocket. And I had, at that exact moment, a house on one of its streets. I found out who my guide was from a crowd in the street. They parted for her, not politely, the way water goes around a rock. Her father is Li Che. He is called the Ice Emperor. He is 18th on the Heavenly Spirit list. He is one of the 5 commanders of that flying city. She is 23 years old and already at king rank, carrying the line of the 9 nether ices. I stood in that street doing some quiet arithmetic about the last 2 hours of my behavior and concluded, with relief, that I had not said anything actually fatal. Then a carriage came down out of the sky in front of the Hall of Merit, and it was being pulled by a qilin made of fire. The young man who got out of it had 2 attendants holding things for him, and the specific, unhurried walk of somebody who has never once had to be anywhere on time. He looked at Chenruo. Then he looked at me, and I watched him decide what I was in under a second. Xavier, son of the commander of the Western capital. And what is your status? He asked me. Qinghan does not have many friends. I am nobody, I said. What was going on in my head while I smiled at him was this. It was not defiance. It was, roughly, please, I have no interest whatsoever in whatever this is. You are a very large fish, and I am a skinny boy from a boat, and I would like to go and look at the shops. He smiled back. It was a good smile. There was nothing behind it at all. A tiger smiles too. The Yunding Trading House is 5 floors of shops arranged around an open well, with the auction floor above that, admission by pass only. I went to buy a map because my entire understanding of the world was still one fragment of blue paper with a black dot in the corner. They sell them by radius. White, 100 kilometers, 2,000. Green, 1,000 kilometers, 10,000. Blue, 5,000 kilometers, 50,000. Purple, 10,000 kilometers, 150,000. I bought the blue one at 60,000, and then found out the disc crumbles to dust after half a day. Half a day, 60,000 stones for an afternoon of geography. What saved me was a Wand 2 Pearl, which copies a map before it dies, and which I bought in a hurry from a stall on the 3rd floor, while my 60,000 stone purchase was already going pale at the edges. Then Chenruo took me to lunch and I read the menu. I am not going to itemize it. I will tell you that the meal she had ordered came to somewhere around 100,000 white stones, which is roughly what my entire territory generates in a good month, and that I read the total twice. Then I closed the menu, handed it back to her and said, "You are paying." She looked at me, and then Chenruo, daughter of the Ice Emperor, 18th on the Heavenly Spirit list, smiled for the first time all day. The trouble started at the auction door. There is a young man called Bai Ping, 2nd son of the head of that trading house. He is also in love with Chenruo. He had worked out that I did not have a pass, so he raised the tier of the evening's auction to the highest grade, which requires a pass I could not possibly own, so that I would be turned away at the door in front of her. And then, to make sure the humiliation landed, he told everyone in the hall beforehand that I was a lord of the heavenly mandate. Chenruo went pale. She had brought me. Refusing me entry at the door was going to be a story told in that city for a year. I took a silver pass out of my storage. I had found it 11 days earlier in a hidden vault under a dead mermaid's palace at the bottom of the sea, along with a scroll that freezes 1,000 miles. I had put it away without knowing what it was for. The 2 guards on that door looked at it. Then they looked at each other, and one of them said, in a whisper he thought was quieter than it was, "This is not what the young master ordered. The script does not work like this." We went in. The auction was where I finally understood the size of the world I had arrived in. Thundersea, gold quality. A sea of lightning 300 meters across, lethal to anything up to level 28, 40 gold stones. Chenruo raised her hand for it the way you order coffee. a psionic interference tower, gold quality. A mental attack covering 5 kilometers, including the air above it, 100 gold. Xavier took it and made sure I saw him take it. A mutated tiger orc, level 21, with white lightning on it, 30 gold. Then a map to the tomb of somebody called the Soundkill King went for 70 gold, which after the House Commission is 63, which is 630,000 white stones, for a map, because sound-based professions are vanishingly rare, and because that particular king reportedly killed an emperor once. And then they brought out the last lot of the night, a territory core. For a lord like me, that is a stone I have 4 of in a drawer. For the people in that room, born in this world, with no heavenly mandate and no chance of one, that stone is the only door there is. Buy it, plant it, and you become the thing that 10,000 of us were dropped into an ocean to become. Li Che, the Ice Emperor, bought the first one for his daughter. 10,000 gold stones, 100 million white, I said, in the honest surprise of a man who has been poor his entire life. Are these big shots idiots? 10,000 gold for a maybe? There was a small pause beside me. That is my father, said Shenruo. I took a drink of water. Tactically, it bought me about 4 seconds and did not help at all. At the banquet afterward, 2 people came to see me about my core, and neither of them asked. The first was the White Phoenix Empress, who told me to name my price and that she would meet it. The second was Xavier Thorne, commander of the Western Capital, Xavier's father, who offered me 5,000 gold and his personal protection for as long as I held my territory. 5,000. On an evening when one had just sold for 10 in the same building, I want the record to show that before either of them arrived, I had gone the entire length of that banquet table and quietly emptied it of every natural treasure on it, every fruit and root and pill that raises an attribute, into my storage ring. There were about 40. Then I sat down and started eating like a normal guest. Priorities, I told them both, pleasantly, that I was not selling. Xavier Thorne stopped being pleasant. Do you understand the consequences of refusing me? It is a transaction, I said. I am declining a transaction. Are you going to take it by force, in your own city, in front of everyone, at a party? He was not. That night, they came for me in the Fate Zone on my way out. 2 of them, in black, and one of them said, if you are Liang Wei, prepare to die, which is at least clear. I took the first hit in demon dragon form and went through a wall with it, and I coughed for a while afterward. And the entire time, I was waiting for the city rules to erase them. Violence between lords inside the Celestial Mother City is not permitted. It is the first thing they tell you at the gate. It is the reason 100,000 people who hate each other can walk the same streets. Nothing happened to them. They had an artifact. Somebody had paid a great deal of money for a way around the law of that city. I was standing in the gap it made. So I ran. Not away. Sideways, up the street, to open the distance, because I had bought something that afternoon and I needed room for it. Then I threw the Thunder Sea. Shenruo had given it to me at the door when we said goodbye. 40 gold stones, ordered like coffee, handed over like a business card. 400,000 white stones, I said, while 300 meters of the street turned into lightning. Gone. Just like that. Both of them went with it. And then 2 more came around the corner, from a completely different employer, because it was that kind of evening. I used the Mermaid Scroll. Frozen 1,000 miles, gold quality, out of a vault at the bottom of the ocean. I would like to apologize sincerely to everyone who happened to be walking through that district. 500 meters of street and buildings went white and stopped moving, including several people who had nothing to do with any of it. I went out over the top of it on saint's wings with my ears ringing. I found out later that there had been 3 separate parties in that street, not 2. Bai Ping wanted my territory core because his father's trading house wanted it. Xavier had arranged for Bai Ping to be visibly responsible for it so that Chen Ruo would learn who had tried to have me killed and it would not be him. And the third one had nothing to do with either of them. His name is Tseng Ching Fei Yun. You have met him already, if you are paying attention. Blue armor, a spear, standing behind a prince on a terrace under 200 meters of water, while 4 dragons pulled a palace past a mountain I was hiding behind. The Azure Sea Dragon King. He had smelled the dragon line in me at the banquet from across a room, and he had decided he wanted it. He had sent people to take it out of me the same night, the third prince's legendary hero, level 24, a creature I had once watched go by and thought of as weather. He knows my name now. He has known it since that night. Somewhere above all that, in a tower I have never been in, The city lord read a report about a purple token in my possession and said something that got repeated to me third hand about 3 weeks later. It is time, he said, to change the structure of the Celestial Mother City. The Celestial Mother herself acknowledged the loophole 2 days later, not with an apology. That is not how she operates. She acknowledged that her rules had been circumvented inside her own walls. She paid the difference, and what she paid it in was a talent orb, War God, gold quality, a second talent, legendary grade. Understand that most lords have one talent, and it is the ceiling of everything they will ever be. I had 100 transformations, which had built my entire life out of garbage, and now there was a second slot from the title with a war god sitting in it. It activates in 3 stages, and each stage costs 5 gold quality items to open. Stage 1 doubles your combat power, Stage 2 multiplies it by 4, Stage 3 multiplies it by 5, and there is no backlash. That is the part that matters. Berserker talents give you strength and then take a week of your life for it. This one just gives it to you and then stops. I did the sums on my own panel, sitting on the floor of my 4-room palace, and it came out like this. 80 in every attribute now, 400 at the 3rd stage. 400 is what a being looks like on the first day it becomes an emperor. 15 gold items to get there. I had, at that moment, 4, and that is what I was thinking about on the flight home. Not the assassins, not the auction, not the commander of the Western capital telling me what happens to people who decline him. I was thinking about Li Che. 400 or 500 years old, 18th on a list I had never seen the top of. Wealthy enough to spend 100 million on a maybe for his daughter. If a man like that has been collecting attribute treasures for 5 centuries, then there is no number I can put on him at all. He is not stronger than me by a factor. He is unmeasurable, in the plain sense that I do not own an instrument that would give a reading. I had been the first lord in the world for 5 weeks, and I had genuinely started to enjoy it. That city cured me of it in a day and a half. It was, again, the best thing that could have happened. The first thing I did when I got home was price the War God's first stage. The shopping list is worth reading out. Divine Essence Fruit, Lifeblood Flower, Meridian Grass, Soul Nourishing Fluid, Jade Muscle Vine, 138 gold stones, for stage 1 of 3. I was level 11. There were things walking around loose on my own island at level 23. That talent was the only lever in my possession capable of closing a gap like that. It cost more than everything I had ever owned put together. So I went and found money, the way I always do, by reading what other people need before they finish needing it. Every lord in that ocean was still out there looking for land. All of them. Weeks of it, drifting in circles. The most valuable object in the world to a man in that condition is a chart that tells him which way to point. The Wanchang shop sells one-way charts by the crate. They are cheap because they are junk. They show you a route in one direction, and then they are worthless. I bought them in bulk and put them into the trade channel at a markup that was, I will admit, aggressive. 155 charts. 31 gold stones of profit, which was good, and a jump to customer Tier 3 in my own shop, which was better, because Tier 3 unlocks a catalog that Tier 2 cannot see. The trade channel that day was a strange place to be. Half of it was calling me a profiteer. The other half was writing things like, "Boss Liang, please, save the child." I sold to both halves. Their money spends identically. And then I fell into the world under my island. That is not a figure of speech. I was in the Western Hills, chasing a mineral reading Liang Qingdai had picked up, and the floor of a cave gave out under me. I dropped about 40 meters through rock into a space that had wind in it. Wind. Underground. Which means volume, and volume underground means there is something down there worth the volume. I opened my wings about 2/3 of the way down, which is the only reason this is an anecdote and not an obituary. And then I hung there in the dark and looked at what was under me and could not get my head around the scale of it for about a minute. There is a sky down there. Not a real one. The cavern roof is so far up that it stops reading as a ceiling. It is seeded with something that gives off a pale light in a slow cycle, so that there is a day and there is a night. The people who live under it have grown up with both. And under that sky there are 3 kingdoms. Dwarves in the eastern galleries, in a city built into a cliff face in 9 tiers, with the smelters at the bottom and the halls at the top, and smoke going up in a straight line into a roof it never reaches. Elves in the middle, around a lake, in something I can only describe as a forest that has agreed to be architecture. and goblins in the west, and I have to be careful with that word because in my old world, goblin means something small and stupid. The goblin kingdom down there is the best engineered thing I have ever walked through. Their tunnels have gradients. Their bridges have expansion joints. Their charge timings, which I found out about later in a very direct way, are worked out on paper by people who write things down. 2 of their 3 kings are at emperor rank. They have been sealed under there for several hundred years. They have politics. They have trade agreements. They have a war they mostly stopped bothering with about a century ago, and have never formally ended because nobody wants to be the one who proposes it. And not one of them had the faintest idea that the island above their ceiling had just been claimed by a man with a 4-room palace. Here is what I felt, standing on a ledge in the dark looking down at 3 lit cities. It was not fear, and it was not greed. It was the specific embarrassment of a man who has just discovered that the house he bought has a family living in the basement, and that they have been paying the heating bill. Zara found me on the 2nd day. I was in the elf quarter with a stranger's face on, buying nothing and looking at everything. I did not hear her at any point. Anue caught her wrist about 11 centimeters from my spine. She did not panic. That is the first thing I knew about her. Most people, caught mid-strike by something that came out of a shadow, spend at least a second on being horrified. She looked at the hand on her wrist, looked at Anue, looked at me, and said, in a perfectly level voice, "Well, that is unfortunate." She is an assassin of the Crimson Charm Order, and she had been hired by a party who had noticed a foreign face asking careful questions. I asked who hired her. She told me immediately, without being pressed, and then explained that her contract had specified a living target, and that she was therefore already in breach, and would prefer to discuss employment. She has been with me ever since. She is also, to this day, the only person in my whole organization who will argue with me in front of other people, at length, using my own words back at me, with the flat serenity of a woman who has calculated exactly how much she is allowed to get away with and intends to spend all of it. I have never once corrected her for it. The day nobody in a room will contradict me is the day I make my first fatal mistake. I would very much like somebody to be in that room when it happens. And then there was Celeste, and Celeste is the reason I have been telling this whole story the way I have been telling it. I found her at the bottom of that world, in the deepest gallery the goblins had, in a chamber they had walled off and stopped using because the thing inside it made their workers uneasy. 12 skills, 3 talents, level 2. I read that panel 4 times standing in the doorway. 12 skills is a king. 3 talents does not happen, at any rank, to anybody. Level 2 is somebody who has been alive for about a week. She used to be above emperor rank. There is a thing her people can do, once, called burning essence. You put the entire accumulated weight of what you are into a single act, and whatever is left over afterward is what you get to keep being. She did it. She survived it, which almost nobody does, and what she came out as was a level 2 angel with the complete memory of having been something else. I asked her what she had spent it on. Her world is called the Angel Realm. It is gone, not conquered, not sacked, not ruined, eaten by things she called the world-destroying beasts. She had held a gate open with her own body long enough for as many of her people to get out as could reach it. The number who reached it was not a large number. She told me all of that standing perfectly straight with her hands folded in front of her in the voice you would use to read out a shipping manifest. Then she said that she understood I had paid a considerable sum for her and that she wished to state plaintiff that in her present condition she was not worth it and that she would not object if I disposed of the contract. And I said something to her then that I have been asked about since, usually by people who want to know whether I meant it at the time. "Your people are not gone," I said. "They are scattered. Scattered is a logistics problem. Logistics is the only thing I am actually good at." I told her I would give them back to her. I had no plan. And it was not foresight, whatever it has been reported as since. I said it because a woman was standing in front of me being reasonable about the end of her entire species. Somebody in that room had to be unreasonable, and there was nobody else in the room. The 3 kings held an auction 11 days later. I attended it wearing my own face, which was the first time anyone down there had seen it. I am not going to pretend it was a clean afternoon. The instruments they trade in down there are older than their war. When a kingdom takes prisoners, the prisoners come with a binding attached. The binding is the standard unit of account in every hall, and when I sat down at that table, everybody present assumed I would want the customary terms and expected me to haggle over the discount. I paid in contracts instead, written terms, obligations running in both directions, a stated duration and an exit clause that meant something and could be invoked by the other party without my consent. 3 kings watched me do that across an entire afternoon, and afterward, the vote in the room was about evenly split between the theory that I was a fool and the theory that I was extremely dangerous. Elder Gao Run of the Goblins asked me directly why. I told him the truth, which is that a person held by a binding works at the level the binding enforces, and a person held by a contract works at the level they choose, and that across 10,000 people over 10 years, the difference between those two numbers is larger than any army either of us could raise. He thought about that for a while, and then said that this was a very long way to look. I have to, I said. I am 26 days old down here. What I actually bought at that auction was a door, because Celeste's world still exists. That is the part nobody had ever told her, because nobody had ever checked. The angel realm was eaten, the beasts moved on to the next one, and what is left behind is an empty, small world with a broken sky and nothing living in it, and it was still attached to her. A world does not forget whose it was. She could open it. She had simply never had a reason to look, and nobody had ever asked her whether she could. And a small world I had learned 3 weeks earlier from a shop clerk who cannot walk out of her own front door is the privilege of the very highest lords on that continent. I now had one. It was a wreck. I did not care in the slightest. What was inside it, once I got past the sky, was this. World-destroying beasts still walking around in the ruins of the capital, which is a problem I will come back to. A world source core, which is the heart of the place and the only reason it had not dissolved centuries ago. A gold stone mine. An actual vein of the currency that everything above white is measured in, sitting in open rock, in a world that only one person alive can enter, and 5 nests. 5 golden unit nests, angel grade, in the street of a city that had been producing angels for as long as there had been angels. I stood in front of the first one for a long time. Then I went back through and brought Celeste in, and I did not explain anything. I let her walk around the corner ahead of me and see them herself. I have known that woman for a long time now. She has been through things that take the shape out of a person permanently. She stood in the middle of the street of her own dead capital, in front of 5 nests that had been sitting there quietly in the dark the entire time. She did not say a single word. Then she put her hand flat on the stone of the nearest one, and her legs stopped working properly, and she sat down in the road. Nobody in my organization has ever mentioned that afternoon to her since. Not once. Not even Zara, who mentions everything. The other thing I learned about small worlds that month is how they grow. You feed them territory cores. I had 4 of them in a drawer, taken off dead lords in the first week. It turns out a small world will swallow one and expand. The exchange rate is 10 cores for 1 square kilometer. 10 cores, 1 kilometer. My island is 4,000 square kilometers. I did that arithmetic on the ridge above the ruined capital and understood, completely and for the first time, what the shape of the next several months of my life was going to be. If I wanted the Angel Realm to be a country instead of a garden plot, I was going to have to kill an enormous number of lords, or buy an enormous number of cores, or, most likely, both. Lyra came out of that same season, and I acquired her in the ugliest way I have ever acquired anybody. She was a Crimson Elf commander at King rank. She was taken in an engagement she had no business losing, and by the custom of that world, a prisoner of that grade goes to the victor on the standard terms. Every single person in the room expected me to take the standard terms, including her. She had already arranged her face for it. I offered her a job. She took it, and she took it in front of witnesses on stated grounds, which I respect enormously. A commander with no army and no country accepts the offer on the table. That is not loyalty, that is competence, and I would have been suspicious of anything else. She stayed for a different reason, and it took about 3 weeks to arrive. Lyra had spent her entire career being spent, that is the correct word, sent at things, held in reserve and then thrown. Used up and replaced, the way every army in every world in the sequence uses its best people, because the best people are the ones who can be relied on to go. And she came to work for a man who kept asking her what she thought, and then doing what she said. And then, in the next meeting, in front of other people, saying whose idea it had been. The first time I did that, she went quiet for the rest of the session, and I assumed I had offended her somehow. She has been at my left hand ever since. She is the single most dangerous individual I command, including the ones who can fly, and in all the time since I have never once had to check whether she meant what she told me. Which brings me to Linmo, which is where all of this stopped being personnel management and turned into the most one-sided afternoon of my entire year. Linmo is a battlefield the system opens between the two realms. The man who tried to close it around me was called Zaltar Khan. He had been working on me in the trade channel for 2 weeks, and he was good at it. Not insults. Insults are free, and everybody discounts them. Concern. Long, reasonable, well-punctuated posts about whether it was healthy for one lord to be this far ahead of everyone else, about how quickly I had risen and whether anybody had actually verified any of it, about whether the rest of them should perhaps, collectively, in a spirit of fairness, do something about the situation before it became permanent. He never once said a hostile word about me. By the end of the second week, there were 400 lords in that channel who had decided on their own that I was a problem, and every one of them believed they had thought of it themselves. Then he spent 900 gold stones. I keep coming back to that number, 900 gold. That is 9 million white stones. That is more than my entire territory had cost to build from the ground up, walls and nests and technology and all of it, and he spent it on one afternoon. What he bought was a ceiling barrier. You place it in advance and it drops on a marked section of the battlefield, and once it is down, nothing crosses it in either direction until it expires. He put it on me, my 11, and Lyra, inside a dome about 600 meters across. And standing between us and the edge of it, 7 experts at king rank, hired for the day out of 3 different realms. And then he went on to the general channel to tell everybody what was about to happen, because the whole point of the exercise was that it be watched. He posted the coordinates. He posted the barrier's duration. He invited people to come and see. Several hundred lords did. Inside the dome, Lyra looked at the 7 of them, and then at me, and asked, in the tone of a woman confirming a delivery, "How much of this do you want left?" I gave her a bottle. Berserk Draft. It multiplies combat power by 5, and it costs the drinker something afterward that I do not enjoy paying on somebody else's behalf. I had been carrying it for 11 days without deciding who it was for. She drank it without asking what it was. Look at the sums of that dome, the way Zaltar Khan had drawn them up, because on paper they were correct. 7 kings against 1 king and a general. 7 is more than 1. The barrier prevents reinforcement, prevents retreat, and prevents anybody outside from lending so much as a shield. He had spent 900 gold to purchase certainty, and certainty is worth paying for. What he had not priced was what a king-rank commander does at 5 times her own strength when she has spent her entire professional life being thrown at things by people who did not know her name. She went through them the way a stone goes through a window. The first 2 did not get to move. The third got a guard up, and the guard was not relevant. Somewhere around the 4th, the remaining 3 worked out what was actually in the dome with them. They stopped trying to complete their contract and started trying to leave. And they could not leave because the barrier was still up. The barrier had been paid for by their own employer. It held perfectly for the entire duration, exactly as advertised, at a cost of 900 gold stones. I stood in the middle of that field and did not throw a single attack, and that belongs on the record too. I did not need to. My entire contribution to the most expensive assassination attempt of my first 2 months was to hand somebody a bottle and then stay out of the way. Zaltar Khan was outside the dome when it came down. He had been standing there with an audience, narrating. He did not get to finish the sentence he was on. Lyra was still running at 5 times her own strength when that barrier expired, and it expired on the wrong side of him. I would like the 400 lords who had spent 2 weeks nodding along to his very reasonable posts to know that he ran, that he was not fast, and that he had personally paid 900 gold stones to make certain there was nowhere for him to run to. We came out of Linmo that evening with 31,761 merit points. Second place on that battlefield had roughly half. And about 2,000 prisoners, which is a number I had to read twice because 2,000 people is not a spoil of war. 2,000 people is a housing problem, a grain problem, a sanitation problem, and an integration problem, all arriving on the same boat. Hai Shin had not hatched yet. I did the intake myself. It took 9 days, and I have never been more grateful for a mermaid in my life. The general channel was silent for about an hour after the barrier dropped. Then somebody posted the number 900 with no other text at all, and it collected 4,000 replies. That week, I also killed a lord called Wei Guo. He had been running a very tidy operation off my northern shipping lane, taking the small traders who supplied my outlying settlements. He had been careful to only ever take the small ones, on the theory that I would not notice an inventory discrepancy. I noticed the inventory discrepancy. That is what an inventory is for. And Lyra killed a deep sea hunter. That thing gets its own paragraph because the shape of that month deserves to land. Gold quality, level 30, 1231 strength. 6 weeks earlier, I had watched a level 24 dragon go past me pulling a cart, and I had thought of it as weather, a thing that happens to a landscape, something you hide behind a rock from. Now one of my officers had killed a level 30 on her own initiative because it was in the way, and had mentioned it in the evening report, third item, after the grain figures and before the drainage. Then I signed the pacts. A Territory Alliance Pact is a gold-quality instrument between small worlds, and it is not a friendship. It is a document that specifies what each party will do when the other one is losing. It is enforceable by something neither party controls, which is the only reason anybody ever signs one. I signed 2 in the same week. The first was with Lin Mei. You have met her, in a way. She owns a shop that stands in my capital, with 2 women inside it who cannot walk out of the door. She is the Flower Fairy. Her world is one of the oldest privately held small worlds on that continent. She had been watching my purchasing volume climb through her own manager's monthly reports for 6 weeks and had drawn the correct conclusion from it before I sent her anything at all. Mei Lingyun, I am told, cried when the alliance came through. Her sales target for the year had been exceeded by something in the region of 900%. The terms of her post are that she goes home when the target is met. She did not go home. She stayed. I asked her about it exactly once, and she said the shop was doing well and changed the subject, and I have never raised it again. The second pact was with Qin Shan of the Medicine King world. So there I was, holding 2 alliances with worlds that had been standing since before my great-grandparents, and my own world was 11 days old and had a broken sky and 4 beasts still walking around in the ruins of its capital. Both of them knew that. Neither of them mentioned it once. That is what an alliance is actually for, and I did not understand it until I had one. The egg hatched that month. It had been sitting in the corner of my room since the day I fished it out of the sea, warmed at night by a fire god who had never once complained about the assignment, and one morning there was a crack in it, and by lunchtime there was something standing in the wreckage of it looking directly at me with an expression I did not care for at all. Chaotic Heavenly Oddity, 2 talents, and a feeding habit listed on the panel as soul-devouring, which is the sort of information you would prefer to have before an animal imprints on you rather than 11 seconds after. I called it Stormwind. It is now the thing I ride. It is faster than anything else I own. It eats things I have made a policy of not asking about, and when it is bored, it will pick one of my guards up by the belt and put them on the roof of the barracks. Nobody has been hurt. Write that down. Nobody has been hurt yet. The Dreamscape core came out of the same season, and it is the single most underrated thing I acquired all year. What it builds is a training space. Inside it, your troops fight, and take wounds, and learn, and die, and none of it is real. 300 at a time. And there is a pool attached to it that returns whatever the dream killed. Every army grows the way armies have always grown, which is by losing people and promoting the survivors. That is the mechanism. It is slow, and it is expensive, and there has never been an alternative. Mine stopped doing that. You want to know what actually separates one lord from another in that world? It is not talent, and it is not luck. It is that one of them found a building where mistakes are free. Then I found out what my talent could really do. I found out by accident, which is how I find out everything. I had 6 archer towers on my wall, all of them white and green grade. All of them adequate, and none of them good. And every one of them a thing I had bought off a drowning stranger for 100 stones in the first fortnight. And I had picked up a disassemble and build all-in-one machine because it was cheap and I like machines. So I fed my own towers into it, all 6 of them, took the walls apart, put the parts in the hopper, and got blueprints back out. That is all the machine does. You break a thing and it hands you the plan of the thing you broke. Then, on an impulse, I put a bottle of Mystic Origin magic liquid into the hopper as well. I had made it out of a mystic ice crystal a fortnight earlier, and it had been sitting on a shelf looking expensive and doing nothing. 3 blue blueprints came out instead of white ones. Blue out of white. The machine had taken my junk towers and the liquid and given me back better plans than the ones that went in. And I stood there holding 3 blue blueprints and thinking about a talent I had spent 6 weeks using to turn apples into slightly better apples. Then I said, to an empty workshop, "All right, let us see about this." I put the blue tower blueprint into 100 transformations and asked for a blueprint. Explosive ice arrow rain tower, purple. I did the second one immediately. Ice magic tower, purple. Then I sat down on the floor of my own workshop and started laughing, and Eleanor came in to see what had happened, and I could not explain it to her for about a minute, because it is a loop. Take a building, break it into a blueprint, improve the blueprint with the liquid, feed the improved blueprint to the talent and get a better building back. Build it, break it, improve it, feed it again. There is no step in that circle that requires luck. There is no step that requires a rare drop or an auction or permission from anybody or a monster to be standing in the right place. It is a staircase. The staircase does not have a top written on it anywhere, and on the entire continent at that moment, exactly one person was standing on it. I upgraded every defensive structure I owned in 9 days. Towers, gates, the wall footings, the harbor works, all of it, twice, some of it 3 times, until I ran out of liquid and had to go and find more crystal. That was, I think, the happiest week of my life. And then I had the dream. It was not a nightmare at first. That is precisely why it worked. I dreamed the island finished. 3 cities on the surface, and I could see the road running between them, the smell-averse stone road going all the way from the harbor to the mountains, with carts on it. The ore from the mountain armor clan coming down in a line that never stopped moving. A 4th city under the water in the Northwest Bay, mermaid built, with lights on in the towers, and Hai Shin's flag over the harbor office. Angels in the sky above all of it. Not 1 and not 5. Flights of them, in formation, coming and going out of a world that had a whole sky again. And every one of my people at Emperor rank. Eleanor, An Yue, Ming Ming, Liang Rui, Mei Hus, Lyra, Celeste, all of them, standing along a wall that had been leveled so many times I could not see the top of it from the courtyard. I remember, inside the dream, being pleased, not triumphant. Pleased, the way you are about a thing that is finished and correct and no longer requires you. And then something came into my small world. It came in through the broken part of the sky, and it was 1,000 meters tall. I knew exactly what it was without being told, because a woman with her hands folded in front of her had described one to me in a flat voice in a sealed gallery under a mountain. A beast of annihilation. It did not fight anybody. That is the part I have never been able to get out of my head. There was no battle. Nobody got a moment. It moved once, the way you move your arm through a cobweb you have walked into. The cities went, and the road went. The wall went, and the sky full of angels went. Everything I had built out of 1 plank and 30 days of not sleeping was simply not there anymore. The whole thing took less time than it takes to describe. I woke up sitting straight up in the dark, with my heart going like a hammer and my hands not working properly. I could not get my breathing under control for about a minute. Eleanor was awake beside me. She did not say anything, and she did not touch me, which was exactly the correct decision, and I have never told her so. I got up and went out into the courtyard and stood there in the cold in my sleeping clothes, looking at my 4-room palace and my 2-meter wall and my 6 brand new purple towers that I had been so pleased with that afternoon. And I said it out loud, to nobody, in a voice I did not entirely recognize. You are not taking this. I have been afraid exactly once. Not in the mermaid city with the puppets waking up around me. Not with an assassin's blade coming through 4 shields at my back. Not lying on my spine in the grass with a bird the size of a house standing over me. It was in my own bed, on my own island, behind my own wall, looking at a picture of everything going right. The next morning, I ordered the Western campaign. The gold stone mine in the Angel Realm paid for Stage 1. 138 gold stones of ingredients, bought over 4 days, consumed in 1 sitting, and when it was finished, my attributes doubled on command and went back down again when I let go, with nothing owed afterward. 80 became 160. Then the dragon inheritance on top of that. Then the saint form on top of that. I stopped being a lord with strong employees that week and started being a problem in my own right. The western half of my island had not heard about it yet. I took 232 soldiers, 100 shields, 50 rapid fire, 15 fire archers at level 12, 2 ice bears out of the nest I had pulled off a blind monster on the seabed 6 weeks earlier, 5 healers, 30 berserkers, 30 spears. The first settlement had a stone wall 3 meters high, with 70 archers standing on it and a gate faced with hide. I sat in the tree line looking at it for a long time, trying to find a version of this that did not involve casualties. There was not one. They would not talk. There was no way in that did not have 70 pairs of eyes on it. Well, I said, it seems we are going to have to do this the stupid way. The ice bears froze a path across the river, and Zara took the ram in under the shields. And then 5 riders came down off the mountain on black eagles, all 5 level 18, all 5 blue quality, all 5 with attributes around 120, and all 5 of them the same profession. Professional marksmen, every one. That is the detail that made me stop the assault in my own head and start a different operation. 5 of the same specialist class in a settlement of farmers is not a coincidence. 5 of anything is a system. Somewhere behind that wall, there was a way of making people. I wanted it more than I wanted the wall, so I took all 5 alive. Saint Dragon form, War God Stage 1, attributes over 200, straight up into them through the arrows. I took them off the eagles one at a time, with an open hand to the side of the head. It is not elegant. It works. The last eagle came around still carrying nobody, and I pointed at the ground and said, "Get down." And it got down. It understood me. A blue quality mount understood a sentence in a human language and complied. I filed that away with everything else about that settlement that did not add up. Then a woman came out onto the slope above the fighting, and she looked directly at me, and she smiled. Nobody smiles at the man who is currently taking their gate. She opened an iron door in the rock. What came out of it had a 9-meter wingspan. Blazing Flame Flying Eagle. Purple. Level 23. 297 strength, 292 agility. The first pass hit me before I had finished reading its panel and put me through the tree line. I did the numbers on the ground with the wind knocked out of me. War God running, dragon form up, everything on. 270. 297. For the first time since I woke up on that plank, the thing in front of me was flatly stronger than me. Not faster, not luckier. Stronger, in the plain column with the numbers on the table. And it had a full kit. A ring of fire for close range, a searing beam for distance, fire rain for area, and a thing it did with its wings that filled the sky with burning serpents. There was no range at which I was winning. There is no softer way to put it. I spent 11 minutes being completely suppressed by an animal. One of the beams went through my shoulder, through dragon scale, which up to that afternoon I had privately considered decorative armor plating that could not be gotten through. So I stopped trying to win and started running the clock. Every one of those skills costs mana. It had a big pool, it did not have an infinite one. And it had no idea it was being timed because it was an eagle. I stayed in the air and kept it swinging. I let it burn a forest down for 11 minutes, and when the fire rain came thinner the second time, I knew. Then I took out the fan. Yin-Yang Jade Fan, gold quality. I had been carrying it unused for 2 weeks because I had never found a moment expensive enough to justify it. I opened it once. A black fish came off the fan and went through the air and into the eagle. It did not seem to do anything at all. Then a white one came out of the eagle, and the 2 of them started to circle. They came around each other slowly, black and white, growing, until there was a sphere 100 meters across in the sky over the burning forest, with a bird locked in the middle of it, and it was. I say this with full knowledge of what it was doing, one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen. "Beautiful," said Zara from the ground, in a voice full of wonder. "It is," I said, "the beauty of death." The sphere closed. The eagle came down. It dropped something purple that I did not look at until much later. By the time I got back to the wall, the settlement had fallen, and there was a woman standing in the middle of my soldiers with her hands empty, glaring at me with enough force to strip paint. "Stop that," I said. "You are going to kill me with your eyes." She kept doing it. "May, is it? I am giving you 2 options, death or surrender." "I surrender," she said through her teeth, in the tone of somebody promising to remember this. "Then act like it," I said, and patted her on the head. "You look like you are about to eat somebody." She knocked my hand off. That relationship was established in 9 seconds, and it has not materially changed since. We lost 15. 8 shields, 2 rapid fire, 5 berserkers. I know all 15 names. Everybody thinks that is a thing lords say. It is a thing I do, because I have a building where the dead come back and stand on the walls. It would be obscene to own that building and not know who is in it. The settlement's secret was better than I had guessed. A job change altar, purple. That is where the 5 identical marksmen came from. An alchemy furnace producing 2 pills a day. A beast-taming pill, which explained the eagle that understood me. A beast control ring. And, at the back, in a cave nobody had bothered to hide, a spatial portal. May's father had walked into that portal years ago and come back out with the altar and a permanent cultivation technique and had died before he explained where he got them, and his daughter had been quietly running a settlement on the strength of a secret she did not fully understand. She had 1,500 people. I moved all of them. It took 4 days, and it more than doubled my population. Then I borrowed her 5 eagles and her 5 marksmen and went and took the second settlement, and it went considerably faster. Everyone, I said, over the wall, with 5 armored marksmen circling above it on eagles. Put your weapons down, or die. 7 or 8 minutes. The third one I did not even negotiate. I put 1 strike into the wall, opened a gap you could drive a cart through, and shouted the only sentence that has ever reliably worked. Surrender, and you will not be harmed. Resist, and you will be finished. They came out in a line with their hands up, 600 or 700 of them. The whole thing took less time than the walk there. I skeptical the orc settlement in the far west. Not out of mercy, out of scheduling. It is going to matter later that I skipped it. I went through the portal alone that night, which was reckless, and I would do it again. There is a white stone building on the other side with old marks on the walls. Inside it, waiting, there were things that carried swords. The panel on the first one said Lin Feng, excellence grade, level 17, general rank, profession, sword servant, race, human. I read that line about 4 times. It had no magic in it at all. It stood there like a monster and waited like a monster, and its species column said human being. I killed 11 of them, and I did not enjoy any of it. What was in the back room was a flame star fruit, blue quality, sitting on a shelf in a cabinet. I took the fruit. I got halfway to the door. Then I stopped and turned around and looked at the cabinet. Because there was 1 fruit in a room full of shelves, and it was in perfect condition. It had been in there for years. Beijing medicine cabinet, purple quality. It adjusts its own internal environment to whatever is stored in it. I nearly walked out of a treasure vault carrying the fruit and leaving the actual treasure holding it. That night, I did my 3 transformations, and every single one of them landed. The beast control ring went in. Out came a beast control pagoda, gold. A 12-meter tower where you put a monster in and time does the taming for you. Then, I took the permanent cultivation technique out of May's vault, blue grade. 25 experience a day, forever, for nothing. Feeding a permanent item to that machine means losing it if the roll goes badly, and a permanent income of any size is a thing you do not gamble with. Let us take a gamble, I said, and put it in. Mysterious Yang technique, purple. Permanent, 50 experience a day. Then I sat on the floor of my workshop and laughed for long enough that somebody came to check on me. And the medicine cabinet went in last and came out as a psionic potion pool, gold quality, which does for growing what the cabinet did for storing. It reads what you have planted and builds the climate around it. 3 for 3. I went to bed rich. Genevieve founded her territory that same week. An Wen founded hers a day later. Zhou Hai and Liu Ping were both going to plant their cores the following morning, and both of them told me about it separately, at length, with the specific pride of men who have been at sea for 6 weeks. I sent them a message on the same evening, and I sent it to all 4. Everything you need, I will sell you at what I paid for it. Walls, nests, seed grain, tools. No markup. Send a list. Genevieve asked what the catch was. There is no catch. There is a reason. The reason is that every stone you spend in my shop raises my customer tier, and my customer tier is worth considerably more to me than the margin I would make on your walls. I have never had an easier time getting people to accept a favor than when I explained exactly how it was going to benefit me. And then I told them the other thing, which was not a business proposal. Your islands are not empty. Mine was not. There are people on them who have been there for centuries. They will see you coming, and how that goes will depend entirely on the first sentence out of your mouth. Do not open with the word slave. Open with the word citizen. All 4 of them wrote back with shopping lists within the hour, which is the only proof of listening that has ever meant anything to me. The orc settlement in the far west turned out not to be a settlement, and I very nearly attacked it. What you can see from outside that mountain is a row of holes in the rock about the width of one person, spaced irregularly across a cliff face, with tracks going up to them. That is all. It looks like a warren. It looks like the sort of thing you clear out on a Tuesday. A man came out of one of them while I was still deciding, carrying a pick, covered head to foot in stone dust, blinking in the light. Min Hu, Mountain Armor Clan, Miner. I told him I was hunting, which was a lie, and then I took a deer carcass out of my storage ring to prove it, which was a very good lie, because a man holding fresh meat in front of you is not a man who has come to take your mountain. He relaxed completely. Then he invited me in for a drink, because that is apparently what you do. Inside that hill, there is a hall. 10-meter columns holding up a ceiling I could not see the top of from the floor. Glowing stones set into the rock in every color there is, arranged not randomly but in bands, so the whole space is lit like the inside of a lamp and lit differently at each level. Stone houses, real ones, with doors and windows and shutters, built into the walls in tiers going up. I stood there like a tourist with my head back. "It is magnificent," I said. I meant it, and Min Hu was so pleased that he showed me the rest of it, which is the part I actually needed. There is a corridor further in where two people can walk abreast and no more. It runs for about 60 meters with a slight rise and 2 turns in it. One corridor. That is the only route to the lower halls. 100 men could hold that against an army until the army got bored and went home. I have chewed on that corridor a great deal since, in the specific context of what was already accumulating in my forests. I did not say one word about it at the time. Their chief is called Wu Guang. Excellence grade, level 12, and a manager class hero, which is not a fighting class and which I would have traded 2 berserkers for on the spot without haggling. Behind the second passage, there is a river 4 meters wide, running underground, with stone bridges over it at intervals, and beyond the bridges, the mines start. Rows of them, carts on rails, a rhythm to the noise that meant shifts. I counted the carts, and I counted the rhythm, and did some arithmetic that did not work. "There are 1,300 of you," I said. "Yes," said Wu Guang. "At this rate of extraction, there ought to be tens of thousands of you." He looked extremely pleased, and did not explain. I let it go, because I had come to trade and not to conduct an audit, and because a man who is pleased with a secret will eventually tell you. The haggling took 2 hours, and it is one of my favorite memories out of the entire year. They had salt, iron, copper, spirit crystals, and amethyst. The standing rate for meat is 1 pound of meat for 5 pounds of iron or copper or 10 pounds of spirit crystal. That is fine. That is reasonable. Everybody on the continent knows those numbers and nobody argues about them. Then we got to the amethyst, and Wu Guang said 10. 10 pounds of amethyst for 1 pound of meat. He said it in the tone of a man naming a number he fully expects to come down from. 3, I said. He was genuinely offended. He put his cup down. He explained, at length and with some heat, that amethyst is rare. Rare, I said, is not the same as expensive. Rare means there is not very much of it. Expensive means somebody wants it. Who is buying amethyst from you down here? Who came last? What is it doing at this exact moment? It is sitting in your storeroom, being rare, at nobody. He was quiet for a moment. We settled at 5. He shook my hand across the table and said, "That is a wise decision. You are a leader full of wisdom." I would like to record the open market exchange rate between amethyst and spirit crystal on the surface, which I knew and he did not, and which runs at 4-to-1 in favor of the amethyst. I bought 612 jin of meat's worth, 43 jin of spirit crystal, and 37 jin of amethyst came back over the bridge with me, and at the very end, when it was loaded, he threw in an extra pound, unasked, outside the terms, as a courtesy between traders. I put both sacks straight into my ring without opening either of them, in front of him, without counting. That was not carelessness. A man who counts your gift in front of you has told you exactly what he thinks of you, and he cannot take it back afterward. I had just taken him for 4 times the fair rate, and I was not going to insult him on top of it. We have traded every week since. He still believes he got the better end of the amethyst, and I have never once corrected him. I would like to note that by the 3rd month, the volume was such that he was doing extremely well out of it regardless. I moved 2,800 people that month in batches of 500, and my population problem stopped being a problem and became a department with a name and a budget. And on the fourth day of that week, I noticed that nothing had come. No rain, no heat wave, no storm, no announcement, no warning in the shop inventory. I had been on that island long enough to know that the weeks do not arrive empty, and Elder Grove had told me that the first lord of the previous trial lived 2 months, and I was counting. The amethyst went to Ming Ming and Liang Rui, 37 kilos of it, which converts to about 1,500 standard crystals, which is more elemental food than either of them had eaten in their entire lives put together, and considerably more than I had been able to afford to feed them in the 11 weeks since I fished a fire elemental out of a blue teacup. Ming Ming held the sack with both arms and said, "Thank you, master," in a very small voice, and then did not come out of her room for a day and a half. Liang Rui said nothing at all, and has been noticeably more willing to sit still for briefings ever since. That night, the machine went 3 for 3 again, and I began to feel superstitious about it. An identity conversion card, blue quality, went in. Out came a unit fusion conversion energy card, gold. It takes your existing troops and remelts them into fewer, better ones. I ran my entire army through it and stood at the parade ground watching the numbers come back. 800 soldiers went in, 496 came out, every single one of them at level 10 or above. I lost 300 bodies and gained an army. The first drill after that conversion was the first time I ever watched my own troops move and thought, without qualification, that they would hold. And then a slate road blueprint, which is a road, the single most boring object I have ever put into that machine, came out as a Smelliverse Magic Stone road. Permanent. Special grade. Monsters will not go near it. I sat there holding a road that no beast on the continent will set foot on an island where the primary threat is beasts. I said aloud, "What is wrong with me today? Is my luck broken?" Then I built 100 meters of it and found out what the catch was. Stormwind, who was standing on it at the time with me on his back, went sideways 10 meters in a single movement and then kept going. I had to talk him back off a ridge for 4 minutes while he made a noise I had not heard him make before. Monsters will not go near it. My mount is a monster. My cargo beasts are monsters. My whale is a monster, and my ice bears live in a nest, and my fire god is technically an elemental, and I did not want to test whether the road agreed with the distinction. I had paved a highway that none of my own logistics could use. Also, it costs 2,000 gold stones to run the 200 kilometers to the Mountain Armor clan. 2,000 gold. For a road my carts cannot drive on. It is so hard, I said, to be broke. I laid 2 short sections where the perimeter needed them and shelved the rest. It is a good problem, and I will solve it eventually. I did not solve it that month, and I have not solved it yet. The Beast Control Pagoda went up 12 meters, 300 monsters per floor, and started converting captured animals into soldiers on its own schedule while I slept, which is the correct way for a building to behave. The psionic potion pool needed fuel, and its fuel is spirit crystal at 1 pound per 1% of charge. I poured in 34 pounds and got 34%, and stood back to see what a third charged enchanted greenhouse actually does. Grass came up around the dragonvein fruit and the yuan apple within the hour. Stones pushed themselves up out of the soil around the earthroot mother ginseng, in a ring evenly spaced, as though somebody had done it deliberately. And at the base of the spirit fire vine, flame started coming out of the cracks in the ground, on its own, at a temperature the pool had apparently determined and that I could not have guessed. I had been growing all 3 of those in ordinary dirt for 11 weeks and wondering why they were slow. Well, I said, the horse was not being fed. No wonder it was not running. Here is the territory panel from that morning. I am going to read the whole thing out because 11 weeks earlier I owned 1 plank of wood and the system had described it as unsuitable for a person of sound mind. Hailiang Territory, Level 3 City. Population 6,856. Heroes 13. Unit nests 36. Standing Army 496. Treasury 256 gold stones. Total score 11,924. 13 heroes. I counted 12. I sat there and counted them twice on my fingers like a farmer, and came up with 12 both times, and then I had to go and find the extra one. He was called Bai Fei. He was a manager class, and he had been summoned out of the 100 Spirits Pavilion by Eleanor personally, using her own accumulated merit, without telling me, because she had noticed that our grain allocation meetings had started running to 3 hours, and that I had begun bringing food to them. Nobody had gotten a hero out of that building since the day I built it. Not one, in weeks of trying. She got one, did not mention it, and put him to work. I signed off on his housing that afternoon and said nothing about any of it. She knew that I knew, and we have never once discussed it. And then I could not find that week's disaster, and that is the point in this story where the floor starts to tilt. There is one every week. Rain, heat, cold, storm. It arrives, it is obvious, you survive it or you do not, and then you know what the next one probably is because the shop starts stocking for it. That week, nothing came. No weather, no tide, no announcement. 6 days of extremely pleasant conditions, good winds, no losses anywhere on the perimeter, and a slowly growing certainty in my stomach that I was missing something. I went through the shop inventory twice looking for the tell. There was no tell. Then I remembered the wolf den. There had been about 20 adult wolves in it when I carried the survivors inside on the day I founded the territory. I sent somebody to count. 85 pups in under a month. I went and found Guo Jing, who runs the animal side of the territory and who is the least excitable person I employ. I asked him whether any of the captive animals had shown unusual behavior recently. He thought about it properly, the way he does, and then said, "My lord, does having a great many offspring count?" Gao Li, standing behind him, actually rolled his eyes. He was not being insubordinate. He genuinely could not see the problem, and, in fairness to him, for the first 4 seconds, neither could I. More animals is more meat. More animals is good. That is not a disaster, that is a harvest. Are there more of them per birth, I asked, or are the pregnancies shorter? Both, said Guo Jing, and more of them are surviving. I stood in that yard and worked it through, and I have rarely gone cold so fast in my life. Every beast on that island, not mine, all of them. The wolves in the north, whatever is in the western hills. The thing Anue had counted at level 21 on our very first night ashore, and every single creature in the 4,000 square kilometers of forest and ridge and river valley that I have never walked and never will. Breeding at 3 or 4 times the natural rate, surviving at a better rate than that, for a month. And there is only so much island. There is only so much food growing on it. We are finished, I said, to a man holding a bucket. A beast tide was coming. Not maybe, not eventually. It was already in progress, out there in the dark, in numbers nobody was counting. The only remaining question was which week it broke and which direction it came from. That is the disaster. It does not arrive. It accumulates, quietly, while you congratulate yourself on the weather. I have never in my life admired a piece of design more, or wanted more urgently to find whoever wrote it. So I did what a man does when he has just worked out that he is on a clock, which is that I went and dealt with the sewage. I am not joking, and it is not a digression. A territory tech ball, green quality, junk, the sort of thing that comes in a weekly reward and goes in a drawer. I fed it to the machine with no expectations at all, on the grounds that it was in my hand. It came out gold, 3 tiers in one pass. City Waste Management Technology Orb. Installs at level 5 immediately. Level 5 of that technology tree costs 1,461 gold stones to research by the normal route. 1,461 gold. Out of a green ball I would have thrown away. The next morning, green hatches with red buttons on them appeared throughout the territory. My streets stopped smelling like a territory of 7,000 people. I walked into my own bathroom and found a white porcelain object that I had not seen in over a month and had genuinely stopped thinking about. I sat down on it, and of all the gold quality items I acquired that year, that is the one I was most immediately grateful for. The mermaid was up to 1.70 meters by then. Her panel said, "Full of energy, will awaken within 2 days." And the territory ranking came out at the end of the week. First, Hai Liang, level 3 city, 13,924. Second, 100 Flowers, 5,821, which is Lin Mei, my ally, who has held a small world of her own since before my grandparents were born. Fourth, Cold Gloom, 5,210, belonging to a young woman who once asked me to sell her my territory core before she asked me my name. I was ahead of both of them by more than a factor of 2. The reward for first place was a luxury mansion blueprint, blue quality, permanent, a house. They gave the man with a beast hide accumulating in his forests a nicer house. I built it anyway. I am not made of stone, and my previous residence had 4 rooms in it, and one of them was the meeting hall. I went back down into the underground world wearing somebody else's face, and what I found there was a city I had paid for and had never seen. The road came first, 50 miles of it cut and graded and laid, running from the cavern floor up through the eastern galleries with drainage channels on both sides and passing places every half-mile. I stood on it for a while with my hand on the surface, and then I asked one of the foremen how long it had taken. 5 days, he said. 5 days. It takes 5 days in my capital to get a wall section approved. Then the city. Walls 10 meters high. Mine, on the surface, in my own capital, with my own name carved over the gate, were 3. An outer city and an inner city, laid out properly, with the workshops on the prevailing downwind side because somebody had thought about it. Blue stone streets 6 meters across in a grid, with covered drains under them. Public bathhouses, public latrines, which is the mark of a civilization and not a joke. Restaurants with painted signs, rows of houses that people had chosen to decorate, and at the center, a 2-story manor with a fountain in front of it that runs day and night off the underground river. Crimson elves in those streets, dwarves, goblins, stone folk up from the deep galleries with dust still on them, orcs, and human beings walking around unremarkably, buying things, in a place where nobody turned to look at them. Iliang City, founded by a coalition of 3 races, growing at a rate my own capital could not match, and entirely and quietly mine through a chain of agreements that nobody down there had ever bothered to trace all the way to the end. And how that felt was this. I have built exactly one thing with my own hands, and it has 4 rooms and a wall that a determined man could get over with a running start. And here was a real city, on my account, built by people who are better at building than I will ever be, because the highest value thing I do is find the person who is better at the job than me and then get out of their way and pay for the materials. I walked those streets with a stranger's face on for 2 days before anybody in my own organization knew I was in the country. The cave in the western mountains was the reason I had come down. It was full of monsters, which is not remarkable. What was remarkable was that these ones had nothing behind their eyes at all. No hunting behavior, no territory, no fear response, not even the reflexive kind. They came at whatever moved, in a straight line, until they stopped moving themselves, and there were no old ones, and no young ones, and no dens. Whatever they were, they had not been born in that cave, they had been arriving in it. At the back of it, there was a portal, 3 meters by 4. Purple, with crimson bands turning slowly through it, and cold coming off it in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. It looks, I said, like the sort of door that has something behind it. The Council of 3 Races met about it that night and, to their credit, did not do anything stupid. Scout first. 1 party, small, in and out, no engagement unless engaged. 32 people went, 10 specialists from each race, 27 of them blue quality at level 18 with 3 purple commanders over them. Plus me. Plus Liu Huan. She is the daughter of Liu Qi, who commands the dwarves. She comes up to about my chest, which is on the tall side for her people. I made the mistake of reading that as information about her age instead of her species. That lasted right up until I read her panel. Legend quality. Level 14. 153 strength, 2 talents, reversal, and spring rebirth. At general rank, the ceiling is 2, and she had both slots filled at 14. I have met 3 people in my life whose panel made me physically stop walking, and she is one of them. Well, I said, mostly to myself, that one is going in my pocket. She heard me. She has never let it go. To this day, whenever I say anything she disagrees with in a meeting, she says, "In my pocket, is it?" and the entire room enjoys it. The far side of the portal was a cave, and the cave was occupied, 6 of them, waiting. Level 17. Profession listed as modifier, which is not a word I had ever seen in that field before. Skills, frenzy, infection, and self-destruction. And in the race column, where every panel I had ever read said beast, it said demon. They came at us the way the mindless things on our side of the door had come, straight in, no formation, no interest in survival. And about 4 seconds into it, I noticed that the spines along the back of the nearest one had started to change color. "Raise your guard," I shouted. "All of you, now." The dwarves got their black shields up perhaps half a second before the first one came apart. Self-destruction. All 6 of them, one after another, in a cave with 32 people in it, and not as a last resort, as an opening move. We took no losses, and make no mistake, this was luck wearing a hat that looked like skill. I had seen a light change color. It is the only reason 32 people walked back out of that cave. I have never once let anybody tell that story as though I had deduced something. And then we came out of the cave mouth into a forest, sunlight, actual sunlight coming down through leaves and moving on the ground, clean air with something flowering in it, birds singing competently, the way birds sing when nothing has eaten one of them recently. 32 heavily armed people stood in a meadow in full battle order, blinking. I had spent 2 days preparing them for a hell. What was behind that door was the nicest afternoon any of us had had in weeks. It was considerably more frightening than a hell would have been. 3 hours later, a long way north, in a dark red castle, a demon called Grakon threw 2 attendants out of his own hall. I did not witness that. It was reported to me afterward, in detail, by somebody who had every reason to be accurate about it. He is 3 meters tall, red-scaled, with a heavy tail that he uses the way other people use furniture. And he had felt the portal open, and what he said, standing alone in the middle of his hall, was this. Who found that place? Was it Lilith, or was it Malachar? Then he called for his troops. We split into 3 parties, which is the decision I would take back if I were allowed one. The reasoning was sound. 3 sweeps, 3 directions, 3 hours, back at the cave by dark. In a forest you have never seen, with no map, splitting is how you find out where you are. It is also how you find out what is looking for you, 1 party at a time. I went south with Alara and 10 Crimson Elves. I found out what kind of world we had walked into inside 2 hours. It is a demon world. The nobility are demons. Human beings live in it at the very bottom of everything. The thing that told me most about that place is that nobody I observed considered this remarkable enough to comment on. It is not cruelty, it is furniture. We watched a village for an hour from the tree line. Humans in the fields, demons on the road, and 1 demon overseer who did not raise his voice once, because he did not have to. And on the road out of the second village there was a convoy. 50 riders in a carriage, moving north at a pace that said they were expected somewhere, and were not in a hurry about it. And in the carriage was a viscountess named Valeria, a succubus, on her way to the annual demon feast at the Marquise's castle. Everyone in that region was going to be at that feast. Every barony, every viscountcy, every house that mattered, in 1 hall, once a year, for 1 night. You do not get a second chance at a room like that. So I walked out and stood in the middle of the road and stopped 50 riders. I would ask permission to see Viscountess Valeria, I said. It concerns a gift for the Marquise. They did not kill me on the spot, which is the first hurdle, and I do not want to undersell it. A human standing in the road is not a person there. It is a category of weather. The word gift is what bought me the 4 seconds. Valeria put her head out of the carriage window and looked at me for a while. What gift? She said. Me, I said. She looked me up and down with the unhurried thoroughness of a woman inspecting produce at a market she visits regularly. You are good-looking enough, she said eventually, but you are not qualified to be the Marquise's entertainment. What was happening behind my face at that moment was, roughly, so I have just been appraised. Out loud, in the road, as a party favor, and found wanting. Then I played the actual card. 10 marksmen, I said, level 18. Professional class, every one of them, with their own mounts. Valeria's entire expression changed. Say that again, she said. The other 2 parties did not have my afternoon. The goblins walked into a demon patrol on open ground, and one of them came back through the portal. He came back with his mouth working, and no sound coming out of it. It was 2 days before anybody got a coherent sentence out of him. The dwarves walked into Grakon, 50 crimson demons with him, all of them level 18 and above, 5 of them epic grade, and him at the front. Liu Huan held. That needs saying as clearly as possible because of everything that comes after it. A general rank dwarf at level 14, with 9 people behind her, against a king and 50. She opened with Earth Shatter, and it took 5 of them off the board at once, and Grakon actually stopped and looked at her with what I am told was genuine interest. Not bad, he said. Your strength is impressive. You have excellent aptitude and real potential. Then he hit her once, and she went across the clearing and through a tree. She used Spring Rebirth, which heals everything and refills her mana from nothing, and got up and went straight back at him, which was insane and which I would also have done. Then she used Reversal and turned her own fire into ice. The entire hillside went white, and Grakon, who is a heat creature and had never in 200 years had to think about footing, slowed down for the first time in that fight. She got another 30 exchanges out of that. 30 against a king. On a hillside, she had frozen herself, with 9 people left behind her and no way home. Then it was over. She was taken alive, and Grakon wanted to know where the rest of the intruders had gone. He asked her the way people like him ask. I am not going to describe it, and I am not going to pretend that is delicacy. What I will tell you is that there was a dwarf prisoner in that clearing when the questioning started, and there was not one when it finished, and that Liu Huan watched all of it from the ground with her hands bound and her talents burned out. And what she gave him at the end of all of that was one sentence. 2 other teams went elsewhere. She gave up the goblins and the crimson elves, who were not hers, and she did not give up the dwarves, who were. That is a person doing maths under the worst conditions there are, and still arriving at an answer she was going to be able to live with afterward. She has never once told me what that cost. I have never once asked. I did not know any of it yet. I was 70 miles north of that clearing, riding in a carriage that belonged to a viscountess, being taken to a party as a present. The marquise's wall is 30 meters high, and her castle is purple. I read her panel from the courtyard, and then found an excuse to move 12 paces and read it again from a different angle, in case the first one had been a joke. Lilith. Legend quality. Level 24. King rank. 343 strength. 403 wisdom. Talent, phantom, race, succubus. I ran the numbers honestly, the way I do before every fight, with War God open at full stage 1 and the dragon form up and every single advantage stacked and absolutely nothing held in reserve. I could not take her. It was not close. What I could do at the absolute best on a good day with the wind behind me and a head start was leave, which would have been a perfectly acceptable outcome except for the 11 crimson elves standing behind me in a foreign world with no way home, who had agreed to this because I had told them it would work. That is the sentence I said to myself in that courtyard, and I have said it to myself many times since. If it goes wrong, I can leave. Alara and her 10 cannot. They trusted me and they came, and there is no version of this in which I go out through the roof by myself. Lilith accepted the gift. That is to say, she accepted 10 level 18 marksmen with their own mounts, which in that world is a serious present from a viscountess and an extraordinary one from a stranger. She accepted the human who came with them into her household in a capacity that she declined to specify to anybody, then or later. Then she named her condition: survive 1 night in the Boundary Abyss. Everybody in that hall turned to watch me hear it. In their world, that is not a test. It is a polite administrative method of disposing of someone whose paperwork you do not want to file. I said yes immediately, and I did not manage to keep the enthusiasm off my face. I watched Lilith notice that. She has a very good face for a court, and it did not move at all, but something behind her eyes went still. She filed away the fact that the human had just been ordered to the front and had reacted like a man being handed a menu. Because that is exactly what it was. I have 496 troops, 13 heroes, a beast tide accumulating in my forests on a schedule I cannot read, and less than a month before 2 emperor kingdoms come up out of my basement. The single hardest resource to acquire, harder than gold quality items, is experience. And they had just offered me an unlimited night of it, at somebody else's expense, as a punishment. I would have paid her for it. I nearly said so, which would have been a serious mistake. I have thought about that near miss more than once. Boundary Abyss City is the strangest place I have ever been, and I have been in a mermaid city that dissolved around me. There are no civilians in it, not few, none. Every single person inside those walls is a combat asset with a rank and a rotation. The city is organized into 3 districts: warrior, general, and king, and you live in the district you have earned, and you move when your rank moves. There are no children. There are no shops that sell anything you cannot fight with. There are no old people, and I did not ask about that. The walls are 60 meters high on the inside face. They are 300 meters high on the outside, and there are no gates, not one, anywhere along the entire perimeter. The only way in or out of that city is by teleport, because a gate is a thing that can be held open, and whatever comes at those walls cannot be permitted a single opportunity, not once, not ever. Out past the wall, a long way out, there is a hole in the world. It is black, and it does not reflect anything, and it does not have edges so much as it has a place where you stop being able to look. And things come out of it continuously, at a rate that has not varied measurably in 400 years. I stood on that rampart the first evening and looked at it for a long time. I knew exactly what I was looking at, because a woman, with her hands folded in front of her, had described it to me in a flat voice in a sealed gallery under a mountain. World-destroying beasts, the same species that ate Celeste Sky. The ones out there are the small ones, 2 legs, general rank, and the panel rates them at excellence quality, level 16, profession, slaughterer. And every single one of them has identical equipment. Identical. The same blade, the same plating, the same fittings, on all of them, on hundreds of them, across a field that stretched further than I could see, with no variation at all. No scavenged pieces, no repairs, no individual marks. Why, I said, to an officer standing next to me who had been on that wall for 9 years, does this look exactly like something being summoned out of a unit nest? He said he had never thought about it. Nobody in that city had ever thought about it. They had been fighting that field for 4 centuries, and not one person had asked where the equipment came from. I have gone back to very little else since. Here is how I ran that night. It is the only military innovation I can honestly claim as my own. Everyone else on that wall fought until they were empty, withdrew, rested, and came back. That is the natural rhythm of it. That is what a squad does, because a squad is made of people, and people run out. I split my 11 into rotations, 4 in reserve at all times with full mana. Swap 1 through the line at a time, continuously, so that at no point in the entire night did the group as a whole stop producing output for even 1 minute. The beasts do not rest, so we did not rest either. We simply took turns being the part of us that was resting. No formation on that wall could match it. Not the local veterans, who had been doing this for years and had their own rhythm and were extremely good at it. Not the king-rank companies in the upper district, who came out at midnight and went through the field like a plow and then had to stop. Ours never dipped. Theirs came in waves. By 2 in the morning, I noticed that the officers had stopped watching the field and had started watching us. At some point in the middle of all that, I remembered that I had not done my 3 transformations for the day. Picture that properly. There is a horizon full of things coming out of a hole in the world. There is a wall 60 meters high behind me with several thousand professional soldiers on it. And I stepped off the line and walked about 40 meters to the rear to do my daily lottery, because I have not missed a day since the plank, and I was not going to start on somebody else's front. I put 2 ice puppets in front of me as a screen. They lasted under a second. Not broke, lasted. There was a screen, and then there was not. The thing that had removed it was floating a meter off the ground and was not level 16. World-destroying beast, level 21, king rank. There was no time to be clever and no distance to be clever in. I opened the war god all the way and went into the demon dragon form and came out the other side of 300 in every attribute. I got the first strike into its shoulder. The first strike was not close to enough, so I went up. That is the thing that has won fights for me over and over. It is not a skill, and it is not a talent. It is a habit. Everybody in that world fights on the ground, because that is where the ground is. Even the ones who can fly land to fight, because that is how it is done, and how it has always been done, and their instructors did it that way. I have wings and no instructor. I took it in the throat from directly above, and it did not get a second exchange. What it dropped was a small purple pill called a petition pill. The description on it was 6 words long and made the back of my neck go cold. The target believes everything you say. 5 days. I stood in the middle of a battlefield at 3 in the morning holding a thing that turns a person into an instrument for somebody else's lying. I did what I always do, which is that I fed it to the machine. Obsession command token. Gold. You name a person, you break the token, and from that moment, that person is bound to you in a way I am not going to describe in detail, and at the bottom of the panel, there was 1 additional line that I read 4 separate times. Effective on targets up to and including Emperor rank. Emperor rank. There are perhaps a handful of beings on that continent I had heard described that way. The Ice Emperor, 18th on a list whose top I have never seen. Elder Grove, who calls a gold-quality mountain turtle a little turtle, the 2 kings under my own island. And I was standing on a wall in a demon world, in the dark, holding the thing that could take one of them off the board permanently. I put it away, and I did not use it. Record that, too, because a number of people have assumed otherwise since. It went into the ring, it stayed in the ring, and there was exactly 1 situation in which I intended to ever break it. Back on my island, without me, the council was having the argument I would have had. The surviving goblin had come back through the portal and told them what had happened to the others. The room had gone the way rooms go, which is loud and in the direction of sealing the cave with rubble and forgetting it had ever been found. Elder Gao Ren made the case for it well. 2 parties gone, a world on the far side full of demons at king rank with no known upper bound, and a portal that has sat quietly in a cave for 400 years and has never once, in all that time, sent anything through that they could not handle. Liu Qi wanted to go through immediately with everything they had, so did Gao Jian, both of them for reasons that had nothing to do with strategy. And Lyra ended it with one observation, aimed at exactly one man. Liang Wei is not dead, she said. He carries my oath bond, and I carry his. If he were dead, I would know, because the bond would be gone, and it is not gone. The room went quiet. Then she made the actual decision, and it is the reason I keep her at my left hand, and always will. We do not defend the portal, she said. Anything you defend, you eventually lose, because the other side chooses the day, and you do not. We go through it. We take the far side, and then it is a door in our wall instead of a hole in our floor. Commander Liu Qi, she added, your daughter's location is still unknown. Do you not want to find out what has happened to her? He agreed on the spot. He would have agreed to anything on the spot, and Lyra knew that, and used it, and told me about it afterward without being asked, because she does not hide the things she does. Somewhere north of all that, in a demon city with no gates, I was cashing out. The clerk at the merit window read the number twice before she said it out loud. 123,100. The succubus on guard at that window asked her to repeat it, and then did the arithmetic in public, which I appreciated because it saved me from having to. 120,000 merit is somewhere between 300 and 400 general rank kills in a single night, by 11 people. She looked at me for a while after she finished the sum. Then she looked at Alara. Then she went back to her post and did not say anything else. I spent it immediately, because currency you are holding is currency somebody can take off you. I was in a foreign city with a face that did not belong to me. A spiritual enlightenment platform, blue quality. Preview sent to cultivation speed, permanently, forever, for 50,000. 3 experience pills for 30,000. And 10 spirit heart fruits for 50,000, which are permanent attribute treasures, and which are the single best thing you can put into a soldier's hand. I gave all 10 away. Ilara got the first one and did not take it until I physically put it in her palm and closed her fingers over it. The other 9 went down the line, 1 each, and there were 11 of us and 10 fruits, and I did not keep one. They worked all night, I told her, when she tried to argue about it. You do not send people through a wall and then take the pay. Ilara is a Crimson Elf commander who had, up to that week, spent her entire professional life being expended by people who could not have picked her out of a formation. I did not buy her loyalty that morning, and the distinction matters. I bought her attention. She gave me the loyalty herself, later, at a moment when it cost her something real, and she has never once mentioned the fruit. Grakon came to see the Marquise 4 days later. He brought Malakar with him, and between them they handed her everything. They assumed she already knew. That is the whole mechanism. 2 demon lords walked into her hall to negotiate a 3-way split of a portal, and in the process of negotiating, told her that the portal existed, where it was, and what was on the other side of it. I was standing against the wall in the room, in a servant's coat, being furniture, and Lilith, who had learned all of it 11 seconds earlier, said, in the tone of a woman being reminded of a minor administrative matter, "Ah yes, there is indeed such a thing. All of those instabilities have already been dealt with." They believed her completely. I have watched a great many people lie. That was the best one I have ever seen, and she did it cold, without preparation, in front of 2 kings. When they had gone, she turned around and looked at me. "You are not panicking," she said. "Of course I am," I said, "but you have not told anyone what I am, so I assume you are not going to do anything to me today." She tilted her head. "Or perhaps I simply do not want to share information about you with anyone else." "My lord," I said, "you talk too much." Her attendant went rigid. Sylvana put a hand on a sword, and Lilith laughed. Actually laughed, in her own hall, and said, "You are right, I talk far too much." That is the moment the whole thing turned, and neither of us said so. 2 days later, she told me why she needed me. Their world is broken at the top. The World Lord vanished centuries ago, and nobody has replaced him. 5 emperors run what is left, badly, in 5 directions. And her own clan is being pulled apart by 3 dukes who are all waiting for each other to move first. Lilith is the strongest candidate for emperor rank her clan has produced in a very long time, which is exactly why they are strangling her. A marquise who might become an emperor is not an asset to 3 dukes. She is a schedule. She needed a door out. Somewhere with no succubus politics in it, that nobody could reach or audit, where she could put what she could not afford to lose. So I lied to her. Liang City, I said, was founded jointly by 3 races, and there are 3 emperor-level experts standing behind it. There are 2 emperor-level kings under my island, and neither of them works for me. She looked at me for a while. Then she named her price. Territory in my world equal to 1/10 of her marquisate. Her marquisate is 20,000 square kilometers. She wanted 2,000 square kilometers. Half my island, I said. I cannot give you an answer myself. I will have to consult a higher authority. Which was true in the sense that I would need to consult myself and required privacy, and was the best sentence available. Lilith smiled and said, "Of course. You may not leave the castle until then. I sent the Crimson Elves home, or I tried to. Here is the argument I made to Alara, and I still think it was correct. She and her 10 were foreign combatants in a demon world. If this went wrong, they were a diplomatic incident with legs, whereas I had a human face on, and there is no shortage of humans, and nobody hunts one. Go, I said. I will be fine. I am not worth anything to her as a corpse." All 10 of them refused. "If that is really how it is," said Alara, "then I am staying. If something unexpected happens, I can still do my part." And 2 of the others, who I will not name, took the opportunity to inform me that if I was going to be kept in a castle by a succubus marquise, there was no reason to be picky about which women were in it. I would like to note for the record that the Crimson Elves are famous across 2 worlds for holding men in open contempt. "You people look down on men," I said. "Why are you all suddenly on sale?" Neither of them had an answer. Neither of them stopped. Then came the feast. Every noble in the region was in that hall. Barons, viscountesses, their retinues, hundreds of them, and the seating had been set that morning by someone acting on the Marquise's instruction. They put me at the head table. At the head table, at the Marquise's own place setting, in front of an entire province. Nobody would tell any of them who I was, so I ate. That is my entire contribution to the first hour of that party. I sat in the best seat in the room, and I worked through the table in front of me methodically, while 400 demons quietly lost their minds trying to work out what I was. Valeria cracked first and came over to make conversation, which was the only time all evening I nearly laughed. Then the doors opened and 5 people came in together. Lilith, Celine, Sylvana, and 2 countesses, Fang Ru and Aurora, both level 22, both king rank. Lilith sat down beside me, looked at the table, and took in the fact that most of it was gone. "Are you full?" she said. "About half," I said. Countess Fang Ru had clearly been waiting all evening and asked the question straight out. "Who is this?" And Lilith said, with a completely level face in a hall of 400 people, "This is my personal favorite. He answers to nobody in this castle except me." I had a mouthful of wine at the time, and I would like to apologize to everyone within 2 meters. The room went off like a dropped tray. Note something here, because by that point I had started keeping a private tally. Chen Ru's people had assigned me to her as an accessory. Xavier had looked at me for 1 second and filed me as an ornament attached to a woman above my station. Valeria had appraised me on a road like produce and found me acceptable as a party gift. And now a marquise had stood up in front of a province and made it official. 3rd time in 2 months. Somebody's favorite. Again. And then Lilith, who was clearly enjoying herself enormously, added that I had asked for the position myself, and that she had found herself unable to refuse. So I took my revenge. I leaned over and put my head on her shoulder in front of every noble in the region and said, loudly enough for the first 4 tables, "You did say I was your favorite. I would hate to be found neglecting my duties." I felt her go completely still. The hall erupted. Somebody was on their feet, shouting that I should remove myself from the marquise immediately. Somebody else was demanding to know how a human dared. And Countess Aurora stood up and shouted, over all of them, "Liang Wei, let go of her at once. Let me handle this." Then she heard herself, went scarlet from the jaw up, sat back down, and addressed the rest of that sentence to her plate. That is the exact moment Viscountess Bianca decided to challenge me. She was epic grade, level 17, general rank, 152 agility, with a skill list built entirely around getting 1 clean strike in from a direction you were not watching. Thrust, deception, confusion, sudden attack. And she did not want to fight me. She wanted to humiliate Lilith through me, in public, which is a completely different objective and shows in how a person opens. She started with the obvious. Surely a favorite is only required to have a pretty face. Yes, I said agreeably. That is generally the arrangement. Then I let the temperature out of my voice. You are a subordinate of the Marquise. You may offer suggestions. You do not make decisions in this hall. 400 demons stopped talking. I let that sit for a moment, and then I gave her what she wanted, on my terms. You want to fight me. Fine. But I do not fight for nothing, and I am not going to risk my neck to settle your feelings. Put something on the table, and let me be clear in advance. Do not bring out anything worthless. Bianca put up an incomplete gate core, purple quality. A core that creates a gateway between worlds, except it is broken and cannot be completed, and is therefore, in that world, a very expensive paperweight. She staked it precisely because it was famously useless. She wanted the room to see that she was risking nothing. I have a talent that takes broken things and gives back better ones. I kept my face still, which was the hardest physical act I performed that entire evening, and said, "Add one more item of real value, and we begin immediately. And I do not care whether it is to the death." She added a blue-veined fruit. Then she did the only smart thing she did all night. She asked the Marquise and both countesses to stand as witnesses, not for fairness, so that nobody could intervene. She wanted it on the record that I was not being protected, so that when I went down, it would be Lilith's failure and not her own. Aurora agreed instantly and with visible pleasure. I found out much later exactly what she had been thinking, which was that Bianca would kill me and she would then kill Bianca, and both of her problems would be gone in one evening. Everybody in that hall had a plan. I walked out into the courtyard and put down 2 ice puppets because I wanted her opening read to be wrong. It worked perfectly. I watched Bianca look at the puppets and decide, visibly, that she was fighting a summoner, an elementalist, a backline caster with a fragile body, at general rank, in a courtyard with no cover. She adjusted her stance for it. Then I opened black armor across both shoulders and wings and put a spear in my hand. The ice puppets went in from the front, which is what puppets are for. I came down on her from above. Bianca was fast. 152 agility and a whole skill list built around the moment when you are looking the wrong way. Against a caster in an open courtyard, she would have won inside 4 seconds. She was not fighting a caster. I watched her face change while she was still in the air, and it was not fear, it was sums. She had worked it out. The puppets were bait. The stakes had been my idea. The line about not bringing out anything worthless had been my idea. And the phrase, "to the death," had come out of my mouth, not hers. She had agreed to it in front of 400 witnesses because she had believed she was the dangerous one in that courtyard. Everything about that duel had been mine from the first sentence. The spear went through her throat, and it was over in under 9 seconds. Nobody in that hall made a sound. Lilith did not stand up. She said, without any particular emphasis, "Mei-jin, arrange for someone to collect Viscountess Bianca's remains." And I walked back inside, sat down in my seat at the head table, picked up the incomplete gate core and the blue-veined fruit off the stakes table, put both of them away, and went back to my dinner. The last part was deliberate. Killing a Viscountess in a courtyard tells a room that you are dangerous. Sitting back down and finishing your food tells a room something considerably worse, which is that it was not an event. Lilith came to my rooms that night in a silk robe with dinner for 2, and the dinner was a formality. "Your people," she said, "are already holding the far side of the portal." That was news to me, and I did not let it be news to me. Grakon is demanding a joint assault tomorrow morning. 3 forces, mine included. Here is what I propose. Your people withdraw tonight, quietly, and give up the ground. Then I hand you Grakon's exact position, and you deal with him at your leisure. I put my cup down. "Lilith," I said, "you are thinking several moves too far ahead, and one of those moves is me doing all the work. You want an enormous territory in a world you have never seen, for free, in exchange for a set of coordinates. Do you genuinely believe I would agree to that?" She smiled and did not deny it, which is the thing I like about her. Then I asked the question I had been holding for 3 days. "How long until you can promote to emperor rank?" She went very still. "Any time," she said. "Any time." She had been sitting at the top of king rank for years, deliberately, in place, refusing to take the last step, because the moment a marquise of her clan becomes an emperor, she stops being a piece on the board and becomes a piece that 3 dukes have to remove. She had been making herself smaller for a decade to stay alive. So I laid it out. You promote tonight, not tomorrow, tonight, quietly, in this castle, and nobody outside these walls finds out. Tomorrow you march with Graken and Malachar. You go through the portal at their side, and you let them into my world. All of them. You do not warn them about anything. And then, when they are inside, we kill them both, and you take their lands, and you have your way out and your emperor rank on the same morning. She looked at me for a long time. Then she picked up her glass and said, "To a successful operation." I found out later that she did not sleep at all that night. One of her attendants told Alara, who told me, that the marquise stood at her window until dawn with a glass in her hand and did not drink any of it. I understand it. She had spent 10 years arranging her entire life around not moving, and the human she had known for 11 days had just talked her into moving everything at once. I spent that same night doing the most profitable 10 minutes of work in my entire life. The incomplete gate core went into 100 transformations, 2 world gate, gold quality, a permanent structure that builds a passage between worlds. Not a portal I found, not a portal somebody else made and I have to defend. A gate I can put where I choose, between the worlds I choose, as many times as I can pay for it. Bianca had staked that thing precisely because everyone in her world agreed it was junk. The blue-veined fruit went down after it, and a 3-pattern fruit I had been saving, and an experience orb. Level 13, general rank, 143, 140, 141. And a new talent slot, empty, waiting. And then, for the first time since I woke up on a plank, I hit a wall. At general rank, the experience you get from killing things collapses. The ladder I had been climbing since the first week, kill bigger things faster, does not go any further. Past this point, you grow by cultivating, honestly, daily, in small increments, like everybody else has always had to. I bought a holy demon art off my own shop that night. Gold quality, 100 experience a day, 100 a day. I had made 4,000 in one night on a wall in a demon city 3 weeks earlier. That is what growing up feels like, apparently. The shortcuts run out, and then there is just the work. The route in the forest happened while I was asleep. Ilara got out of the castle and back to the island with the plan, and Lyra took it to the Council of 3 Races. The council did what councils do, which is argue. Liu Qi wanted a frontal assault immediately. Gao Jian agreed with him. Elder Gao Ren wanted to seal the cave and wait a year. And Lyra, who is the most dangerous individual I command, ended it with one sentence aimed at exactly one man. "Commander Liu Qi," she said, "your daughter's location is still unknown. Do you not want to find out what has happened to her?" He agreed on the spot. He would have agreed to anything on the spot. 300 fighters went through the portal after dark and hit 100 of Grakon's people in a forest at a time when demons of that grade do not expect visitors. They did not clear the field afterward. There was no time, and there was no need. In that world, the night has its own arrangements. And then, before dawn, every single one of them pulled back through the portal and abandoned the ground entirely, exactly as instructed, so that when Grakon came at first light, he would find a broken camp, an empty forest, and a door standing open with nobody behind it. He came at noon with 500. Malachar came with 400, and Lilith came with 600, at the back, in no particular hurry. 1,500 demons walked onto my island through a hole in a cave. The scouts came back to Grakon with a report that made him laugh. Their settlement, the scout said, is a city. The walls are 10 meters, and the gates are standing wide open, and everyone we can see is out in the fields cutting timber. Lilith said, in a tone of well-acted concern, "Could this be a trap? Should we not send more scouts first?" Grakon told her she worried too much and went through the gates at the head of 500 crimson demons. The first thing that happened was that the ground came apart under them. The goblins had been building charges for 11 days. Not one line of them. 9, in overlapping rows, under a street 6 meters wide, with the timing worked out by a race whose entire culture is based on getting the fuse length right. And when the black-winged demons went up out of the smoke to get above it, they went straight into a blue electrical net strung between the wall towers by dwarven engineers who had been asking me for 2 weeks what the wire was for. "We have walked into a trap," somebody was screaming. They laid this before we arrived. And then, over the top of all of it, one voice. Grakon. He turned around, because when someone says your name, you turn around, and that is the entire reason he is dead. Lilith was standing 3 meters behind him with a purple ring in both eyes and a dagger already moving. You are all going to die here, Lilith said, conversationally, with the dagger already in. And then I will take your territory. I will hold the portal alone, and after that I will not merely have a position in the demon realm, I will have a future. Grakon did not go down. He came apart out of his own armor and put himself back together 5 meters tall, crimson. The ground around him cracked in a ring. Epic grade, king rank, in the form his species uses when it has decided the negotiation is over. He had known Lilith for 200 years as a marquise. She had promoted the night before, emperor rank, legendary quality against his epic, and he did not find out until he was already committed. What she did next is the single most efficient piece of violence I have ever watched. Bewitching, illusion, phantom, 10 shadow demon slayer. There were 30 of her on that street. 27 of them were nothing at all, and Grakon's crimson constructs went into them and through them and kept going, wasting everything, because there is no way to tell from the inside which of 30 identical women is going to matter. 3 of them were real, and they arrived from 3 directions at once, and that was the end of Grakon. Lilith went white afterward and had to put a hand on a wall. Emperor rank does not mean free. She had spent something to do that in 11 seconds instead of 11 minutes. She had spent it to make sure the whole street saw it happen fast. Malachar did not stay to argue. He came apart into a flock of black birds and went out over the wall in 40 directions, which is a signature escape, and a very good one. Lilith ran down the 3 largest on the assumption that the real one was in the biggest, and she killed all 3. And then she stood over the last of them, frowning, and said the thing that should have warned all of us. Why has it not changed back? A shapeshifter of that grade returns to true form on death. It is not a courtesy, it is physics. The thing on the ground stayed a bird. 5 minutes later, the mess on the cobbles moved. It gathered itself, slowly, into the shape of a small black bird. Then a red fruit came out of the air above it, out of nothing. The bird pecked at the fruit, and grew, and kept growing. That is what Malachar actually is. A marquis who has spent his entire career making sure that the last thing anyone ever does to him is kill him personally, because he has an item that only works if they think they have finished. Lilith had used up her one clean opportunity killing him. He walked out of my city wearing the face of a succubus, and on the way through the portal, he stopped and spoke to Countess Fang Ru, calmly, in a woman's voice, and told her that everything had gone smoothly and that the master said they could proceed with the next part of the plan. I found out later, from his own possessions, that he had practiced. There was a mirror in his quarters and a set of notes on posture. I ran his identity out of pure reflex. That is the entire reason he is dead, not deduction, habit. I have scanned every unfamiliar face I have seen since the day a jellyfish taught me to check. I looked at a succubus walking past me in my own street, ran the skill without thinking about it, and the panel said Malachar. I did not react. That was the hardest thing I have ever done with my face. I let him walk past me. I let him talk to Fang Ru. I let him give the order that sent the rest of his own troops deeper into a city that was already closing behind them. And when the last of them was in the trap, he went for the sky. Here is what it is to chase an emperor. He is faster than me. Flatly, on the panel, in the column, faster. He had 400 years of altitude on me and a body built for exactly this. I opened War God all the way and went into the demon dragon form, and I caught him over the tree line. He turned around in the air and looked at me and said something I have thought about since. I escaped Lilith, he said, and I have fallen into the hands of you. It went on a long time. Through the canopy, out over the forest, up and back down, wings against wings, my spear against his staff, and about 4 minutes into it, Lilith arrived. She did not help. She hung there in the air at a polite distance with her arms folded and watched a human she had known for 2 weeks fight an emperor to a standstill, and she took notes. I put the spear through his heart over the river. Then I flew back and landed in front of her. She said, without any warmth at all, "You have hidden your intentions extremely well. I am beginning to wonder whether I have been bargaining with a tiger for its own skin." "You can trust me completely," I said. "Look at what I just did. I burned every card I had in front of 600 of your soldiers." A man planning to betray you does not show you his whole hand first. She thought about that for about 3 seconds. Then she said, "Shall we go and pick over Grakon's estate before somebody else does?" "They are all the same. I said. Every estate is delicious. The treasury had no keys, because the man who had the keys was in several pieces across a river. Lilith looked at the door for a moment. Then she kicked it off its hinges with the casual strength of a woman who had been an emperor for 30 hours and was still enjoying it. For the benefit of anyone from my own world, this is a technique frequently demonstrated on television by a certain kind of celebrity, and that it is extremely satisfying to watch performed by an actual professional. Inside, there were over 1,000 gold stones, and not one item below blue quality. Do not worry about the split yet, I said, already filling a bag. Get it out of the building first. We can discuss allocation afterward. Lilith rolled her eyes so hard I heard it. Then she got a second bag and started scooping. I found Liu Huan alive in a cell under the west wing. She had been through 11 days of Grakon's hospitality, and she was still on her feet, and when I opened the door, she looked up at me and did not recognize me at all, because the last time she saw me, I had a different face and a different species. Are you Liang Wei? She said. Lyra's favorite. I said I was. Even if you are, she said, you are still Lyra's. And you submitted to Grakon this easily? You have disgraced Lyra, and you have disgraced the entire Crimson Elf race. Behind me, Lilith made a noise. Liang Wei, she said, delighted. Are you not my favorite? Who is this Lyra? Liu Huan's face did something I would pay money to see again. You did it again, she said. You became hers as well. Is there nothing you can do except be attractive at people? I want the record to show that at that point in my life, I had founded the first territory on the continent, killed a marquis in single combat, and personally rearranged the politics of a demon world. 4 separate people in 2 months had introduced me as an accessory. The 5 emperors called Lilith in 11 days later, and I went with her, and that room was the most dangerous place I have ever stood, including the one with the hole in the world in it. 3 succubus dukes, Oberon, who is her patron, Anya, who is not, and Kalen, who is neutral and whose neutrality was the whole game, plus an envoy from the Black Flame Emperor, plus an envoy from the Moon Demon Emperor, plus what was left of the Crimson Demons and the Black-Winged clans, who had lost 2 lords in one afternoon and wanted somebody's head for it. Lilith told her story, and it was a good story. I did not attack first, she said. Grakon and Malachar attacked me. Oberon backed her immediately because Lilith is his subordinate, and a duke who lets his own people be eaten stops having people. Anya had to play along in public and hated every syllable of it, and Kalen said nothing, and Kalen's vote was going to decide it. So I broke a token. I had been carrying it since a wall in a demon city at 3 in the morning. Gold quality, effective up to and including Emperor rank. I had never used it, and I had promised myself I would use it exactly once. I named Kalen, and I broke it in my sleeve while 2 dukes were shouting at each other. She did not lurch. Nothing visible happened at all. She simply began, over the following minute, to look in my direction slightly more often than a neutral party should, and when the vote came, she gave it to Lilith without being asked twice. And then the Moon Demon envoy stood up and announced that his mistress had investigated the matter independently and found that the Marquise had not lied. I did not know why she did that. I found out later, and it was worse than not knowing. Grakon's lands and Malachar's lands went to Lilith that afternoon. She walked out of that hall as the 4th emperor of the Succubus clan, with 3 times the territory she had walked in with. And one of the 4 emperors of that clan was, from that afternoon onward, quietly and permanently mine. I am not going to pretend that sat well. Kalen was a competent, dangerous, entirely self-directed woman before I broke that token, and afterward she was a competent, dangerous woman who could not stop watching the door I had walked out of. I have used a great many items. That is the only one I regret. The mermaid woke up while I was away. She had been a membrane in a pit at the bottom of the ocean, and then a child asleep in a tank in my infirmary with 2 people assigned to watch the water level, and one morning she stood up at 1.70 m and introduced herself as Hai Shin. Legend quality. Profession, Archon. Not a fighter, not a caster, not a single offensive skill on the entire panel. An administrator at legend grade with a skill list made up entirely of the things that had been eating 4 hours out of every one of my days since the population passed 3,000. I had 13 heroes who could kill almost anything on that island, and exactly one hero who could run a city. I would like to be clear about which of those I had actually been short of. I gave her the upper administration that week. She reorganized the duty rosters in 2 days, moved the grain accounting off my desk on the 3rd, and by the end of the week had told me, politely, that she would prefer I stopped approving individual housing allocations because it was slowing everything down. I got about 6 hours a day of my life back, and I have never once regretted breaking a city core to get her. Then I put the 2-world gate down in the angel realm and started rebuilding a dead world. A terrain card went first. 30 minutes of authority over the shape of a place that had been a flat, gray waste since the day it was eaten, and when the light went out, there was a mountain range running for tens of miles across the middle of it, with rivers coming off both flanks and lakes at the bottom of them. Celeste stood on the new ridge for a long time without saying anything, and I let her. Then I planted the Ming-Shin ancient tree beside the ancient tree of life, which adds 40% to cultivation speed for everyone under its canopy, and which I had been sitting on for 11 days waiting for somewhere worth putting it. And then I made a mistake and fed the tree of life a wood thunder bead. It shrank. My 7-meter tree of life ate the bead and came back down to about 4, and Liang Qingdai screamed at me in the middle of my own courtyard, in front of the standing guard, at a volume I had not previously known was available to her. Then the panel updated. Gold quality, level 8. And the tree had grown a lightning body and a whip made of live current. The next thing that came out of the tree line at the wall did not get within 9 meters of it. Liang Qingdai apologized to me formally about 6 hours later. It was the single least sincere apology I have ever received in any world, and I accepted it with enormous grace and have brought it up approximately once a month ever since. Qin Shan put a warning into the general channel that week, and it broke about 4,000 people. At the end of the 2nd month, he wrote, "The territory cores expire. Everybody who has not planted theirs loses it, and anybody who has not sailed far enough from their starting position is going to be erased." Erased. Not killed by a monster, not drowned in a storm, removed by the system administratively for insufficient distance traveled. In short, he wrote, the shorter your voyage, the more dangerous your position. I watched that channel for an hour, and it was the worst hour of reading I did the entire season. Half of them panicked productively. "I started the engine and ran," wrote one man. "I have never sailed so hard in my life." Somebody else posted a chart of their own track with the words, "Please tell me this is enough," and got 900 replies from strangers doing his arithmetic for him. And the other half did the thing I have never understood and have now watched 1,000 times. "I give up. There is no hope. Just let me die. One thing about that, and then I am going to leave it alone." Some of the people who wrote that line survived anyway. The system was not as precise as their fear made it, and the threshold was not as far as the panic assumed. But every single one of them came out the far side worse than they had to. Not because the rule got them, because they spent the last 3 weeks of the month lying down. Everybody around them spent it moving, and at the end of the month, the distance between those two groups was permanent. The distance you actually needed was not enormous. It was simply further than you get by stopping. I was, at that moment, carrying a bag with 5,000 cubic meters inside it. I had acquired it the way I acquire everything, which is by feeding junk to a machine. A mustard seed bag, blue quality, 50 cubic meters, entirely ordinary, sold in every market on the continent. Into the hopper it went. Sumeru bag, gold, 5,000 cubic meters, 100-fold out of a bag I had bought as an upgrade to my luggage, and which is the single reason I was able to do the thing with the meat 2 weeks later. I also turned a pile of vampire thorn remains into a frenzy array plate, gold quality, single use, which covers 100 miles and does something to hostile creatures inside it that I am not going to describe because I have never used it. I keep it for a day I hope does not come. It is still in the ring. Anue caught the spy 4 nights after that. She caught him because she noticed that a rock had moved. That was the detection method, start to finish. There is a stone in the grass by the outer wall on the northeast face, and at some point in an evening, it was in a slightly different position than it had been an hour earlier. My night hunter watched it for 40 minutes without moving, and then put a blade against a part of it that turned out to be a throat. His name is Scout. He is a mountain spirit. He is a professional thief. He has a talent that lets him smell mineral deposits through solid rock. He had been tunneling under my wall for 3 days at a rate that would have had him inside the granary by the weekend. "If you want to live," said Anue, "behave." "I will not move," he said instantly. "Please be careful with that. Please do not be careless with it. I very much do not want to die yet. Then he told us everything, at length, unprompted, in a level of organized detail that strongly suggested he had been rehearsing it in case of exactly this outcome. There is a second lord on my island, North Coast. His name is Valerius, and he is the son of the ruler of Baishan Island, who is an emperor at level 30. And Valerius has 2 combat heroes who are both on the edge of promoting to emperor rank. Scout gave all of that up in under a minute without being pressed once, and when I asked him why, he told me the truth, which was that if he did not find his employer a mine within a few days, his employer was going to kill him, and that on the whole, he preferred his chances with a stranger. I have kept him. He is very good at his job, and he has never once pretended to be loyal, which I find restful. I did the numbers on the wall afterward, and I did not like any of it. The lords of the heavenly mandate are supposed to arrive with nothing. That is what the design is for. 1 plank, 1 core, 1 talent orb, and whatever you can make of it. But the established powers of that continent had found the seam in it, and what they were doing was seeding their own children into the trial with heroes already grown, and then feeding those heroes on shipped-in materials until they crossed into emperor rank inside a test built for beginners. Somewhere out on that ocean, 10,000 people were still arguing about whether to spend 200 stones on a pump. I burned the willow leaf. Elder Grove arrived in under a minute, walking through the trees, and I mean through them. He came out of a trunk about 11 meters from where I was standing and did not appear to consider this worth commenting on. He looked at the leaf, then at me, and reminded me of our terms, which are 1 favor now and 1 request later, contents to be specified entirely at his convenience. Then he told me what I was actually facing on the North Coast. Emperor Kuroki, legend quality, level 28, 678 strength, race, plant. Sometimes, he said, living a long time is itself a kind of strength. And then he gave me a piece of advice for free, which he did not have to do, and which I estimate has saved my life at least once since. Stop scanning emperors, he said. You do it constantly. You have done it 3 times during this conversation, including once on me. Some of them carry things that tell them when they have been looked at. I have never used my identification skill on an emperor since, without a very good reason and a plan for what happens if they notice. Then I went back to the mountain and made the largest single delivery of my career. 25,000 jin of meat in 1 bag. I opened the Sumeru bag in their cold cavern, and it came out until it took up more than half the room, floor to ceiling, and Wu Guang stood in the doorway with his hand on the frame and could not assemble a sentence. How? He said eventually. How can there be so many? They ran it through their scanner, which took 11 minutes. 24,842 jin. How about, I said, we call it 25,000. 20,000 spirit crystals came back the other way, 4,000 of salt, 1,000 of amethyst. And when it was loaded, Wu Guang put an extra 300 jin of crystal on top of the pile, unasked, outside the terms, and stepped back. I did not haggle. I did not count it. I closed the bag, shook his hand, and left. When it is time to be decisive, be decisive. I have watched 100 traders spend a decade of goodwill on 1 afternoon of squeezing. I have bought from every one of them exactly once. He gave me the tour afterward, which he had never done in 3 visits. The lower galleries where the children are kept, which is a cavern full of grass and glowing stones and an amount of noise I was not prepared for. The psionic lift, which they built themselves and which is better than the one in the Celestial Mother City. And the residential level, where every room has a window. Every room has a window, and every window is arranged so that from outside that mountain there is nothing to see at all except rock. 1,300 people who have made themselves invisible for 400 years, and who have windows in every single room. I keep returning to those windows more than I have thought about most of my battles. The last thing that happened that month happened at my own workbench, alone, at about 2 in the morning. It changed the shape of everything that came after it. I drank a talent enhancement fluid, which is exactly what it sounds like, and which I had been saving for a day when I felt lucky. Then I put a gold-quality teleportation array into 100 transformations, which by then was the highest grade of item my talent could still lift at all, and asked it for a special item. Nothing happened. I did it again. Nothing. A third time, and nothing at all. No light, no sound, no result. I sat there in my own workshop saying the name of my own talent aloud like a man hitting the side of a vending machine. 100 transformations, 100 transformations, 100 transformations. On the fourth attempt, the light came out colored. Not white, not green, not blue, not purple, not gold. Colored, all of it at once, and moving. I had never seen that grade in my life, and neither had anybody I have asked since. Multiverse Mother Core Sphere. A factory, not a portal. A machine that builds spatial portals, on demand, to any coordinates you can supply it with. And when I checked my talent panel afterward, I found the bill. It had worked once that day instead of 3 times. That is the trade. I understood it immediately, sitting on the workshop floor with a colored light still on the bench in front of me. A stronger talent does not give you more. It gives you fewer swings at a higher fence. I have never once regretted taking it. But I did sit on that floor for a while thinking about a man on a 3-meter boat in the rain, feeding 3 pieces of wood into a machine every night and getting 3 pieces of wood back out, and how much simpler he had it, and how completely certain he was that his problems were the largest problems available. Valerius had a 2-meter wall and a militia at level 6 and 7. I did not attack it because I did not want the wall. I wanted him outside it. So I stood in front of his gate and told him to open it and surrender while he still had the option. He came out. Of course he came out. He is the son of the ruler of Baishan Island. He has 2 heroes on the edge of emperor rank. The man taunting him from the field was the most famous name in the trial. Killing Liang Wei publicly would have made him for a century. We were both playing each other, and we both knew it, and neither of us cared, because both of us thought we had the better hand. He came out with 302 emperors. Elder Grove came out of the tree line on my side, unhurried, in green, and Kaylin went with him, silently, from a direction nobody was looking at, because that is what she does now. Valerius's first move was better than I expected. He broke a piece of blue jade, and a dome came down. It came down in a place chosen to cut me off from my own army with 100 of his soldiers inside it. Me, alone, with 100. His second move was better still. He tore a red scroll, and every soldier in that dome boiled. Some of them jumped straight to general rank. 2 of them went to king. He had spent a fortune to make himself 100 soldiers who had never been that strong before, and would never be that strong again. He had put them in a box with me. So I used a phantom scroll, 1 use. It does not make me invisible. It makes me not there, in the perception of everyone hostile within the field, and 100 soldiers who have just been handed strength they have never controlled, in a sealed dome, hunting a man who is not where they are looking, will do the rest of the work themselves. I stood in the middle of it and did not have to do very much at all. Valerius watched his own dome from the outside. When I let it drop, he had his hands up before I reached him. Liang Wei, he said, if you kill me, my father's people will never let this go. I let him live. There is nothing in it for me, I said, which was true, and which he did not believe, and which has annoyed him for months. Elder Grove fought both emperors at once. I have watched a lot of fights in that world. I have not watched anything like that one, and I do not expect to again. Han Guang had a spear made of fire. Wang Kai had a black blade, and moved like the blade was where he actually lived, and Elder Grove had willow branches. He put a seed into the ground, and a 20-meter willow came up out of it in under a second, and took the fire spear on itself. He shed what looked like seed fluff, and every strand of it hardened into an edge. He was never in a hurry. He fought 2 emperors the way you weed a garden bed. The moment it turned was a splinter. 1 chip of willow got into Wang Kai's shoulder, barely, through the guard. It was nothing, and Elder Grove said 1 word. Born. And the splinter started to grow. Wang Kai took his own left arm off at the shoulder to stop it, in the middle of a fight, without hesitating. He deserves credit for it, because it was the correct decision, and almost nobody would have made it in time. Kaylin finished him from 400 meters with an arrow. Han Guang worked out what was happening about a minute later, which is that he was not being beaten, he was being processed, on a schedule, by something that had all the time in the world. If you want me dead, he screamed, then you will not have it easy either. And he detonated. Kaylin had put a dome of sparks over the whole area 90 seconds before he did it, and after the light went out, she walked the field slowly and found a single coal that was trying not to be noticed. The announcements came that evening, and they came in 3s, the way the big ones do. Lord Liang Wei is the first to capture another lord's territory. He is granted the title of Pioneer, 3 times, to everyone. And then, immediately after it, and this is the one that broke the channel, the first slaying of an emperor rank being in the history of this trial. 3 times. to everyone. I have kept the log from that hour. Am I in the same world as this man? Are we in the same trial? What even is an emperor rank expert? Is that strong? Killing you would be as easy as killing a chicken. Are chickens easy? I met a level 15 chicken on my island yesterday, and it beat me. The Pioneer title gives 10% strength on foreign soil, plus 0.5% for every territory captured, with no stated ceiling. No ceiling. They wrote that in the description of a title given for taking one 2-meter wall off a spoiled boy. And the lottery attached to it gave me a key to control, gold quality, which turns a small world into a subordinate world of your territory. The Angel Realm stopped being a place I could visit and became a district of Hai Liang. My territory score went from 11,924 to 118,924. Then I went and looked at the 5 golden nests, which had come online with the key, and found out what an angel costs. 100 gold stones, per angel, once every 6 months. 100 gold stones. I had 1,100, and that was the largest sum of money I had ever held in my life. It had taken 2 months and a war to accumulate. What? I said, in an empty street in a dead city. 100 gold? Are you serious? Then I spent 500 of it in one afternoon, because I did the arithmetic, and the maths is not close. 100 gold stones for a unit that comes out at Emperor tier is not expensive. It is the single cheapest thing on the entire continent, and it is not a competition. 5 angels came out of those nests. I did not tell Celeste. I brought her into the dreamscape on a pretext, and let her walk in ahead of me, and stood back. She stopped in the doorway. Then she crossed that room faster than I have ever seen her move, and I got about half a step backward before she had both arms around me. "Thank you, master," she said, into my shoulder, and her voice had come apart completely. I thought it would be years. I thought it would be years before I saw one of my own people again, and it has been weeks. "Why are you crying?" I said. "Because I am not good at this." "You are a grown woman. What is there to cry about? I am happy," she said. "Thank you, master. I have made a great many promises. Some of them were tactical. Some of them were lies I intended to make true later. That one I made in a cave to a woman standing straight with her hands folded, describing the end of her species in the tone of a shipping manifest. I made it because somebody in that room had to be unreasonable. It cost me 500 gold stones, and it is the best money I have ever spent." Lyra brought me the other news the same week, and it wiped the smile off my face in about 4 seconds. "The Crimson Elf Queen has recovered," she said. "The Celestial Mother's restrictions on the underground world are lifting. The emperors down there will be able to come to the surface next month." Next month? I sat down and worked backward, and it took me about 10 seconds to find the cause, and the cause was me. I killed one of Valerius's emperors yesterday. That is it. That is the whole mechanism. The system watched a lord of the trial kill an emperor rank being, decided the difficulty setting was now wrong, and adjusted it. Not in a season, not next year, next month. "I never expected," I said to the ceiling, "that the Celestial Mother, with her big serious eyebrows and her grand design and her 200-year cycles, would turn out to be running the same live difficulty adjustment as a mobile game. Damn." So there was a clock on it now. Less than a month to take an island that had 2 emperor kingdoms in its basement, an orc alliance growing on the east coast on somebody else's supplies, and a beast tide accumulating in the forests at 3 times the natural rate. I stood on my 2-meter wall that night and looked at all of it, and what I felt was not despair. It was the thing I felt on the plank on the first morning when the panel said talent, none. Fine. Come on then. Let us find out whether you finish me or I flatten you. The mother core sphere unfolded in my yard into a frame 5 meters by 3 and a silver screen with 2 words on it. Create, manage. That is the interface. Somewhere in there is the ability to open a permanent door to any coordinate I can measure, and the designers gave it 2 buttons. My rangefinders came back with the distances. Chenruo's territory, 3,241 kilometers. Qinshan's, considerably further. Then I looked at the material requirements, and my afternoon ended. Tier of void gold, space stones, void condensation beads. All 3 of them available exclusively to Tier 5 customers of the Wan Cheng shop. I was Tier 3. Consider how that feels. I owned the factory. I had the machine, the coordinates, and the money. And a shop clerk who lives in my own city and cannot leave the building told me, politely, that my account was not senior enough to buy the ingredients. So I borrowed a customer card from an ally who has held a small world since before my grandparents were born, and Lin Mei sent it over the same evening with no conditions attached, which is the entire reason I signed with her instead of anybody else. After the purchase, I had 12 gold stones left out of 600. 12. I had walked into that shop as one of the wealthiest lords in the trial, and walked out unable to buy a single angel. I did not have long to feel poor, because the next morning something exploded inside my own walls. We had a shadow phantom demon in the city. He had been living in Liang territory as a crimson elf for 11 days, and he was good. The only reason he came apart at all was that Hai Xin had reorganized the duty rosters and he had not learned the new ones. I caught him 900 meters up. He had a shield on him that had taken hits from king rank and held. It took 3 holy light slashes and it came off him like paper on the 3rd. Surrender, I said, and I may let you live. He put both hands up, and then he smiled. I have seen a lot of expressions, and that one is the only one I still think about, because it was not despair and it was not hatred. It was satisfaction. He had gotten close enough. He detonated at about 4 meters. I got the dragon scale up across my chest and face in the fraction I had, and it was not enough to make it painless. I came down in the fields coughing and did not stand up for a minute and a half. Never again, I said, into the dirt. Never again do I assume that a man with his hands up wants to live. That is twice now that somebody has ended a fight by ending themselves. In my world, that is a story. In that one, it is a tactic with a name. Then I sat down with Lyra and Hai Xin and worked out who had sent him. The list came to 6 suspects, and one of them was considerably more likely than the other 5. The Moon Demon Emperor. She was the one who had spoken up for Lilith in that hall. Unprompted, unpaid, against her own faction's interest. I had not understood it at the time, and it had been sitting in my head ever since like a stone in a shoe. Kalen explained the shape of the world to me that week, and it is the single most useful conversation I have ever had. An emperor caps out at 650 base in a given attribute. That is the wall. Everyone hits it. Elder Grove is at 678 because of what he is, and even that is barely over. And then there is a thing you can do. If you take one single attribute all the way to 1000, you become what they call a limit breaker, and after that, there is no ceiling written anywhere at all. The number simply keeps going. That is what the word God means in that world. It is not a species. It is a threshold. And the Moon Demon Emperor, said Kalen, is at minimum a first limit. I sat with that for a while. The path, I said eventually, really does not end anywhere, does it? No, she said, it does not. Here is what the Moon Demon Emperor was actually doing, and I only learned it much later. It is the reason I am still alive. She had worked out that there were foreign races in my territory. From that, she had concluded, correctly, that Lilith had a door to somewhere outside the demon realm. And from that, she had concluded, also correctly, that Lilith had found a way out. Her world is dying. Everyone at the top of it knows. The World Lord is gone, 5 emperors are holding a corpse upright, and there is a hole in the sky at the border that never stops producing. So she did not move against me. She did the opposite. She began quietly intercepting other people's intelligence about my island, killing scouts that were not hers, and keeping the existence of my world out of the hands of every other faction in the demon realm. Not to protect me. To make sure that when the time came, the new world belonged to her alone. I had a first limit emperor personally maintaining my security. I did not find out for 3 weeks, and when I did find out, I did not feel safer at all. Kalen's first shipment arrived that same week and changed the pace of everything. 124 Jin of Spirit Crystal, converted through her own clan's channels, came back as 300 general rank soldiers and 10 at king rank. 10 king rank. Up to that point, my expansion had been slow because expansion is always slow. You take a village, you garrison it, you feed it, you take the next one in a fortnight. With 10 king rank in the column, we absorbed 3 tribes in a single day and did not kill anybody at all. They came out, they looked at what was standing in front of them, and they sat down. There was a bonfire by the river that night with about 4,000 people around it, including 600 who had been an independent people that morning, and somebody's children were running between the fires. Nobody was watching them particularly closely because there was nothing on that riverbank to be afraid of. I stood at the edge of it and did not join in for a while. The orc warehouse in the west gave me 3 transformations, and every one of them mattered. A demon sheep statue went in and came out as a pillar of faith, purple. It generates power from belief. An entirely separate category of energy that I had not known existed and that nothing else in my inventory could produce. An incomplete beast god map came out as a beast god guardian unit nest, gold. The first gold nest I ever produced myself instead of finding. And a sonic boom egg came out as a large monster tide summoning scroll. Read the description on that one carefully. It summons a beast tide. It does not distinguish friend from enemy, at all, in any way. And once it is running, it does not stop until the field is empty. I put it in the ring and said, "We will find the right moment and drop this straight into the underground world." Remember that sentence. The last thing in the warehouse was a dino fish egg, green quality, worth about 30 stones. I put it in the machine because it was there. It came out 3 tiers higher. 3-headed dread dragon egg, gold. I stood in a captured storehouse holding a dragon in a shell and said several things I am not going to repeat. 50 orcs of the Crimson Wolf clan came up the road 4 days later, following the trail of the prisoners we had taken. We removed them without a single casualty on our side. What we got out of the survivors was the last piece I had been missing. There is a unified orc alliance on the east coast of my island. They call themselves the East Head Alliance, and they have been consolidating for weeks. And explorers from the Lord continent have already reached them and are supplying them with real materials from outside. I stood on my wall that night by myself and put it all in a row. 2 emperor kingdoms under my basement coming to the surface within the month. A demon world at my back with something like 400 emperors in it, which is dying and whose most dangerous individual has personally taken an interest in my address. An orc alliance on the east coast being armed by outsiders. A beast tide accumulating in the forests, invisibly, on a schedule I could not read. These, I said, are interesting times. Then Lilith turned up and invited me to a party. The Black Flame Emperor holds an annual banquet, she said. Everyone of consequence attends. You will find it educational. I told her I had a war on. She let me get about 6 words into my refusal before she mentioned, without emphasis, that there would be an opportunity at the 5 Emperors tournament to awaken talents. I have a talent slot that has been sitting empty since the night I hit general rank. When, I said, do we leave? She looked extremely pleased with herself, and then she took the shot she had clearly been saving for a week. I have been thinking, she said, about this Lyra of yours. I do not believe you are her favorite at all. I think it may be the other way around, and my instincts on these matters are never wrong. The Black Flame Emperor's city flies, and it is anchored over a small island. It makes the celestial mother city look like a market town. Lilith took my arm at the teleport pad, in public, deliberately. Anya was waiting at the top with a remark ready about the human being brought along like luggage. And Lilith, without breaking stride and without raising her voice, informed her that 3 of the viscounties currently under Anya's administration were being transferred, effective immediately, as part of the redistribution following Grakon's death. Anya did not say anything else for the rest of the evening. I asked Lilith about it afterward, and she was completely straightforward. She had been planning to take 2. She took the 3rd because of what Anya had said about me on the pad. Oberon walked me through the field the morning before it started, which was kind of him, and which did not help at all. 201 entrants, 10 arenas running simultaneously. The Venom clan had brought 4. The Crimson Wing clan had brought 6, which is more than any clan had brought in 90 years, and was itself a political statement I did not have the background to read. Then he started naming the ones that mattered. He did it the way a man reads out a weather warning. Ignis, of the Flame Line, about 4 feet tall, 2 talents, the bookmaker's favorite by a distance nobody was arguing about. Crimson Vixen of the Venom clan, 6 tails, and a reputation for finishing fights in under a minute in a tournament where the average is 9. Ma Lili, who had entered 3 times before and had never placed below 4th. And Long Way, level 23 and 3 talents. 3, I said. Yes, said Oberon, that is not possible. 2 is the hard cap at general rank. Everybody in the world knows that. I was told it at a dinner table on a boat by 4 people at once. Oberon said yes, and did not elaborate, and went on to the next name. Which is how you find out that the rules you learned are the rules they publish. Then I went and watched Ignis's first match, because I wanted to know what a favorite looks like. Her opponent brought a beast into the ring with him. 2.5 meters of it, tusked, armored across the shoulders, The kind of thing that would have been a serious afternoon for my entire squad 4 weeks earlier and a fatal one 6 weeks before that. He set it loose, and it charged her. She caught it by both tusks, not blocked, not sidestepped, caught at full charge and stopped it dead. The stone under her feet cracked in a circle because the energy had to go somewhere and it was not going into her. Then she put its face into the floor of the arena hard enough to open a seam in it. And then, because apparently that had not made the point sufficiently, she picked the entire animal up by the head and swung it around the ring like a wet towel until it stopped struggling, and then let go, and it went into the barrier. There were only 2 words in my head watching that: nothing but crushing. My own first opponent was called Luolie, level 20. He opened with the line that half that building had clearly been rehearsing since the draw was posted. "Did you offend some emperor?" he asked, loudly enough for the seating. "Is that what this is? Somebody wanted you dead and decided this would be an amusing way to arrange it? And then the elders stopped the match before it could start? Not because of him, because of me." "A human," said one of them, rising, "cannot be permitted to stand on the same stone as the descendants of our clans. It is an insult to every family present." The hall agreed with him, at volume, for about 90 seconds, and then Anya stood up. Anya, who had spent the previous evening being publicly stripped of 3 viscountcies on my account, in front of that same crowd, by a woman she has hated for 2 centuries. She argued the formal case. The entrant had qualified under the published rules. The published rules had been read out at the opening. No clan present had objected at the time. Removal on the grounds of species, after qualification, would set a precedent that any clan could invoke against any other clan's candidate for any characteristic whatsoever. She was not defending me. She was refusing, in public, to be on the same side of an argument as the clan that had raised the objection. I have never in my life been so happy to be a footnote in somebody else's grudge. The Black Flame Emperor settled it with 1 sentence. "It is the only thing anybody ever said that I would consider putting on a wall. In the demon realm, everything rests on strength. If you are strong enough, you will be respected. That applies to everyone, and there is no exception written underneath it." Then he told them to start the match. It lasted 2 exchanges. War God open on the first step. The spear across the side of Luolie's head on the first move, because he had come in set up for a caster. Everybody always comes in set up for a caster. My foot into his chest on the second, which put him off the platform and into the front 2 rows of the seating. The hall did not applaud. The hall demanded that I be executed on the spot for it. The Demon Lord, who runs that tournament and answers to nobody in the building, leaned forward on her elbows and said, "You are emperors. Surely you can find, somewhere in yourselves, the magnanimity to tolerate one young human." Nobody applauded that either. The best fight of the entire tournament happened on the first morning, and neither of the 2 people in it wanted to be in it. Jiang Chen and Jiang Ruo, both level 24. Both out of the Black Flame Emperor's own clan, both of them widely expected to be standing in the final, and the draw put them against each other before lunch on day 1. "We are not lucky," one of them said aloud to the other, on the stone, before the signal. It was the only thing either of them said the whole match. His flame was black, hers was white. His talent is explosion, which is exactly what it sounds like, and which had ended 4 fights on other arenas that morning in under 30 seconds each. Hers is annihilation. And what that means in practice, which I did not understand until I watched it happen 11 times in a row, is that when his fire touched her fire, his stopped existing. Not overpowered, not smothered. Cancelled, cleanly, as though it had never been cast, with no residue and no shockwave and no sound. He kept doing it anyway, because what else is there, and by the last third of that fight he had burned through his entire repertoire and was down to summoning. What he brought out was a red-eyed black dragon that filled a third of the arena and put its head over the barrier into the lower seating, and 400 demons who had seen everything got out of their chairs. She answered with a white-winged tiger, and then the tiger came apart into a column of fire and went up through the middle of the dragon and out the other side of it, and there was nothing left up there but ash going sideways in the draft. She won it on the last of her mana with nothing at all in reserve, and when the signal went, she was on 1 knee. "You have improved," she said. "I have improved too," he said. They both meant it, and neither of them was performing. It was the only exchange in that entire tournament with no politics anywhere in it. My problem was the clock. War God Stage 1 runs for 30 minutes a day. That is the allowance. 30 minutes, and outside those 30 minutes, I am a general rank fighter at a tournament full of things that eat general rank fighters during the warm-up. I needed 3 more wins to reach the last 10. I took all 3, and I spent that half hour the way a man spends the last of a candle. Open the talent on the signal, finish it, close the talent. No demonstrations, no extra exchanges, nothing at all for the crowd. I walked off 3 separate arenas to complete silence because I had given them nothing to react to. At the end of the day, I had 10 minutes left in the tank. And then the Demon Lord announced a consolation round, which is a thing they run to keep the eliminated interested. The prize for winning it is a direct challenge against anyone in the top 13 out of sequence at your choosing. Jiang Chen won it, because of course he did. He had lost his place to a woman from his own clan in the first round, and he had been sitting in that hall all day watching people offer him sympathy. And I sat there with 10 minutes of talent and did the only arithmetic available. A man in that position wants an easy win, a public one, a spectacular one, against an opponent whose defeat restores everything he lost this morning. And there was exactly one entrant in that top 13 who was widely believed by every person in the building to be a fraud who had been let in as a joke. He looked at me for a long time. The whole hall knew what he was doing. 200 people stopped talking. Then he named somebody else. And on his way past my seat, without stopping, he said, "Liang Wei, I look forward to fighting you tomorrow." Everybody in that hall heard a threat. I heard a man buying himself a knight. I took no pleasure in it whatsoever, because a frightened opponent who has had 12 hours to prepare is considerably more dangerous than a confident one who has had none. Lilith went shopping for me that night. She did not tell me she was going to do it. She went to Oberon, and then to Anya, and then to Kaelin. She asked 3 emperors of her own clan to open their private stores of attribute treasures for the benefit of a human being. Kaelin agreed before Lilith had finished the sentence. That was not a surprise to me. It was an enormous surprise to the other 2, and I watched Lilith's face when she reported it back. She had noticed, and she filed it. She has never asked me about it once. And once one of the 3 had said yes, neither of the other 2 could afford to be the one who had refused. Anya attached a condition. She would contribute, but she would hand the items over herself, in person, in front of witnesses, so that the debt would be owed to her and not to Lilith. I accepted with enormous gratitude and absolutely no illusions. 123 base attribute points in one evening, 179, 172, 174. And Anya, handing over the last one, gave me something worth considerably more than all of it, entirely by accident, because she could not resist explaining to a human what he was obviously too young and too foreign to know. "Do not," she said, "push your attributes past your life level. Every point you take beyond what the body is rated to carry, you pay for out of the years you have left. The young always think the ceiling is the target. The ceiling is a warning label. Having an elder in the family, they say in that world, is like having a treasure in the house." I had been seriously considering doing exactly the thing she described. Later that same week, with the last of the fruits. Kaelin sent gifts privately, the same night, with no note attached, and I did what I do with gifts. A personal tracker went into the machine and came out as something that maps every living thing inside 200 kilometers, continuously, which I have used every single day since, and which has caught 2 infiltrators. A diamond talisman went in and came out as a substitute doll, gold quality. You leave the doll somewhere safe. If your body is destroyed, you appear where the doll is. An extra life. In a box, on a shelf, in a locked room, in a dead world. And an imprisonment pendant went in and came out as a one-time sealing ring, gold quality, which completely seals a single target and which has exactly one exception written on it. It does not work on limit breakers, which means it works on everything below them, on emperors, on any of the 4 in Lilith's clan, on Elder Grove, on the 2 kings under my own island. "Can I use this?" I asked, in an empty room, to kill an emperor. I did not answer myself. I put it in the ring next to the Beast Tide scroll and closed the ring. I have chewed on that ring roughly once a day ever since. On the morning of the final, they tried to take it off me. 4 of the great clans went to the Black Flame Emperor before dawn and demanded that the human be removed from the last 10, and he refused. The reason he gave is the only defense of me that any of them ever accepted. She said he reached the top 10 on his own strength. Nobody can take that away from him. He meant the Demon Lord. He was quoting her. Quoting her ended the argument, which tells you something about how that world is actually arranged underneath the part they show visitors. But he gave them a compromise, because that is what emperors do instead of deciding things. The talent pool is the prize for the top 10. 10 places, 1 pool, everybody drinks. Except me. I would be permitted into the pool only if I took the championship outright. Not top 3, not runner-up. First, or nothing at all. Ha, I said when they told me. So an emperor can be exactly this shameless, and entirely without embarrassment about being shameless. Then I went back to my rooms and started preparing. And what I was preparing for was not winning. I was going to overload the war god. Nobody does that. The talent has a clean design and a hard stop. The stop is there because what it does to a body past the limit is not the sort of damage that heals on its own. So I spent that evening feeding my own medical supplies into 100 transformations and asking for special items. An eternal life elixir came out, gold quality, which repairs a body at the foundation, which is the layer that ordinary healing does not reach, and which is the layer that overload destroys. And a one-line pill, gold quality, which buys 2 minutes of life to a man who has already run out of them. 2 minutes. That is what it says on the label. 2 minutes, once, and then nothing. I lined them up on the table in the order I expected to need them, left to right, and then I went to bed. And I slept extremely well, which is a thing I have never been able to explain to anybody who has asked. The final is a single arena with all 10 in it at once. The 10 of them worked out the correct strategy inside 40 seconds, which was to deal with the human first. 2 came at me immediately, then 4. I held the 4 for the better part of an hour, and holding is the correct word. I was not winning, I was making it expensive. And then the 30 minutes ran out, and I did not close the talent. Here is what overloading the war god is like, from the inside. Your body stops being on your side. The heat goes past useful and keeps climbing. The mana does not run out, it does the opposite. It keeps arriving in quantities the channels are not rated for, so that the problem stops being fuel and becomes pressure. Everything in you is trying to expand, and the container is not negotiable. The sweat coming off my arms was not the right color, and I could see it and could do nothing about it. The 4 of them saw it too, and they were delighted, because that means a man is finished. So I started throwing holy light slash, not tactically, not aimed at much. I threw them because the alternative was holding all of that inside a body that could not hold it, and every single one of them had to go somewhere. The arena went white about 9 times in 12 seconds, and I watched 4 king-rank fighters stop attacking and start covering, because a man who is supposedly at his absolute limit had just increased his output by a factor nobody had a name for. Crimson Vixen came in through the gap with 6 tails on fire. I caught 2 of the tails, then I lifted her off the stone and used her own fireballs on her, which were still burning, which were attached to her. I am not proud of that, and it was extremely effective. Then I threw her into the seating, first one out. The hall made a sound I had not heard it make before. Bai Ming answered by filling half the arena with poison, and inside that field, everything in my body went wrong at once. I did the thing that I had never managed to do before and have done 100 times since. I cast Holy Light Healing while standing in the demon dragon form. They are opposite halves, saint and demon. You use one or the other. Everyone who has ever carried that inheritance has used one or the other. I was too far gone to remember that it was impossible. Both halves came up at once. 3 meters of me. Horns, tail, platinum spines down the back, and white and gold running from the crown all the way to the end of the tail through black scale. And the overload stopped hurting. Not stopped working, stopped hurting. I felt better inside that form, at 40 minutes past my own hard limit, than I had felt on any morning of my life. I took Bai Ming by the head and put him into the stands, which made a second hole in the seating about 11 meters from the first. Liu Yang tried to leave along the wall, and I came down on him from above with a heel between the shoulders. Then Long Wei, who has 3 talents and should not, put me to sleep. It is called a soul realm, and it does not attack the body at all. One moment I was in an arena, and the next moment I was standing on my own island in the sunshine, 3 weeks later, and I had won. What that place showed me is worth setting out, because it did not invent anything. That is why it worked. I had won the tournament. I had gone home with the prize, and the clans I had humiliated in front of a demon world had come looking, and they had found the door. The whole demon realm had come through it behind them. The island fell. Not quickly. That was the worst part, the not quickly. Eleanor died on the wall. Then Anyue died somewhere I could not see. I knew she was gone the way you know things in dreams without being told. and I went out to sea because there was nothing left to hold. I died out there in the middle of a supply run with a cargo manifest in my hand, which is such a small and stupid ending that it could only have come out of my own head. That is not a nightmare that a demon put in me. Every element in it was already mine. Long Wei only had to open the drawer. The fear of dying woke me up, and the panel had a new line on it. Dragon Soul instantly strengthens the soul. 4 of them came at me together when I came out of it, all 4 in their beast forms. They filled the arena from wall to wall, so I stopped holding back the last thing. Holy demonic dragon ancestor. I do not know how long that dragon is, tens of meters. The arena was not built for it, and stopped being an arena. The tail cleared all 4 of them off me in one movement. Jiang Ro dropped a golden net over the whole floor, and it came apart in the air, because the breath that comes out of that form is platinum, and there is not very much that is rated for it. The 9-tailed red bird came in through the middle of it, and did not get up afterward. And then He Ying changed sides. She had been standing off to one side of the ring for most of the fight, doing the sensible thing, which is letting the others spend themselves on me. And when the hell demon moved to take my back while I was turned, her golden ram put him on the floor. The hall lost its mind. She said it loudly enough for all of them. I recognize capability, she said. That is all I recognize. And this one has the kind of strength that settles the question. Then she added the part that actually ended the tournament. And do you imagine none of this leaves this room? Every one of you has spent a day and a half explaining why 10 of us had to gang up on one human. Think about how that story is going to travel. The remaining fighters surrendered inside a minute, and the very first voice in that entire hall to start cheering before the announcement, before the ruling, was Anya on her feet, shouting that our succubus clan had taken the championship. The woman had lost 3 viscountcies over me 2 days earlier. I got back to my rooms, closed the door, and let go of the talent. The world went out immediately. I got the 1-line pill into my mouth on the way down, which bought 2 minutes. I spent all of the first minute on the floor unable to do anything with it at all. Then bone fluid. Then everything else on the table in the order I had put it in, because I could not read the labels anymore and had arranged them the night before precisely for this. Then the eternal life elixir last, which is the one that goes to the foundation. If I had not spent the evening before turning my medicine chest into gold quality items, I would have died on the floor of a guest room in a flying city 3 hours after winning the only tournament I have ever entered. Nobody would have found me until morning. I fell asleep exactly where I was and did not wash. There was no version of me that evening capable of standing up to do it. The Demon Lord gave me the prize herself the next day. Not the pool. That came later, and it came with conditions. This was separate, and it was personal, and it is the single most valuable object anyone has ever handed me. A 5 Emperors token. What it does officially is administrative. Free access to any boundary city. Unified merit accounting across all 5 domains. Preferential rates in the imperial exchanges. What it does actually is written at the bottom in 1 line. Crush the token, and the Demon Lord, or one of the 5 Emperors, arrives at your position. Arrives. Not is notified. Not sends assistance. I stood there turning that thing over in my hands, and I made the mistake that I have watched other people make and had always privately laughed at. I thought, for about 4 days, that I had become untouchable. There was a wounded succubus in Lilith's castle that I had told my people to keep an eye on, and one morning she was not anywhere. Not gone, not escaped over a wall. Not anywhere, with no spatial disturbance recorded at any of the 3 points that record spatial disturbances, in a castle where 3 separate arrays are supposed to make that impossible. That is a considerably worse category of missing. 2 nights later, I went through the 2-world gate to inspect the mines in the Angel Realm, and on the way through, I glanced at the energy draw the way you glance at a fuel gauge, out of habit, without expecting anything. The number was too high. Not enormously, by about the amount that 1 person costs. I did not stop walking. I did not look back, and I did not change my pace. I went through, walked the mine galleries for 40 minutes at my usual speed, complained at length to nobody in particular about a support beam that had been bothering me for a week, and came back. And the return figure was clean. Whoever had gone in behind me had not come back out. Kaylin found her in the ruins 2 hours later, and her name was Ling Shi. She folded before anybody had finished asking the first question. I was sent by the Lord Moon Demon, she said, And then, while I was still deciding what to do with that, she produced a 5 Emperors token of her own and set it on the table between us, which meant I could not kill her. Crush that token and an Emperor arrives. Kill her and an Emperor arrives anyway, later, angrier, with a list of questions and no reason at all to be polite about them. And she could not leave, because I was not opening the gate. She had no other way out of a world that only I can enter. So I put her in a very comfortable room in a dead world, with food, with books, with a window onto a mountain range I had made myself, and a door that does not open from the inside. And what I actually had in that room was not a prisoner. It was a fuse, in a box, in my own basement, wired to a first limit Emperor. She has been extremely pleasant about it. That is somehow the worst part. The portal in the western cave was the other thing keeping me awake. I finally went and asked the only person who would actually know. Mei Ling Yun took the question upstairs and came back 2 days later with 2 answers. Destroying a natural spatial portal, she said, requires either a god or a potion brewed from 9 patterned void-shattering stones and the heart of a fire attribute emperor, prepared by a great alchemist, of whom there are 4 alive. I asked whether she could get me an introduction to any of the 4. She said no, and then she gave me the second answer, which is the one that mattered. Hiding it, however, is straightforward. A mountain forest illusion flag, 83 gold stones, and a refraction crystal, 73, 156 gold, all in. I had 12. Zhang Jun, I said, in the tone of a man who already knows how this conversation ends. Is there any possibility of writing an IOU? Get out of my shop, she said. Lilith solved it, and she solved it by reminding me of something I had been carefully not thinking about for 3 weeks. Liang Wei, she said, I own a share of that island. This is my business, too. She put in 100 gold without being asked twice and without attaching a single condition, which I noted at the time and have not forgotten. And then I went down into the underground world and asked the Council of 3 Races for the rest. I asked them for 600 because I have never once in my life asked for exactly what I needed. I came back up with 300. Elder Gao Ren negotiated me down from 6 to 3 over 4 hours and was extremely pleased with himself. I let him be because I had walked in wanting 156. The flag went up on the ridge above the cave. The crystal went into the mouth of it, and the portal stopped existing. Not sealed, not guarded. Gone from the perception of anybody who does not already know the exact stone to stand on. I walked past my own doorway twice on the way back down the slope and had to be told where it was by a goblin who was laughing at me. That was the single largest weight that came off me that entire month. Then the portal factory finished its first 2 runs, and I got visitors. Chen Ruo came through first, and came through calmly, one hand on her sword hilt out of professional habit rather than expectation, and looked around my capital with the expression of a woman conducting an inspection she had not been invited to conduct. Qin Shan came through second, and came through at a run, shouting, Big brother, I have finally met you. You are practically my idol. Qin Shan is 4 feet tall and is the youngest son of the World Lord of the Medicine King. I had spent 2 months corresponding with him under the firm impression that I was dealing with a senior diplomat of some age and gravity. He hugged me, in front of Chen Ruo, who did not comment, then or ever, which is its own kind of comment. I showed them the city, the wall which they were both polite about, the tree of life which stopped Chen Ruo mid-sentence, the harbor, the 5 gold nests running in a world under my basement, which is the point at which Qin Shan stopped talking entirely for about a minute and a half. And finally the bathhouse, which is the thing that actually impressed both of them, and I have made my peace with that. Then we signed. A territory covenant, gold quality, rated for 10 territories. The parchment came apart in the air into 10 golden tablets, and each of us took one, and there was a formality involving a drop from each of us and a light that went into the forehead and did not hurt. And when it was finished, the thing that had gone out of that room was suspicion. I do not have a better way to put it. 3 lords who had spent 2 months carefully not telling each other things sat down afterward and talked for 4 hours. And at no point in those 4 hours was anybody measuring. I'd forgotten that was a thing that could happen. Chenruo gave me the warning at the door on the way out, because she is who she is. The covenant is not absolute, she said. There are items in this world that go around it. Do not stop watching us entirely. I said I would not. She said, good, and left. And that is the closest thing to affection I have ever received from her. The divine city is where the 5 emperors live, and it is the emptiest place I have ever stood. The outer walls are in ruins and have been for centuries. Nobody has repaired them, and grass is growing on them. The inner walls are 100 meters high and in perfect condition, and behind them there is a city built for millions of people with nobody at all in it. The demon lord explained it on the way in about 4 sentences, without any particular sadness. The world lord died. The city core answers to the world lord. With nobody left for it to answer to, it does not produce energy. And a city that size with no energy is not a city, it is a monument. The 5 emperors live in the palace at the center anyway, and they do it for exactly one reason. There is a formation in that palace called the Fantian Formation, assembled out of several divine artifacts, and when the 5 of them raise it together, it suspends the rules of the world inside its radius. Cultivation without limits, growth with the ceiling switched off. You are in luck, she said. The 5 of them will be raising it within the next few days. And there was a condition attached to what came after it, which I did not understand at the time and which turned out to matter enormously. The secret area beneath the palace admits only those at king rank or below. I asked why. She said that was an excellent question and changed the subject, and that is the only time in my acquaintance with her that she has done that. The talent pool sits under a white shield, and it took 5 tokens in 5 different colors to dissolve it. 5 champions went in. 4 of them were women from the 4 great clans, and the 5th was me. Inside, it is a pool of something milk-white and warm that is not liquid in any sense I understand, because you do not float in it, and you do not sink, and it does not move when you move, and when you are in it, you can see yourself. I had 3 lights, a gold bead behind my forehead, which is 100 transformations, and which has been sitting there since a wet afternoon on a 3-meter boat when I crushed an orb between my hands and could not read the words properly the first time. A crimson one in my chest, with a dragon shape turning inside it, which is the inheritance I very nearly died drinking on the floor of a 4-room palace. And a purple one low in the body, which is the war god, bought with 138 gold stones and a mine in a dead world, and the compensation payment for an assassination attempt. Each of them pulled at the pool, and around each of them the liquid turned. Outside, according to 4 extremely unhappy witnesses and 1 entertained demon lord, the whirlpool over my body kept growing while everybody else's contracted. That freak, one of them said afterward in a corridor to a room I happened to be standing in. That human boy is an absolute freak. It is not natural. I drank half the pool by myself. There were 45 people scheduled to use it after us. 30 of them got anything at all. I have not apologized for that, and I am not going to. They set the terms in front of the whole hall. Win the championship outright or receive nothing. Nobody said anything about portions. What came out the other side of that pool was 4 legendary talents, ever-changing, promoted to legend, and it now gives me a choice every single day, which is the part I did not see coming. Either 3 transformations at 1 quality tier up, the way it has always worked since the beginning, or 1 transformation once at 2 tiers. 2 tiers, green to purple, blue to gold, gold to whatever is above gold, which I have now seen exactly once, and which came out in colors that nobody in that world has agreed on a name for. War God, promoted to legend. The half hour became a full hour, and the backlash for an ordinary session is simply gone. Overload still costs what overload costs. I know precisely what that is now. I will pay it again if I have to, and I expect to have to. And then 2 entirely new ones, in the empty slot and in a slot I had not known existed. Dragon's Might, which suppresses anything hostile standing in front of me, and does it twice as hard to dragons and to beasts. And Life Essence, which accumulates energy on its own and repairs the body without being asked to. And between the War God bead and the Life Essence bead, there was now a small whirlpool turning, with milk-white droplets forming and dissolving in it, and nothing on the panel anywhere explaining what those droplets were for. I found out 4 days later at dinner, and I found out because I am greedy. Wen Tao found me before that, though, and Wen Tao is the conversation that has stayed with me longest out of everything, including the ones with Lysandra. She is of the Heart Demon clan, and she opened by proposing that we be friends, which not one person in that entire city had done. Then she told me what she had noticed. Over the last 20 or 30 years, she said, human beings born in the demon realm have started coming out at epic quality. That has never happened. Not once in the entire recorded history of that world, and they keep extremely good records because record keeping is how clans argue. Humans there are the bottom of everything and have always been born at the bottom of everything, and in the last 3 decades, something has changed. Nobody at the top has noticed because nobody at the top looks. Liang Wei, she said, you are very probably the first human being in the demon realm with legendary potential. And then she laid out her plan, and it was a good plan. It made me colder than anything Grakon ever managed. Find them, arm them, train them, and put them into the boundary cities against the world-destroying beasts, where strength is the only currency that anybody accepts, and where nobody has ever successfully argued with a kill count. Become their patron, and ride that, through the boundary cities, into an emperor's seat, and then possibly further than that. I asked her what happens to the humans in the boundary cities. She said that some of them would die. I said, so what you are proposing is that instead of one man dying, which is the current arrangement, and which I have already priced and accepted, a great many people die, and at the end of it, you are an emperor. She did not flinch, and she did not soften it. She said yes, essentially, and then she said the part I have not been able to get around. The alternative is that they go on being born at the bottom of a world that is going to end anyway, and that they end with it, having never once been armed. I have looked for the flaw in that for a long time, and I have not found it. Let me think about it, I said. I am still thinking about it. That is not a dodge, and it is not modesty. That is the honest state of the matter as of this evening. The Five Emperors Pavilion is a tower where the waitresses are at sergeant rank, and the food comes up through the floor by teleport. I was taken there by 4 demonesses who wanted to see what a human does in an expensive restaurant. They found out. The menu has categories. Most of them were normal. One of them was headed World-Destroying Beast, and under it there were dishes with names like poems, insightful observation, on a whim. I asked what was in them. Zoltan, who was hosting, said that insightful observation was prepared from a king-rank specimen, and that on a whim came from an emperor rank 1, and that the second had last been available 11 years ago. I did not ask which parts. I have found that the answer to which parts is never load-bearing and frequently ruins your evening. Insightful observation arrived first, and it was, and I am aware of how this sounds, delicious. Then, on a whim arrived, and I ate it, and something happened inside my chest. The little whirlpool that had appeared between the War God bead and the Life Essence bead, the one with the milk-white droplets in it and no explanation on the panel, started turning faster. And it was taking the energy out of the dish, not into my body, into itself, converting it, at some rate I could not read, into more of the droplets. I sat very still and checked the War God timer. The droplets extended, not the overload, the clean time. Every drop in that whirlpool is another minute of the talent running with no backlash at all, and the whirlpool fills on foreign energy. I was sitting in a restaurant that serves foreign energy by the plate. I named the whirlpool the Palace of Primordial Spirit that evening, because a thing that important should have a name, and because I was in an excellent mood. Then I started eating systematically. I finished my own plates. Then, when the conversation moved on, I finished Lilith's. Then I worked along the table through all 4 of them, and none of them said anything, because a succubus emperor does not comment on food. Then I ordered again. Zoltan, standing near the stairs, went a color I have not seen on a demon before or since. Somewhere around the 3rd round, I said, thoughtfully, mostly to myself, if I order several more dishes and then explain that I cannot finish them and would like to take the remainder home, do you suppose the demon lord would hold that against me? There was a pause of about 4 seconds. Then all 4 of them ordered takeaway. Anya ordered 2 portions. Note that, because 2 days earlier she had objected to my presence in a building. I got back to my rooms with a bag of food and a woman standing at the foot of my bed. She had a completely ordinary face. That is the first thing, and it is the only physical detail I can give you, because that face is not the point of her, and she does not waste effort on it. I opened the War God. She put one palm flat on my shoulder. The talent went out. Not was overpowered, went out, the way a candle goes out, and every part of me that had been about to move stopped being able to. Handling you, she said, is still a very small matter for me. The Moon Demon Emperor. First limit, minimum. Then she made her demand, and it was 1 sentence long. Release Ling Shi. I said no. I have had to explain that moment several times since, to people who think I am braver than I am. I was completely immobilized by a being that could have ended me without changing her expression, and I said no. I said it because saying yes was worse, and she understood the implication immediately, which is the part I had not thought through. She went quiet, and then she said, slowly, so Ling Shi found out something that is worth more to you than your own life. Which was true, which I had just told her by refusing. I know that is an excuse, she said, I do not particularly care what it is, but understand this. You will guarantee her safety. And then, in the same breath, without any change of tone, she recruited me. Not for her faction, not for a war. She wanted to talk about establishing me properly in the demon realm, and about the elevation of the human race there. She said the second part exactly the way Wentao had said it that afternoon. Two of them, on the same day, from opposite ends of that world's politics, with no coordination whatsoever, both offering to make me the banner of a species I do not even belong to. That is not a coincidence. That is a market forming. I took the communication token she offered because refusing it would have been theater. Then she left through my wall, and I sat down on the floor and ate cold takeaway out of a bag until my hands were steady. The feast the night before the second stage was where the Flame Clan finally stopped laughing at me. Zhang Ruo came over to my table and slapped her palm down on it, hard, in front of about 200 people, which in that world is a formal insult with a specific grammar. I looked at the table, then at her. Zhang Ruo, I said, is something wrong with you? Why have you struck my table for no reason at all? I am frightened. I think you owe me compensation. Her entire clan's table turned around. She had come over to establish, publicly, that a human at that banquet was beneath her, and I had responded by describing myself as a startled civilian and requesting damages, which is not a response the grammar of that insult has an answer for. Then I mentioned the final, mildly, in passing, as though checking a date, and 10 members of the Flame Clan went pale in unison. Because here is what nobody in that hall had actually been told. The story that had gotten out was that a human had somehow been permitted into the tournament and had somehow finished first, which everybody assumed meant politics. Zhao Hu fixed that, at volume, out of pure malice toward the Flame Clan and with no regard for me at all. He beat Zhang Chen, she said, and Zhang Ruo, and Qi Yun, and the rest of them, not in sequence, together, all of them at once, in the same ring, at the same time, and they lost. The hall went quiet in a way that was noticeably different from the quiet it had been doing at me for 4 days. I did not add anything to that. There is nothing you can add to it. I did say one thing, later, when somebody at a nearby table asked me, half seriously, what my secret was. Believe it or do not believe it, I said. In the end, the competition comes down to your own strength. I have been told since that this was arrogant. I was a man who woke up on a piece of wood in the rain with a panel that said talent, none, and who has, in the time between then and that banquet, been under a mountain, in a dead city, inside a volcano, and through a hole into another world. I was not being arrogant. I was reporting a finding. The tide broke on my island while I was at a banquet in another world. I found out because Hai Xin sent one line through the gate. The forests are moving. That is all it said. She is an administrator. She does not use adjectives. I went through in my dinner clothes. It was not a wave. Everybody who has never seen one imagines a wave, a line of animals coming out of the trees at a wall. What it actually is that the whole west of the island stopped being able to feed itself on the same afternoon, and every living thing in it started walking east at once, and by the time you can see it, there is nothing behind it either. A month of triple breeding in 4,000 square kilometers, arriving at my 2-meter wall. Mei Hu wanted to hold the line. Lyra wanted to fall back to the mountain corridor, which is a good instinct and would have cost us the harvest and every outlying settlement we had spent 6 weeks absorbing. I said no to both, and I went and got a scroll out of my ring. Large monster tide summoning scroll. Purple. I had been carrying it since the orc warehouse, and I had told a room, out loud, that I was going to drop it into the underground world at a convenient moment. I did not use it on the underground world. Read what it actually does. It summons a tide, and the tide does not distinguish friend from enemy, at all. It does not stop until the field is empty. It does not care which direction the animals were already walking. I took it 40 kilometers east of my wall, into the open ground before the country the orcs of the East Head Alliance have been consolidating all month with materials shipped in from the Lord continent, and I opened it there. And the entire west of the island turned 90 degrees and went past my walls at a distance and kept going. I stood on the nameless bridge and watched a month of accumulated disaster walk east through the dark, all night, and not one of my settlements lost a fence. I do not know what it did over there. I did not go and look, and I have not asked. That was not a plan to destroy the East Head Alliance. It was a plan to be somewhere else when the bill arrived, and the bill went to the nearest available address. I will not dress it up. That is the least honorable thing I have ever done, and I would do it again before breakfast. Then I went back through the gate and returned to the banquet. Nobody at my table had noticed that I had been gone. Zoltan had, and asked. I said I had stepped out for air. The second stage of the tournament was announced the following evening, and it came with a room full of emperors, which is not something you get used to. All 5 of them came in together. Han Yu, Yen Shi, the Black Flame, Yu Lan, whose agent was at that moment sitting in a very comfortable room in a dead world, Cao Feng of the Ice, Lin Xiang of the Shadows. The rules were simple. 25 entrants would go into the secret area beneath the palace in 5 squads of 5, with 5 captains and 1 overall commander. And the reward for making the 25, before anything you might find inside, was this: 1 request. Any request of the Demon Emperor. I already had my place. I had won a championship for it and half a pool of talent liquid and about 3 hours of lying on a floor. So I stopped listening to the rest of the announcement and started, immediately and greedily, working on what to ask for. I am still not going to tell you what I settled on. It has not been spent yet. And then they named the third purpose of the evening, which was the one everybody else in that hall had actually come for: successors. 3 candidates from each clan to be assessed that night. And that is when the doors opened again and a child walked in. She is about 3.5 feet tall, with her hair in 2 buns, and she came in eating something off a stick, and 5 demon lords stood up and bowed. Not nodded, stood out of their seats and bowed, and stayed bowed until she had gone past them. I have never seen anything move that room before or since. Her name is Lysandra. She is older than the current 5 emperors, considerably older. Nobody in that hall would tell me by how much, and several of them looked uncomfortable at being asked. She got about a third of the way across the floor, looked at the assembled nobility of an entire world, and visibly considered leaving out of boredom. Then she changed direction and came over to my table. "Are you human?" she said. I said I was. "Interesting," she said. "Very interesting. The 5 emperors actually allowed a human to compete." Then she tilted her head and asked the question that stopped every conversation within 30 meters. "Are they not afraid that you will undermine them from the inside?" I would like to tell you that I had a clever answer prepared. What I did was tell her the truth, arranged in the least incriminating order available. That I had come to the demon realm on somebody else's invitation, that I had won a tournament I had been expected to die in, that I had no interest in the succession of a clan I did not belong to, and no ambitions in her world at all. Every sentence of that was true. Taken together, they were the most complete lie I have ever told. I told it looking directly into the eyes of a being that had made 5 demon lords stand up. She looked back at me for what felt like a considerable amount of time. I have been read before. An emperor scanned me at a banquet once, and I felt it. This was not like that. There was no pressure and no probing and nothing to resist. It was simply that at some point during those 4 seconds, I stopped having an inside. Then she said, "I believe you." And she sat down next to me and put her stick on my plate and asked whether I was going to finish my dessert. We talked for most of an hour, and she is the strangest person I have ever met. I asked her, eventually, why she had never taken one of the 5 seats, given that everybody in that room clearly believed she could have had one by walking over and asking. She looked at me like I had asked why she did not put her hand in a fire. "What do you think they actually get?" she said. "Endless work. Endless business of the demon realm, arriving forever, and none of it ever finishing. Just thinking about it exhausts me." Then she told me she was going to come and visit me sometime. I said that would be an honor, and meant approximately none of it. "Do not worry," she said, entirely kindly. "I will let you know in advance. I am not rude. You need to know what that sentence did to my spine. Because I am a man with a portal factory in his yard, a dead world in his basement, one of the 4 emperors of the Succubus clan quietly bound to him, and an agent of a first limit emperor in a locked room, and something older than the 5 emperors had just told me it would be dropping by and would be polite enough to give notice. Then the Shadow Demon Emperor announced that the succession assessment would begin and explained what Lysandra was there to do. She reads fortune. Not thoughts, not secrets. Fortune. The shape of what is coming to a person and what is attached to them. The reason a clan wants a successor with a strong one is that, over centuries, luck is the only variable that compounds without a ceiling. They set the sphere up in the middle of the hall. white, about the size of a melon, sitting on nothing, and the first candidate stepped up to it. It filled with gray lines, and about half the room made a noise of polite sympathy. I sat back down with my drink and settled in to watch, in the pleasant and completely mistaken belief that this had nothing whatsoever to do with me. The colors have names, and everybody in that hall knew them, which meant I learned the whole ladder in about 6 minutes by watching people's faces. Gray lines are nothing. That is a candidate who will have an ordinary century. Light green is the fortune level, and it gets a small round of applause. Turquoise is called the azure cloud level, and it gets an actual reaction. Purple is purple chi, and there were 2 of those all night, and each time the candidate's entire clan stood up. And crimson is chosen of heaven, and nobody produced one. The Black Flame Emperor turned to me somewhere in the middle of it and asked, casually, whether I intended to put my own name in. Every head at the top table turned. I am a human being, I said. This is a matter for the demon race. I withdraw. I said it fast and I said it lightly, and about 200 people in that hall relaxed at once. I felt extremely clever for about 90 seconds. The Black Flame Emperor said, I will not let you withdraw for nothing. I will compensate you in due course. Then the tall one stepped up to the sphere, Black and Red Horn, one of the Shadow Clan's 3, and a candidate everyone had been talking about all evening. And the sphere filled with black lines, 4 of them. The whole hall went silent, because black is not a level. Black is not on the ladder. Black means a curse, and 4 of them means it has been there a while. And the candidate did something extremely strange. He started talking. There is no need to investigate the cause, he said, quickly, and he was smiling while he said it. My lord, honestly, I am not worth the time. I have done a number of things recently that the world charges for. It is nothing more than that. He was volunteering guilt, any guilt, cheerfully, in public, to avoid one specific question. The Shadow Demon Emperor pinned him where he stood without appearing to move. Then a golden light came down over him and pulled something out of his chest, a mirror, about the size of a hand, hanging in the air, and in the surface of it there was an image, moving, of that same demon on one knee in front of something enormous. Not a rival clan, not a duke, a world-destroying beast. The Black Flame Emperor came out of his chair. Every emperor in that hall came out of their chair. You dared to deal with the beasts? Then they checked Liu Yang, who I had personally put through a floor 11 days earlier, and Liu Yang had the lines too. Then 4 more. 6. 6 traitors out of 30-something candidates, drawn from every one of the 5 great clans, all of them selected by their own families as the best they had, all of them already inside. 2 of them belonged to the Ice Emperor personally, and I watched a first limit being read that sphere and go completely white. There is a saying in that world that I have thought about a great deal since. 1 traitor inside will cost you more than 1,000 enemies outside. They had been sitting at that banquet for 4 hours. Several of them had bowed to Lysandra on the way in. After that, they went faster, and by the end they had checked everyone except the 5 tournament champions and the 3 from the Flame Clan. Jiang Chen went up and produced purple chi with 1 line through it, and his family made a noise of relief. Jiang Ruo produced purple chi with 2, and the noise was smaller. And He Ying, who had switched sides in the middle of my final for no reason except that she recognizes capability, put 4 lines of purple chi into that sphere. The Black Flame Emperor started laughing in front of everybody and did not stop for some time. Then the Shadow Demon Emperor read the next name off the list, and it was mine. I had withdrawn. I had said so in front of the top table, and the top table had accepted it. There was a perfectly good sentence available to me, 4 words long. I had already used it once that evening, and I sat there with it in my mouth and did not say it because I had just watched what happens in that hall to a man who does not want to be looked at. 6 of them had gone up. Every single one of them had gone up smiling, and the one who tried to talk his way out of the follow-up question was the one they pinned to the floor. If I refused now, in that room, 40 minutes after they found the 6th, the refusal would be the answer. That is the whole reason I walked out to that sphere, not courage, arithmetic. It has always been sums. And the state I was in deserves an accurate account, because I have had a lot of practice at looking calm, and none at all at being it. I am not from that world. I am not from the world next to it either. I own a machine that manufactures doors between them. There is one of the 4 succubus emperors who cannot stop looking at the doorway I walked out of, and there is nothing she can do about that, and it is my fault. There is a woman in a locked room in a dead sky who belongs to a first limit emperor, and in my ring there is a piece of jewelry I have never used and think about once a day. I have more to hide than any of the 6 they had just found. I put my hand on the sphere. Gray, first, the way it starts for everybody. Then green, and somebody at the back made a small, polite noise. I heard a Flame Clan elder say, "Well, at least it is not nothing." Then turquoise, and the polite noise stopped. Then purple, and the entire hall stood up, and that included 3 of the 5 emperors. And then it kept going. Purple deepened and went over into crimson, which is the top of the ladder, which nobody had produced all night. The crimson held for about a second and a half, and then it went somewhere else. I am not going to tell you what color it was, because I have asked 11 people since, and I have received 11 different answers, and 2 of them were not colors. What I can tell you is that the sphere stopped being a sphere with light in it, and started being a light with a sphere around it, and that the room got very bright, and that nobody in that hall had a word for what they were looking at. And Lysandra leaned forward. She had been bored for 4 hours. She had been bored, as far as I can tell, for several centuries. She was sitting next to me with her chin on her hand and somebody else's dessert in front of her. She sat forward and put both hands on the table. Understand this precisely. In the entire evening, that was the frightening part. Not the mirror, not the emperors coming out of their chairs. A small, bored child leaning in. "There are no black lines," she said to the room, without looking away from me. Then, quieter, to me. "Do you know what that actually measures?" I said I had assumed it was luck. "It is not luck," she said. "It is the size of what is coming toward you, all of it. It does not sort the good from the bad. It only tells you the amount." She looked at the sphere again. "You have a very great deal coming," she said. Then she picked her stick back up off my plate and sat back and told me, in exactly the same tone she had used to ask about dessert, that she would be visiting sooner than she had said. That is where I am going to stop, because that is where I actually was. 62 days earlier, I woke up face down on a single plank of wood in the rain with my legs in the ocean and a panel in front of my eyes that said, in small white letters, "Talent, none." The system's own description of the object I was lying on stated that only a person with something wrong with him would go to sea on it. And that evening, I was standing in a hall in another world in front of a being older than the 5 rulers of it, while a device that reads what is coming for a person ran out of colors on me. The island is mine, all 4,000 square kilometers of it, with 3 peoples in the mountains, a city under a hill, a dead world in the basement with 5 gold nests running in it, and a woman in it who has her people back. The tide came and went east. The portal is hidden. The gates work. And here is what I am actually carrying out of that room. The Moon Demon Emperor holds a line to me, and she did not give me that token as a courtesy. Elder Grove is owed a favor, and he has still not told me what it is. He is in no hurry, which is worse. There is a Demon Emperor who owes me 1 request of any kind, which I have not spent. There is a ring in my pocket I have never taken out. And something older than all of them has decided I am interesting, and has been kind enough to say so to my face, and is coming to see me. The whole time I was building that island, I thought the danger was that nobody would notice a man with 1 plank. Turns out the danger was the other one.